focus, discipline, empowerment. From October 14 to 16, the 5th FIDE Intercontinental Championship for Prisoners unites teams from more than 50 countries in an online competition. With record participation, inspiring stories, and a global stage, this year's event once again proves that the 64 squares can transform lives, no matter the circumstances. Join the broadcast live on the FIDE YouTube channel.
Welcome to the round-robin qualifying stage of the 5th Intercontinental Online Chess Championship, a part of the FIDE Chess for Freedom initiative, bringing together incarcerated players from all around the world in a unique celebration of the rehabilitative power of chess. Organized as part of the Chess for Freedom program, a joint initiative by FIDE and the Cook Countries Sheriff's Office in Chicago, USA, this annual event highlights the role of chess in education, inclusion, and reintegration. My name is International Master Michael Rahal. I'm greeting you from Spain very early here in the morning, and I'll be calling the action for the next 4 hours. We're expecting an entertaining session filled with high-level games across the men's, women's, and youth categories. This year's championship sets a new record with 135 teams representing 57 countries. They include 89 men's teams, 26 women's teams, and 20 youth teams. We have 6 new countries coming to play this year: Eswatini, Guyana, St. Kitts and Nevis, Lesotho, Poland, and Aruba. All of these 6 countries are making their debut, further expanding the global scope of the initiative. We've got a packed schedule ahead, featuring 3 exciting group stages. This morning, we're kicking off with the teams from Asia, followed by Europe, Americas, and Africa later on during the day. All the games will be played on the chess.com platform. Games will be played with a rhythm of controlled 10 minutes plus 5 seconds increments per each move. And teams are composed of 4 players, promising plenty of competitive and dynamic matchups. The round-robin stage and the finals will both be broadcasted live here on the FIDE YouTube channel, featuring guest appearances from chess officials, prison authorities, coaches, and correctional officers sharing their experiences of teaching chess in prisons. Now, in its 5th edition, the Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for Prisoners has become one of the flagships of FIDE's social year activities. Alongside annual conferences and expanding national programs, growing research continues to confirm the positive outcomes of teaching chess in correctional settings, from improving concentration and discipline to strengthening social inclusion and rehabilitation prospects. With record participation, inspiring stories, and a truly global reach, the 2025 championship promises to once again showcase the unifying power of chess, proving that the 64 squares can change lives no matter the circumstances. So before we start analyzing some of the games, let's kick off the event with a welcoming speech by Andre Vögtlin, FIDE President.
Hello everyone. It's my pleasure to greet all of you on behalf of the International Chess Federation, FIDE. For the past 5 years, FIDE and the Cook County Sheriff's Office have worked closely through the Chess for Freedom program to bring chess to people in prison all across the world. We strongly believe in our mission, and now, after 4 successful events, we can confirm that chess is a tool for hope, transformation, and reintegration. Every year since 2021, we have had more connectional facilities across the world joining the event. This year's championship had reached a new milestone. We will see more than 130 teams from over 50 countries to take part, including men's, women's, and youth teams. The growing number of countries and players taking part in this event shows how the spirit of chess can spread and bring us together, no matter the barriers between us. I would like to welcome players and organizers from Eswatini, Guyana, St. Kitts and Nevis, Lesotho, Poland, and Aruba, who are joining us for the first time. The dates for this competition are chosen deliberately to honor the International Day of Education in Prison, highlighting the importance of education in correctional facilities and encouraging activities that support it. To the players, I have the following message. We are all human, we all make mistakes in life, but as long as we are alive, we have a chance to learn from them and correct them. It takes a lot of courage to change, and that is why I want to warmly welcome all of you on behalf of the entire chess community and thank you for taking part in this event. As we have seen over the years from those who have taken part in the Chess for Freedom program, playing chess offers a direct path to self-motivation, logical thinking, stress reduction, and foresight of consequences, which are important pillars for good life. I hope you will experience the same, and we hope to help you along the path. I would like to thank the Cook County Sheriff's Office and all our partners, including Chess.com, for their dedication and support for making this tournament happen. Learn, fight, improve, but above all, play with honor and enjoy this beautiful game. Good luck to all. Gensonusunuz.
Thanks, Arkady. The 5th Intercontinental Online Chess Championships for Prisoners is part of the FIDE Chess for Freedom initiative, bringing together incarcerated individuals from various countries to compete and engage in the rehabilitative and developmental benefits of chess. This event fosters a spirit of competition, community, and personal growth, helping inmates cultivate critical thinking, emotional regulation, and social interaction skills. The championship is an integral part of FIDE's mission to demonstrate the power of chess in transforming lives, especially within the correctional facilities. The rights and opportunities of self-realization and development for people in imprisonment are essential prerequisites in order to consciously build their future after liberation. Access to training and learning, as well as to quality ways of socializing, could give strong motivation to change for the better. Chess is a game that not only allows the inmates to spend quality time and socialize in a smart and safe way, but also can serve for decreasing common symptoms such as depression, stress, and anxiety, developing memory and logical thinking, improving concentration skills and imagination may foster their reintegration after their liberation. Chess inspires self-motivation, develops the capacity to foresee consequences and demonstrate the success, and that is a reward of hard work. To support and promote this line of work, the International Chess Federation and the Cook County Sheriff's Office in Chicago signed a cooperation agreement and launched the Chess for Freedom program. This project kicked off in May 2021 with an online conference and exhibition tournament with 4 participant countries. Then further on, in October, the first International Online Chess Championship for Prisoners was a much larger competition with the participation of tens of prisons, and that was held in 2021. We're in the 5th edition now in 2025, and one of the persons that's been here all the time pushing for this project is Dana Reizniece, and it's a pleasure for me to welcome Dana for a welcoming speech, Deputy Chair of FIDE Management Board, Grandmaster, and a volunteer in the Latvian Prison Administration.
Good afternoon, good evening across the world to all the participants, organizers and supporters of our 5th Intercontinental Online Chess Championship. It is my great honor to welcome you all once again in this very special year when we celebrate social chess in FIDE. When back in 2021, FIDE together with Cook County Sheriff's Office started the movement of chess in prisons. The idea was bold, to bring the chess board into the cells for the sake of education reintegration, resocialization. Over the years, this initiative has grown to a worldwide project with almost 60 countries and more than 130 teams participating this year. Why chess? Why now? Many reasons, and you know them even better than me myself, because chess teaches not only tactics and strategy, it teaches focus, resilience and consistency, because it sharpens mind, it gives the focus and allows to channel the energy in the constructive way, because chess gives hope, the hope that growth is possible, the hope that change is possible, that the hope that respect and dignity can be reclaimed. So many people behind the bars suffer from stress, from anxiety, from depressions, but over the years we've seen that chess is such a powerful tool that changes these emotions and changes lives. To all the participants, you are the heart of the event, so play with dignity, follow the fair play, make connections, support your teammates and make new friendships. You have impressed me, myself, also over this year, because I even have the experience of losing my first game in prisons in El Salvador. I'm looking to have other successful games for you and beautiful games here in this tournament. To all the supporters, officials and also our technical team, thank you for allowing to make this happen. I know how difficult it is to organize such a global event across the time zones, across geographies. You've made it, and we will have a wonderful, exciting event over a few following days. And I hope that this is another step in transforming lives all over the world for so many years ahead. So remember, every move matters, and let's make this world a better place together, using chess, using our connection, using our friendship and team spirit.
Thank you very much, Dana. In prisons, just as in broader society, the impact of sport and games can be far-reaching. The experiences referred above demonstrate that chess improves behavior, helping to reduce inmate violence and developing communication skills, while at the same time promoting positive use of leisure time. Chess also drastically improves the decision-making capabilities of a group of people that very often, due to a lack of opportunities and access to proper education, they have ended in jail after making a wrong choice in life. Besides, the game also positively impacts the inmate's overall health, fighting depression, stress, and anxiety, motivating them to change for the better, as we already mentioned before. This is the fifth event of the championship. The first championship was held in 2021 and was launched in conjunction with the International Day of Education in Prisons on October the 13th. And since then, we've always tried to make this event happen on these very special days. Look how the event has progressed over the years. In the first championship, 32 teams played from 31 countries, and Team Mongolia took first place. Already back then, the event highlighted the rehabilitative value of chess, with participation creating camaraderie and competition among all the global inmates. A year later, 2022, the event extended to 42 teams from 31 countries. Already 10 more teams came together to participate. This time, the Philippines team won the championship, and the tournament received praise for promoting international solidarity among inmates, and also served as a catalyst for introducing more chess programs in many other global prison systems. There was a big leap in the third edition in 2023. 85 teams. We doubled the event from 46 countries. Also, we introduced new categories. India won first place in the male and youth groups, the men's and youth groups, with Mongolia taking first place in the female group. Mongolia has been a top player in these tournaments, especially in the women's section. More and new countries, more participation, regions including Africa, Asia, Latin America, showcasing the global program's reach. We had many testimonials from prison administrators praising chess as a way to reduce violence, improve discipline, and encourage learning. I was there since 2022, and I've been helping to cover, along with the other members of the social team of FIDE and the County Cook, doing this coverage and talking to many of these institution prisoners and inmates and the teachers and the people behind the scenes. And you can really sense that this tournament is helping them push forward and get their programs out there in the open, and helping these inmates during their stay in prison and also after liberation. And last year, the 4th edition saw 115 teams from 51 countries, a big leap from the 85 previous teams. There were 3 groups in the women's section with 21 teams participating. The youth groups also were 3 with 17 teams participating. Youth in general, it's 16 and under. And in the men's groups, 10 groups of 77 teams participated. Now this year, we have new countries, but already last year, there were new countries that hadn't played before, such as Paraguay or Singapore, Lithuania, Namibia, and the British Virgin Islands, Iceland, and Kenya from Africa. And the winners last year were the United Arab Emirates. They took first place in the men's section. Mongolia took the women's section again for the 3rd year running, and India proved to be very strong for the 2nd year running, taking down the youth event. And now we arrive at the 5th edition this year, 2025. 135 teams participating from the 85 last year, an increase to 57 countries. We were 51 last year. 6 new countries coming through this year. Eswatini, Guyana, St. Kitts and Nevis. It'll be hard to me to find these teams on the map. Lesotho, Poland, and Aruba. Poland have been trying to get in for many years. Some minor problems have always prevented their participation, but finally we're seeing the Polish groups coming to play this year. We have 4 women groups with 26 teams, 4 youth groups with 20 teams, that's an increase of 25% from last year, and 10 men's groups with 89 teams. The protagonist of our final welcoming video is FIDE Social Commission Chair and also the Swiss Chess Federation President, Andre Vögtlin. An initiative by the International Chess Federation, the Social Commission use chess as a tool for social good, bring it to diverse communities like prisons, refugee camps, and elderly care homes. Throughout 2025, FIDE promotes projects that foster cognitive development, community building, and rehabilitation through a series of events, including the World Social Chess Initiative's marathon, conferences, storytelling challenges, and research initiatives. And last but not least, in a few days, the Chess Olympiad for people with disabilities will be organized in Kazakhstan, Astana, by the Social Chess and FIDE. 34 teams, more than 200 players. Andre, let's hear your welcoming speech, please.
Dear chess friends, I greet you here from Batumi, Georgia, and wish you a wonderful Chess for Freedom World Championship. We have 135 teams at the start from 57 countries. This is a record, and it's my pleasure to invite you for this wonderful event. I would like to greet also and thank Michael Corman, the project leader of Chess for Freedom, for his huge work for making this possible in all these countries, in these prisons. He is, with his team, the person who over years now has made this possible. I had the possibility this year to visit Dubai in UAE, the prison in Dubai, the champion of last year, and I would also like to say hello to them. All the best in this championship. We had, as a commission, the opportunity to visit also other prisons. We are highly impressed about your work, the trainings you do every week, and let's make this project for the future be successful. Have a great time, and I will follow this championship afterwards, after my stay here in Batumi, in Yerevan, with the team of Armenia, and it will be a great pleasure to see how your games are going. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you, Andre. And in a moment, we'll start analyzing the games and go over the different groups. But before we continue with that, I'd like to make a warm shout out to the organizers of the event, the FIDE and FIDE Social Commission, and the Cook County Sheriff Office. They've been there since the beginning. Also, this event takes place with the help, the huge help of all the arbiters, the fair play team, and the pairings officers. They're taking care of the event behind the scenes. Of course, the Chess for Freedom project key team, FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich, Chef Tom Darts, Dana Reizniece, Mikhail Koreman, Nebolsa Baraklik, Lazma Kokorechika, Anna Volkova, and of course Kema Gordieva. Without all of these people, none of this tournament would be at all possible. I'd also like to mention and greet the chess.com chess platform. They're helping us with the software in all the prisons around the world. And this has, as I said before, a global reach and needs to be coordinated. And chess.com give us huge support. Their main person here is Sotiris Logothitis, and I would like to thank him for his great effort here with this tournament. Of course, the broadcast team, headed by my colleague Andre, taking care of the broadcast, and Charlize and Angelica, they'll be here for the groups further on during the day and will entertain you all later on. Finally, of course, the appreciation to all the national federations who develop the program in their countries, the prisons that support the programs, the trainers, the coaches from the national federations who normally on a volunteer basis come and train and help out with the inmates in the prisons. So the games have begun. We're already in the first round. I thought that before we analyze one or two of the games, we could check out the composition of the groups, the different groups, which we can talk about to see which teams are playing in each of the groups. So, of course, this can be also checked out on the chess results page, where all the groups are featured with the names of the different teams. And each round, we can just increasingly see which team is progressing and winning most of the matches. So, as I said before, there are 10 groups in the men's section, groups 1 to 10, And this morning we'll be focusing on groups 01 and 02, which essentially are the groups made up of the teams from the Asian and Far East countries. We have Philippines, we have Kazakhstan, who have come to play with several teams. Mongolia has brought 3 teams to the open section. And also India is strongly present in these groups. Iran, of course, United Arab Emirates, which is the current winner. Singapore has brought 2 teams. And we have also 2 teams from Australia. These are Group 1 men, and in Group 2, the other 2 Indian teams, Kyrgyzstan, the second Australian teams, Merriwade and Macquarie, and the second Iran teams. So the men's group is basically composed of all these teams. A strong participation, highlighting the team from United Arab Emirates, the current winner. We have a women's group composed of 6 teams, the first group from Asia, with 2 teams from India, India 2 and India 3, 1 team from Mongolia, 1 team from Kyrgyzstan, 1 team from Kazakhstan, and 1 team from Iran. And of course, here the strongest team, at least the winners up to now, are of course the very strong Mongolia representative women's team. And finally, in the youth section, we have 1 group featuring teams from Kazakhstan, from Kyrgyzstan, from Mongolia, and 2 teams from India. And of course, we'll be going over some of the games of all of these teams, and I'll do my best to feature at least 1 of the games of each team in the broadcast during the morning. It's already 6:30 here in Spain. We're half an hour into the broadcast. We have the background of the event. We have the welcoming speeches. We know how the event is being run. So I think it's time to maybe pick up on 1 or 2 of the games and see how inmates are playing. So I'm going to go forward now to the first game in the screen. Now, just a reminder that we are checking games of inmates of very diverse and different strengths. So, of course, in the earlier rounds, in the qualifying stage, we will be having seeing games of different strength players, from complete beginners who are participating for the first time to stronger teams, even every now and then, maybe even a title player in one of the teams. So expect good play, but also we have to expect some blunders, which we may see every now and then. And of course, they're playing from their own prisons. We will be having videos and some photographs of the prisons, but generally always from the back. So we will be able to see them play from their computer screens. The game we have on the board now corresponds to the first board of the Philippines against the South Australia team. And this is board number 1. As all of you can see, we are already well into the 10-minute game. Australia is playing with black, first board, 8 minutes left of the 10 original minutes. And the Philippines C is playing with white. And already I'm looking at the position and seeing that black is clearly in control of the game. And we can already see these 2 bishops lined up heavily against the king. But at the same time, white is creating its own threats against black's king. And actually, black should be careful here, because 1 step in the wrong direction and it will be white who will do the checkmate on g7. There's a direct threat of a checkmate on the g7 square. So black has to be very careful, and before thinking of anything, it has to parry this mate. He's decided to do a sacrifice on the king, trying to bring out the opponent's king into the open. Now I think that king takes bishop will be a forced move. This is actually quite an interesting game. So I think we will do well to stay here. King takes. Let's see how the follow-up. I'm thinking that maybe this rook will want to come in. Yes, the two rooks, the bishop and the queen, are honing in on the king. And if the king goes back to the corner, already we have some ideas like rook to h2, and maybe at some point queen to c5, trying to deliver a checkmate. So let's stay here and see what happens. What's going to happen here? Where will that king go running off to? Will it go back to the corner, or maybe decide to come out into the center of the board? It's going to be hard to say. We'll see now. I think it actually has gone into the middle of the board. No, I think it's still thinking. I'm going to update the game just to, okay, here it is. So white is actually thinking of coming outside his castle king, or trying to keep safe here at the bottom. And I think white has played. But let's see if I can get the moves on the board. So what happened here? Oops, has there been a mistake here? So white did come out, black checked, and white ran back again. And it's black's turn to find the way to try and checkmate that white king before his opponent does his own checkmate here on g7. And it's not easy because they're under a lot of pressure to deliver a fine performance. f6 has been the move. This is interesting, but it does stop momentarily the attack. But the queen comes in, trying to find new ways to deliver a checkmate here. So let's go to the end. And we're waiting here for the black South Australia player to find a way of trying to deliver a checkmate here for black. One option could be to bring in again the rook to e2, and at some point black has to try and bring this queen to the attack on this long diagonal. As soon as we check and the king drops back to g1, the checkmate should be delivered. We're going to stay with this game, which is quite important. Now, queen to c3, I don't think this is the best move, because although the bishop has been eliminated, this does allow white to exchange off the rook on e1 and decrease the attack on the king. So I'm not totally sure that this was the best way to go. I think black should have played with the check on e2. We'll see what's going to happen now, but I think white has an opportunity to make a comeback as long as he eliminates the rook on e1. He did the check on h7, not the best move, but I think still in time to capture, or maybe even to do some sacrifice on f6. Let's see what his idea is. As I said before, this is board one of the Philippines-Australia match. The Philippines is playing with the white pieces, Australia with the black pieces, and the other three games of the match they are still being played. As soon as this one finishes, we'll go and check the other one. But I mean, anything can happen. Now there has been a comeback because the attack against the white king is decreased a lot, and actually black should have captured the rook And retreating with the bishop is now a big mistake because white suddenly has an extra piece. The knight is an extra piece for white, and now he brings his bishop in, trying to close in on the king and deliver checkmate. This is a very up and down game. Anything can happen in this position. I expect that both players are very nervous. They're defending the first board of their correctional facility, and it's the first game. A lot of nerves, and with nerves comes the mistakes. So one game has already finished in this match. The Philippines has won on time on board number 4, as you can all see here. White did have a checkmate on the next move, so black couldn't find the way to solve this checkmate and end up losing on time. And also on board 2, Philippines has also won, this time by checkmate. As you can see with the black pieces, all the pieces have gone to the center and checkmated the black king. So Philippines is 2-0 in this match. And for the moment, with some chances to win also on board number 1. Now, this is a mistake. Black can capture the knight with check and also threaten the rook on e1. Definitely this game is the most unbalanced game of the 4. I see that both players are quite decent club players, but due to nerves are making some mistakes in this game for sure. I think what black has decided to do is to keep the bishop protected by the pawn in the center. That makes sure that the black king is well defended, and he's going to just try and promote this pawn and get a new queen. Let's stay here and see if Philippines is able to score a 4-0 result. On the third board of the match, Philippines is also doing very well with a queen and 2 pawns against a rook and a pawn. So presumably this game will also be won by Philippines, and the team might make a clean sweep, winning all the games in this first match. Let's back to the first board. Black has delivered a check on g3. Now, if the king goes to the corner, queen to h2 will be checkmate. This is something that white should avoid. He went to f1. That's correct. Another check on h3, trying to push the king to a black square to be able to come in with the bishop. But we have to be careful here because white does have the queen and the rook lined up to e8. So black has to be certainly very careful not to allow the bishop to move and receive a checkmate on e8. That's the only danger I actually see for white here. This check is very good. Now if the king goes to d1, queen to d2 will be checkmate, supported by the pawn. This is actually a very good check. Let's see what white does. White is slightly lower on time. Went back to f1. And black, I think quite intelligently, decides to force the exchange of queens, because with the bishop on f4 and the pawn on c3, I have the feeling that this pawn can't be stopped. So what's going to happen now is that white's rook will most likely have to go to e2, and at some point, now this move here is very good, but also we could just push these pawns and get a new queen. So now I think the game is completely won for Australia. Let's see, king to f7. Even if these pawns weren't enough, we have another 3 pawns, bishop to e5, and all these pawns are going to go up with the king. We'll stay here to see the technique, but this is a completely won position for black. And it just seems that Philippines will take down the team of Australia, Yatala, probably with a 4-0 clean sweep. A check, the king will drop back. There you go. Pawns advance. The king could go to f5, but the fact is there's no real square for the rook to be able to enter the position and try and find some sort of checkmating resource. So I think as soon as these pawns reach the 6th rank, combined with the pawn on c3, one of these pawns will be able to get to the end, and I would have to sacrifice the rook. Maybe h4 now. Yes, h4 and h3. This looks very sensible. King to g4, king g6, using the king as well. Black's technique is quite good. Actually, it's quite good for the level of play we normally see here. This is quite very good technique. Now, bishop to f4 would be my move. Trying to put the bishop on d2, blockade the rook, and therefore promote the pawn on c3. But I think black is going another way. He's going to try and bring his king towards here. And this is also a very good way to win. Fine technique. Bishop here, 3 pawns protecting, and the king coming in. This is very good technique. King to f3, king to c4. King to e4, king to b3, chopping off this pawn here. Also, this is still a threat, can be executed at any moment. King takes pawn. Having done this for a few years already, I have noticed that different to club players, or more seasoned players, the inmates like to try and capture all the material of the opponent before promoting the pawns. I've seen this several times. Whereas more seasoned players will just go to try and get a queen, not try and capture all the material. We have a draw on the 3rd board. We'll go there afterwards because that was a winning position. Maybe there's been a stalemate there. We'll check this after, as soon as this game finishes. Two pawns on the 7th rank. The bishop will come here, or the king will come here. And we still have these pawns in reserve just in case. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I think he's going to lose on time. And the game finishes. So finally, Australia did take this game down. And on the 3rd board, as suspected, there was a draw by either move repetition or... Yep, this is actually quite surprising. Black couldn't find the way to bring his king nearer to do the checkmate because of stalemate, and had to acquiesce with a draw. That was okay for Philippines because they probably saw that they were losing on the 1st board and they wanted to make sure that the match would be won. So in this first match between the Philippines and Australia, the Philippines were the winners by 2.5, 1.5. And now we're going to jump over to the women's section and try and find a game of the women's section. Yes. See if I can find round 1. And I'm trying to find here the women's section. Let's see if I can see. Yep, so this is the men's group. And now I try and see if I can jump over to the women's. Let's see if there's a way of doing that here. And we're jumping to the women's. So now we're in the women's section, in the women's group, where, as I mentioned in the introduction, we have the Indian teams, Kazakhstan teams, Iran and India. All these four teams are playing. And I think that in this round, as there are 6 teams, but as far as I can see, only 4 teams are playing on this round. So maybe there's been some sort of a minor problem to start off with 1 or 2 of the teams. Of course, Mongolia is the favorite here. We'll be seeing them later on. But for the moment, the India-Kazakhstan teams of women are full-fledged into the match. Kazakhstan is winning by 1-0, and there are 3 games left. And on the board here is the first board, India first board against Kazakhstan first board, with India playing with white. Now, things are not looking good for the Indian player, but a huge mistake, and just on time, we are going to see possibly India make a huge comeback. And yes, after this amazing blunder by Black, the Kazakhstan player has just been checkmated. This is quite amazing. I mean, we just arrived here to see this. And as you can see, Black did have an extra queen, an extra knight, and a cautious player might have just moved the pawn to make an escape route for the king here. But instead, Kazakhstan played knight to f7, hoping to trap the rook here, and received the checkmate on the back rank. So this is a big blunder. But as I said before, we have to expect these blunders happening, especially in the first rounds of the qualifying stage. Now, towards the end, with the finals, these things will probably not happen with this level of frequency. Let's cross over to the second game. So it's 2-1 for Kazakhstan against India. So this game will decide if India will tie the match or eventually lose it. It does seem that India is on the way to a win with the extra queen, but as we've seen before, you can't really confirm a win at this level because we see stalemates constantly with these players. So let's stay here and see if Kazakhstan can hold with Black, or if India will promote a second queen and deliver the checkmate. Okay, so for the moment, India doing things correctly, going for the second queen. Now, if I was Kazakhstan here, I'd probably sacrifice my final pawn, get it off the board, because that would enable all sorts of stalemate possibilities. As long as the pawn is there, there isn't really so many stalemate possibilities. So here comes the first check. King has to go to g4, and now maybe a second check with the queen could be okay. For example, queen to c7 would have been a stalemate. So this check is also good. King to f4. Now maybe queen to f5, queen to g3. Queen to g3 would be checkmate already. Let's see if India finds this checkmate. She is taking her time. Queen to f5. Not the best move because the king can escape. But of course, with 2 queens, the game is still completely won. I do think we should bring this queen in. Very well played. And now we can do a ladder checkmate with queen to f2 and queen to b1. We're going to stay here and see this game finish, and then we'll check the youth teams. Okay, again, queen to d5 was checkmate. this check is not so good. But most likely now queen to f3 would be checkmate. But this is risky. As I said before, they're picking up all the pawns, and this king could be stalemated. So I think this is not the best technique by India. And finally, she did do the checkmate. So this match was finished with 2-2 score. And let's jump over to see one of the youth games. Youth group is India. So in the youth group, which might have started a bit later than the rest because I see they still have quite a bit of time. As I mentioned in the introduction, in the youth groups, in this Asian youth group, we have 2 teams from India, 1 team from Kazakhstan, 1 team from Kyrgyzstan, and 1 team from Mongolia. So there are 5 teams in the Asian youth 0-1 group. And already I can see the first board of India demonstrating very serious positional knowledge. The king is safely castled on the king's side. The 2 rooks are in the center, pressuring down on the center files, and 3 well-developed minor pieces, and a very decent, healthy pawn structure. Whereas white differently has the king in the center, damaged pawn structure, and absolutely no development. You can already see the difference of strength between the 2 players. Now, knight takes d pawn or bishop takes d pawn is most likely going to be the move, winning a central pawn. Knight takes d pawn, well played. As you can see, the rook on d8 is pressuring on the queen on the open file. So at some point, there could be already discovered attacks on the queen and the knight. Well, maybe not on b3 because queen takes b3, but certainly queen takes f3 check is a threat and the queen would be lost. So let's see how Kyrgyzstan is able to deal with these threats. And by the way, in this match, India has already won on boards 2, 3, and 4. So India will most likely win all 4 games in this match and start the group with a very strong performance. The move was played here. h4 doesn't make much sense. And knight takes f3 check. Very well played. The next move is checkmate. And by the way, if rook takes, then rook takes queen, followed by queen takes bishop. This is completely over. Let's stay here for a moment. Rook takes queen, check. Very good. King takes is forced. And queen takes e2 will be the most likely move. King to c1. And I just think that black will chop off the rook. And although he could try and do the checkmate, I suspect that most likely he'll just go for the rook and carry on attacking. There you go. Knight to d2, that's a good move, hitting the queen. Rook to e1 check, followed by queen to f5 is good. Queen to h1 is good. Queen to d3 is good. Bishop to e3, pinning the knight is also good. Several very good moves. As long as we don't drop the queen on f3, any move was good here. Rook 1, and now I think that, yeah, he just wants to eat up all the pawns. Now I think that India is actually enjoying the game, but this is understandable. At our level, in club players or international level play, we would normally go for the checkmate to finish the game as soon as possible, conserve energy for the next games. But I mean, these players are enjoying their moment of chess competition. He knows he's completely winning, so he wants to capture the pieces and enjoy the game, make it as much fun as possible. So this is actually quite understandable that instead of going for the checkmate, Black will try and pick up some more material. But this has its risks, of course. Rook to d1. Now we could pin or capture. Another pawn is dropping here on c4. But queen to f2 check. Picking up the rook was also very good. And I can see below, this is something I really enjoy seeing, we can see below the situation of the Indian teams. We can see either two inmates or maybe these are the teachers with the computers prepared for the games. And as I mentioned before in the introduction, we do have a very important group of fair play officers who are constantly checking the situation, not only of the moves to make sure there's no computers involved, but also they have direct access via video of the players in the correctional facility. So the fair play officers online, headed by FIDE's fair play team, can actually check each of the matches and make sure that the players are not receiving help from the rest of their teammates or teachers, and more importantly, not receiving help from any computer device that would give them a better way of defeating their opponents with the assistance of computers. This is very strictly controlled because we need to have a safe and secure environment to play the games. So now it's more or less, how long will India take to finish off this game? Now the other games are finished. On board 3, India won. Board 4, the game finished before, also on board 2. And we're just waiting for this pawn to promote and maybe get another ladder mate with the rook and the queen. Here we go. As there's still a pawn, there's no stalemate opportunities. This is called an under promotion, and a ladder mate will be seen here. It's very nice to promote a rook and to give checkmate. Let's see, will he finish the game off? Or, this is, now he's playing, I think he wants to give a checkmate with a knight. There you go, the ladder checkmate. Well done by India in the youth team. And they have just won their match against Kyrgyzstan. And it seems to me that this might be one of the adult men's facilities. So let's jump back to the men's group. We're still in round 1. And we'll go to the match between, here we are. We've jumped over to the men's group. As you can see in the video, I'm moving around inside the chess.com software, trying to pick up the games and bring you, as best as possible, some of the most interesting moments. And here we have the final game in the match between Mongolia A and Mongolia B, Mongolia 1 and 2. Generally, there is a convention when two teams of the same prison or two teams of the same country play together in the same group, they normally pair these teams in the first round. That makes a lot of sense because you want to make sure that there's no way that there could be some sort of collusion at the end of the tournament with the same teams of the same prison or the same country. Most of the teams are from different prisons around the country. So in this case, Mongolia 1 and Mongolia 2 are playing together in the first round of the men's group. So one of the two teams is winning by 3-1, and this would be the last game. And in this game also, the player from Mongolia is pushing heavily for the win with all his pieces very well situated for a direct attack on the king side. But black does have a lot of pieces in defense. So although white is much better, the game is still to be decided. And I do think that the player below, just underneath me here, is from one of the Mongolia facilities. Not sure if he's the player of our game. The pieces on his screen seem to be slightly differently posted on the screen, but he might be the same player. I'm not quite sure about that. But I do think this is Mongolia. And unless I'm mistaken, this is some sort of armor suit, maybe typical of the country. I'm going to try and check to see if this is the colors of the Mongolia flag. Yes, red and blue stripes with the yellow crown jewels on the left. So this is the Mongolia for sure flag, and therefore one of the Mongolia teams. So still picking up some material here. This pawn might drop in some combination. And also this is a pass pawn which could be useful in the future. We're still in the first round. As if I'm not mistaken, this is the last game of the first round of the men's group. And I think we might be having an interview very soon, which will be very nice. Let's see if our colleague can connect. And I think we might be having our first interview at any moment now. Looks like we might have an interview with Mr. Tom from Australia. Let's see if we can connect.
Hey, I can hear you.
Hello. Just a moment, please. So we're going to go for a very short break, and when we come back, we have our first guest here on the broadcast.
It's a game born over 1,500 years ago. A blend of risk and reward, strategy and skill. But now it's helping more and more players whose lives are far from black and white.
It's good for your mental health. It can be quite a dark place, isn't it? Just behind the door 23.5 hours a day. But I suppose if you've got something to concentrate on and, you know, something like this to come to and focus on, it's a good thing.
HMP Huel is home to more than 1,000 male inmates. The man in charge was keen to add his prison to a growing list of those playing chess.
When the men come into custody, to some extent, they've lost everything. So how do you start to rebuild that? And there's no doubt in my mind that chess can be a part of that. And we've seen so many examples of where the men have just flourished and thrived.
Ralph, how long has this project been running?
So about 2 years now, we've really seen much more chess happening in the prison. During COVID, it was one of the activities that we felt the men could do, despite all the restrictions.
Find it therapeutic, just clears your mind for a bit. Obviously, you have to concentrate on it. Jail, innit? You know what I'm saying? So, obviously, I haven't been sentenced to anything yet, so you do think about like what's going to happen and that. You know what I mean? It's nice to just get away from that.
Today's teacher is Carl Portman, who is playing 9 men simultaneously. Carl volunteers his time playing in a number of prisons.
Oh, there's a long way to go. I play my best chess when up against it, that's for sure.
One UK charity also runs clubs and say they've seen a big rise in demand. Chess in schools and communities first began organising regular games for just 2 prisons in 2018. The following year, this doubled to 4, and then became 10 in 2020. And while their numbers froze during COVID restrictions, this year it has risen again to 16.
I started this about 10 years ago, and I just went to the occasional prison here and there. Some people played, some didn't. It's not only blossomed here, but right across the world. There's now a World Online Prison Championship, of which HMP Huel were represented as England.
This annual tournament saw prisoners here playing online, taking on inmates in the Philippines, Mongolia, Ecuador, and 42 other countries around the world. In total, 85 teams entered, more than double the number of the year before. HMP Huel's permission to play was granted by the Ministry of Justice, who say playing chess trains players to think before they act, while providing transferable skills that can help them find a job so they don't commit further crimes when released.
I felt like I was out there living a normal life, so apart from these clothes, obviously. But if you lose your way out there, in here doing this, it can make you feel like you're normal, and you're not a criminal.
Matt Graveling, BBC News.
We're using the game of chess as a tool for reformation and rehabilitation. Working with the Malawi Prison Service.
I was very impressed with the results that they found. The chess helps incarceration population to stay away from the jails when they release. And that's what we're trying to replicate. We're trying to teach them how to use chess to change their lives.
The prisoner who is engaged in chess game is usually disciplined, and it doesn't cause a lot of problems with the management. And always when they are doing, chess is not a short-term game. Once they are engaged in a game, it takes time sometimes for a game to complete about 3 hours. In those 3 hours, that person concentrates on the game.
always tell them that they are in prison, they made a mistake, but they can still find a better thing inside prison that can help them when they are released from prison. So chess can help in decision making.
For the inmates in Malawi, chess program has a huge impact on their daily life in prison, but also after they're leaving the prison. So for example, they have the opportunity to start being a trainer and to get an income and to develop themselves after being in prison.
Basically, as a game, it means we are even going to reduce issues of violence inside the prisons, because they are most of the times busy. And that even participating in these games will be a motivation to them that they'll be able to travel from one prison to another to participate in these games.
Tikamasewera chess sitimakhalanso magroups ngati mmene anthu amangokhala mwina makambiranaso za upandu kapena zosokoneza zimene zinabweresa vuto kuti azapezeke malo ano, koma timakhala tikukambiranaso za nzeru zimene tikhoza kukapanga kunja.
Ndinachikazikitsa kuti ndizisewera chess, koma chess ndambosewera ndili ndende, komanso ndikatuluka ndikapitiriza. Komanso chess imatipangitsa kuti tiziganiza mozama, timaganiza wambiri, mwinanso kuposa anthu amene ali kunja.
Chess is more.
And we are back on the broadcast. Thank you to the FIDE broadcast team for those very interesting videos showcasing and highlighting all the initiatives that are done in the prisons all over the world. I'm very pleased to be joined now with the first guest in this year's broadcast, tuning in from Australia, down under, as they say. I'm pleased to be joined by Karan Tom Neuprositz. Tom, is that okay with you? From Australia. How is it going, Tom?
Very good, thank you. You can call me Tom. It's a lot easier.
Much easier. So Tom is Education Services Coordinator. He's an educator, a technologist, and an advocate for transformative learning. Tom started his career as a software developer and senior consultant in the corporate sector and transitioned into education, teaching subjects such as mathematics and games programming. He also coached a high school chess team 5 consecutive years in the Junior Chess League. But more importantly for us here, since 2017, Tom has worked at Macquarie Correctional Centre as Education Services Coordinator, where he's led innovative rehabilitation programs. And in 2023, he co-developed a successful literacy initiative, pairing learners with inmate tutors. Beyond academics, Tom supports creative rehabilitation through art and music. And if that was not enough in itself, in his spare time, he contributes to the global Minecraft plugin community. Tom, I mean, quite an unbelievable and long trajectory in all a big variety of different subjects. But here you're acting as the coach, trainer, director of the chess program in the center. We were saying before, your team is actually playing maybe a few rooms near you. Tell me about the current situation now there in your correctional facility with the team.
Yeah, they are a really good team. They run their own, competition, local competitions to get the team, and they can just sort out the rank in there. And we just do normal, traditional, like a chess club things. We put the best player in our board 1, 2, 3, 4, just exactly like that. So, and the guys like it because they like the routine and the easy way to sorting out, and it's fair.
Yeah. Do you have someone coming in from the outside to do the chess program, or Do they train during the week, or they just play games by themselves? What sort of dynamic do you have in the prison for your players?
They play with each other,
Yep.
and not necessarily in the team that we have at the moment, but on the weekend we run a chess club.
Okay.
So anyone can actually come and play. During the week, they have a more limited access to each other, so they play with other people. And Macquarie is a bit different from other center. We are maximum security, but we don't have cells. So so everybody live in a dorm style.
Okay.
Everyone has his own cubicle.
I understand.
And
But
then they just share. Yeah.
so, did I understand correctly when you say that in the chess club on the weekends, anyone can participate, but you're referring to people inside the facility, not people coming outside to join the activity from outside?
No, it is maximum security, so no one can come in.
Do you have here in Spain, for example, some of the prisons, not all of them, of course, but some of them, they can leave the prison on the weekends and participate in the Federated Chess League here in Spain, in Catalonia. So, and even participate in some of the open tournaments. Is that permitted in your correctional?
No, it's not possible because of our particular center. Everyone's here classified as maximum security.
I understand.
So you can't actually get outside.
Of course. Approximately how many inmates practice regularly chess in the facility?
It's hard to tell, but I would guess there's about 50% that know how to play. A little bit, knows the rule.
Of course.
But you wouldn't call it, club level play or anything like that. But they enjoy the game.
That's a lot. Okay, that's a lot. So I wanted to ask you a couple of questions regarding your career and the transition to the chess part in the prison. So you started your career in software developing and consulting, but what motivated your shift from the corporate world outside to education, and what challenges did you face transitioning from high-level corporate roles into teaching inside the education correctional, the two worlds? Give me a sense of what happened there.
Yeah, quite different. But I think started off from my own motive, because at that time, my wife just expecting the first child that we have.
Okay.
And because of my career in the past, I had to travel quite a lot.
Yes.
So, and Australia and Europe is quite far away. So I'm away all the time. So I thought, that's it. So I went to see my boss and said, I'm not flying to Europe anymore, So he said, sure, you can, stay at home. I think it was nice, but it turned out he flying me all over Australia instead. So we have to make a decision what to do. With the skill I have, it's very difficult to do something else at the time, I thought. So I thought, well, what is the noble thing to do? So I thought, maybe try teaching. So I did an extra degree in teaching because of my other career and the degree I had before. So it's not that difficult to transition into the teaching career. So, and I started teaching in the high school.
Exactly, because you were teaching 5 years in the high school chess team. And I had a question on that specifically. What role do you think chess plays in education and personal development in the high school, but also what you've seen, what chess has done in the facility specifically? What can you tell us about your experience there?
I would say it's actually quite similar. The high school and the the correctional center, the setting is very similar. If you forget about all the login and stuff like that.
Mhm.
They're still the same people, wanting to have hope, and they can see the future. And
Mhm.
sometimes, they can be a bit inside themselves, and then it's hard to see further sometimes
Yeah.
because whoever you are hanging out with.
Yeah.
And so I think chess, in a way, it's actually not teaching as such. It's build. It's actually it help you build the focus and discipline
Mhm.
in any setting.
Mhm.
So it could be difficult, but if you have someone along with you and you start enjoying hanging out with friends, you will learn something like patience, strategic thinking, maybe some emotional control,
Mhm.
and be a bit more pro-social. These skills, I don't think it's just valuable inside correctional center. I think it's incredibly valuable in any settings.
Yeah, they're also transversal skills. They apply both to the kids, but also to the adults. This is my fourth year doing the commentary. And I've already talked to several officers, but also to some inmates, and all of them highlight the idea that there's improvement in emotional control of the inmates who play chess. Of course, not all over. I mean, there's different circumstances, but in your view, how do they take it when they lose a game or they win a game? Do you notice an improvement over the months in their emotional control by playing chess, different to other inmates who don't play chess? Do you notice anything there?
Yeah, absolutely. I can actually see the guy who, when you were asking, do I notice it? Yes, because when we lose a game, we usually upset and not happy, right? But they can just having a reaction very quickly.
Mhm.
But the thing about this guy is those that actually play chess, they they can let it go
Yeah.
very quickly. That's the thing. You can just let it go because especially if you play a few games one after the others, you learn very quickly. If you continue to think about the loss in the first game or the one in the first game,
Mhm.
your second game will be different.
Mhm.
So people learn how to let go. Let go. The past is the past. Now is a different one. I can make a difference. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it's something that always sort of amazes me, the way the game that we all love has all these different qualities, apart from just being a simple board game. Not all the different board games have these other qualities. So I have a question here. What misconceptions do people often have about education inside correctional settings? Could you give me an idea what when you talk to other people outside the prison about what you do, what's the typical misconceptions they have about the education in the prison, with the difference doing it outside?
I think I can categorize them into two ways. Sometimes people think about education in correctional center as trying to correct people, you know, and like having a criminogenic program, for example.
Yeah.
We try to fix people and tell people, hey, that's good, this is not good, and you should try to do this and that. But that's the first categories. The second category is more like, you know, the traits and learning how to read, how to write skills, and that sort of thing. Which I think those kind of things people are really interested in because what I know, that I might not be right, but that's what I know from the guys is career is important for them. When they're out there, they always think about two things that they told me. I want to find a job. I
Yeah.
want to have a stable house. If I only have that two things, I'm good. Yeah, and the misconception usually, sometimes people think that everyone in jail are very low level educated, don't know the stuff, and being bad and
Yep.
doing it, try to be selfish and all that. I mean, look, people make mistake. I'm not defending the thing that people done wrong, but I'm not here to judge. They're all being judged already by the judge.
Yeah.
I'm here to make sure that when they come out, they can choose to be whatever they want to be.
Tom, of the players in the team, the better players of the correctional, would you say most of them already knew how to play decently before being judged and coming into the center, or do you think, or do you know if they improved inside the facility? I'm sure there's one or two of them who learned to play inside, but did you get players coming in who are already decent from the outside? How did this work?
I wouldn't say that great. Most of them that in my team anyway, they improve heavily on the
Inside.
inside. Yep, definitely.
And then my follow-up question here, because different facilities have different rules on this question. Do you get some magazines, some chess books? Can you use the computers? Can they use the computers during the week to practice their skills, or they just use some normal chess boards and at certain moments during the day? What can they do chess-wise inside the facility?
At the moment, what the guys are doing, he just read some chess book, sometime do a few research on that, and try to follow the good games.
Okay.
And they usually the good one that improve quite a lot. They actually team up about 2 or 3 people together, and they play a certain game that the master are playing, and they're looking at it like, I wouldn't have thought about this. But not just that, they actually talk to each other. I think that's the aspect that is really good.
Yes.
They don't have access to computer.
Okay, they can't practice during. They can only use the computer when they are
doing the competition now.
I understand.
Yeah, there are times that they get a chance to under supervision to do a little bit of learning, but not much on the analysis at chess.com did and all that. Actually, when it comes to that, I like to boast a little bit about one of the guy in our team right now, because they don't have access to computer. And this guy doesn't know how to code, but with my background, so I actually show him a little bit of things. But to his credit, he learned it himself. I can tell you that. And then, so I put a challenge on him and said, look, we got this LMS, the learning management system, but I don't have this chess viewer program. I can put the games for you if you write this software.
Yes. Okay. So you put a challenge for him. Okay. That's good.
I put it up to him, and 2 months later, the thing on chess.com that it's looked like that, he did it, and I can put the chess record of any games.
Okay.
And they can actually view it on the learning management system.
Oh,
As a matter of fact, our last tournament when we play, we put that in there, so they can actually view it. They don't have access to the internet. They have to rely on that.
Yep.
And after that, they were asking, can we put some, partial games or, the tactics or openings, so they can just go and look at it themselves.
Yeah.
Thanks to that guy. He's playing bot 1 right now.
That's very good. I was actually I was watching some of the games before, and we'll probably go through one of the 2 of the games in the broadcast later on. Do the other inmates who don't participate in the tournament, do they sort of cheer on the chess guys? Do they ask about if they've won, if they've lost? how they're doing in the tournament. Are there some dynamics there as well, or is it something very specific, closed in, and the rest of the facility don't really know what's happening on the chess part? How does that work?
They know about it, but not everyone enthusiastic about chess. But of course, but those that know about it, they're very supportive to each other. At Macquarie, we build a culture that it's more like, it's hard to say unless you actually see it. We build a community as such.
I understand.
Yeah.
Because in some of the other years, some of the other facilities, other prisons, I got the sense talking to some of the inmates, I got the sense that it was like they had sort of a heavy responsibility on their shoulders because they were sort of like they were performing not for themselves and their games, but they were actually performing for the prison against other prisons and other countries. So there was a sort of like camaraderie there.
That's how they feel.
That's what I got the sense. But I suppose
that's how they feel.
Okay. So, what advice would you give to others if they watch this broadcast and they listen to the interview? Is there anything you would say to them if they're in the same job you're doing, other educators, experiences you've had that you can transfer to other people in the same situation? What advice would you give them?
I said, give it a go. Really, it might seem like, you hear the word online, it would definitely raise some eyebrow to the correctional center administrator, but we're lucky we have people who want to support all these. Our governor and our manager of the industry are very forward thinking, and if you just bring it to them, they will just, okay, let's see how it goes. Just make sure everything's safe and that sort of thing. You might be surprised, those that in my situation and want to start it up. Just give it a go and see what you need. Then have a chat with your administrator, talk to the governor, and see what they think.
But is it difficult to convince the governors of the facility to allow the inmates to be able to play on the computer with internet connection? Is it what sorts of security problems I'm missing there? For me, from the outside, it doesn't seem such a big deal, but is it a big deal to be able to?
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's in the policy.
Okay.
It is within the policy about access to the internet. Yeah.
Okay.
So you need to be full on supervised, and also you have to check it very carefully who should be okay to access. It could bring anything about it. You could bring a trauma out of the person as well if you look in terms of the inmates themselves, and you could also entice the inmate who usually wouldn't do the wrong thing, might be tempted to do some wrong thing. So it could be many ways. So you should have to think carefully. Yeah.
Of course, from the outside, we use internet every day, as you do as well. Obviously, when you're so it's difficult for us to fathom the idea that could be such a problem. So, as far as I'm understanding, outside the chess program, when they're competing under supervision, inmates don't have access generally to internet or computers. So they don't really know what's happening outside unless they get this information through their families when they come to visit, things like that.
No, not totally true on that. They have access to, they have TV, they have, they can have a access by doing the visit with the family.
Okay.
Yeah, especially if you have a family who can't come to the facility, they can book an online visit.
Oh, okay. So as long as it's under supervision, it's all good. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to. It's just something that, from the outside, it's to understand better how the inmates can practice and compete with the internet connection or without the internet connection. Can they play computer games without internet connection against other players or between themselves, or it's all on the physical boards then, or on chess boards?
Usually is. Yep. They can't. They're not supposed to do it on a network as such.
Okay. Okay.
If there's a network, so it's a no. You can do if there is a chess already on the computer, then that's okay.
Okay, I understand. I understand.
But you wouldn't get the benefit of analysis and stuff like that.
Of course. What other board games do you have do they normally play? Any other board, or do they use the chessboard for other games as well, like checkers or
Yeah, there are all sort of thing. It's not just that. There are more, and like I said at Macquarie, we have the IPTV in each cubicle.
Okay.
So people can access some existing games or games that's provided. They can also watch the usual, the movie, watch the news, or study. We also have learning management system.
Good.
And inmate at Macquarie also participate in so many type of studies as well. We got university students here. We got all sort of thing, and they also do the work as well. They have a job to go to the workshop and work. Yeah.
My final question, Tom. With other prisons in other years, we have found out that some of the inmates, when they finish their period of time in the prison, and when they leave, they've not only carried on practicing chess outside, but some of them have even gone on to become teachers and use the chess that they learned inside as a pathway to a job and better improvement outside. Do you envision this happening to any of your current inmates?
I can't see my team are doing that, but I can see my team using the skill they have learned here to do some other job outside.
That's very. But for me, at least from the outside, that's one of the things that I most appreciate, because I loved chess since I was young, and I really see that when someone learns a new skill, it's something that has a meaningful for them, and then they can carry on doing this outside. It seems as that something that's really one of the keys of education. At least that's from my perspective from the outside.
But I believe you're right, but all these skills that you mentioned are transferable. All the pro-social thing, the emotional control, patience, ability to let go. And I think that one in particular, that chess in our correctional center anyway, the guys develop that letting go ability that is so important.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna pick I can see them use those stuff in their job. Yeah.
I'm going to pick up on that. And on behalf of FIDE, on behalf of chess.com, our social programs, all the initiatives, we really like to thank you, not only for bringing the teams to the event, but for connecting today and giving us your perspective and your insights on chess in prisons and specifically in Australia. Tom, it's been a pleasure, and thanks a lot for coming. And good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tom.
Bye.
That was Tom from Australia, Karan Tom Neuposit from Australia, Education Services Coordinator in the Macquarie Correctional Centre. A very inspiring interview where we got to understand more about his work over there and how the prison develops the chess program in the correctional, and especially what he was saying at the end, how some of the inmates learn how to let go when they lose a game and move on to the next thing. I'm sure these skills can be transferred to their day-to-day running in the prison. So let's get back to the games. Let's move on from the interview. And now we are back in the playing section, and we have on the board, I'm going to pick up the match between Australia and Emirates. This one has finished with a clean sweep for Emirates, 4-0. So I'm going to go down the list. We're actually finishing right now the second round of the tournament. We're actually between rounds now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and pick up one of the games of one of the new teams and just go over it for all you guys so you can see what happened in the last round, and we'll wait for the third round to start in a moment. So for example, in the previous round, the second round, there was a game between, let's check here, between South Australia, where Tom's correctional facility is, against the Emirates. In the first board, it was a clean sweep for Emirates. Let's check out this last game. So Australia was playing with the white pieces and opened with the famous London system, a very solid system, easy to learn. Here, this knight jump tries to do a check supported by the bishop, and black spotted it and parried the attack. Both players developed. You can already see that both white has a good understanding of opening, and black also has a good understanding of the opening, development of pieces, a very quick castle. That's why they're playing for the first board. The white went to exchange the bishop, which is a correct idea. And meanwhile, black breaks open the center. Both players playing very well. This, according to the engine, might be a mistake. The knight has to jump back. And both players attacking. Black attacking more on the queen side and winning the center pawn. White attacking more on the king side. But black is in control here with the extra pawn. Exchange of knights. And as you can all see, the pawn mass is coming forward. This is very strong. Here, some of the players in the prisons don't fully understand the capture en passant, which would be if black would decide to capture this pawn, specifically at this moment, there is the capture en passant with pawn takes pawn. It's hard to say if black, I think by his level, he should understand it. Maybe he didn't want to face this attack on the queen and the bishop. So well played, avoiding the en passant here. He brought his knights, went on to the attack. And although there are some mistakes, black is bringing all his pieces to the king side. And now lines up the bishop and the queen on the long diagonal. Might be able to sacrifice this pawn to bring in the queen. This is a nice break in the center, taking advantage of the pin here. And clearly black is dominating the game. Capturing pawns. And now there's a fantastic checkmate here on the back rank. So this was actually a very powerful game by the first board of United Arab Emirates. And now what we're going to do is try and open up a game from the youth team. So here we're in the open team. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and open up the youth team. Let's see if I can do this here. So the women's group. I'm going to try and open up the different groups here. This would be the youth. So we have the youth, we have the women, and we have the men's group. Now the men's group, already they're on to round number 3. But as we're waiting for the men's group to start in group number 3, in round number 3, The women's group, they are currently also just started round number 3. And the youth group, they are finishing round number 2. There are still some games of round number 2 being played. And more specifically, in the youth group, we have the last game between the match which pairs Kyrgyzstan with India. This is the youth group. As I said before, the youth facilities normally are for persons under the age of 16 years old. So they have different rules and regulations as the men's adult facilities, and therefore in the second and third year of this event, we created a tournament just for the youth facilities. Already we have 4 groups. That's a lot of teams, and they're split up all over the world, and we're focusing on the Asian part now. As you can see below, we have the video images of the match. This is Kyrgyzstan against India. Now, this match is already going very well for India. They've won 3 of the 4 games, and on the board now we have the 4th game in play, which is board number 2. India is playing with the white pieces. Kyrgyzstan is playing with the black pieces. Let's try and understand what's happening. The last move of India was pawn to a3, and the knight dropped back. So Kyrgyzstan, the kid clearly understands he must protect his pieces and drop back when he's facing an attack. And now the thing is, the pawn on d5 is very weak and is under attack by 2 pieces. So I'm thinking that maybe white will decide to capture that pawn. So let's wait for a moment and see if this works. This game had to start later than the others because the other 3 games are finished quite a while ago. So most likely this game, there was some technical problem and it started later. Let's just stay here and see how India decides to progress. I'm thinking maybe knight takes the pawn is the best move, because then we would prepare a discovered attack on the king. Let's see what he decides to do. And while he's thinking about that, I'm going to check the standings in the groups and update you on how things are going. So on the first round of the youth group, there was wins by both Indian teams. They defeated Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan by 4-0. So in the youth group, Indian teams are doing very well. In the women's group, after 2 rounds, the Mongolia team, as I recall, they are the winners. They won both matches against Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan by 4-0. And then in second and third place, we have India and Iran, who also have won their matches. India has defeated the other India team by 2.5 to 1.5, and a tie with the Kazakhstan team. So in the women's team, in the women's group, Mongolia is doing very well and will be the favorite to qualify. And in the men's first group, for the moment, the current winners, United Arab Emirates, are leading after 2 rounds. They've defeated Australia Yatala by 4-0, and they defeated Iran by 3-1. And there is a tie for second place between India 1 and Mongolia 1 on 6 points. So in the first group of the men, it's still unclear. And a reminder, two teams qualified to the next stage from each of the groups. And in group 2 of the men's, Iran is leading with 8 points, having scored 4-0 against Australia Macquarie, which is Tom's team, and also 4-0 against Kyrgyzstan. However, in this group, there are still some results to be updated. So let's see what happened back in the game. He did capture with the knight. And this is a big mistake because black really had to put the king out of the range of the bishop. He didn't. And after knight takes e7, there is a check with 2 pieces. This is called a double check. And when the king faces a double check, it's forced to move away. You can't block and you can't capture any of the 2 pieces because there are 2 pieces giving check. So the king has to move away. And by capturing the bishop, we hit the queen, which means that even if we lose our queen, we win the queen of the opponent. Pawn takes, queen to c4, putting pressure on these squares here, rook to b8. And now I think that f5 would be very good, threatening the knight. That was played. And now black is in big trouble because the knight is threat by the bishop. And if the knight captures the pawn, then the queen goes to f7 with checkmate. So black is under big, heavy pressure now. Let's see how black decides to face this threat. It's not easy. He captured with the pawn, but now the bishop will capture the knight with check. And I'm under the impression that this game could end very soon, extremely soon. The king hardly has anywhere to go. Has to come towards the center. Queen to f7 is good. Queen to c5 is good. And also bringing a rook to e1 is also very good. So there are several ways to proceed here. Let's stay with this game and see how white decides to attack the king. Now this is interesting because by attacking the rook, we also cut off the king to run to the queen side. This is advanced strategy. The idea would be to bring the rook and then to catch the king in the middle of the board. It's very, very interesting. Now, what is black going to do here? The rook is under attack. The king is under attack. Black has no pawns to protect his king. All white's pieces are coming down on the king. It's very, very difficult to defend this position. Very, very difficult. It seems to me that India is going to do a 4-0 again. This is quite decent. Eliminate the bishop at least to prevent the queen giving checkmate. And now rook to e1, intermediate move. This is very strong, very strong. The king has to go to d7 because if it drops back to f8, then bishop to h6 is checkmate. Very well played by the Indian team. Of course, India's crushing it. World champion Gukesh D. 2 or 3 of the best 10 players in the world are Indians. Erigaisi, Prananda, Vidit, current Olympiad champions in both men's open and women's categories. I mean, Divya Desmukh, winner of the Women's World Cup. And if that wasn't enough, in 2 weeks' time, 200 of the best players in the world fly to Goa in India for the Open World Cup. I mean, India is crushing it. And now the king dropped back and bishop to h6 was checkmate. So very well played by the Indian youth team here. Excellently played. Okay, let's drop back to the women's category. And here we're in the middle of the third round. And I have in the women's category the match, a top level match between Mongolia and the other Indian team. So this is the, that was an encouraging photo of some of the players with their, it seems that these guys even have jackets with a sponsor behind. So this is very encouraging to get some local company to sponsor the team with t-shirts and tracksuits and things like that. That's very encouraging. So now we are on the Mongolia India board. This match of the third round is of the women's championship, and Mongolia is winning the match by 3-0. This is the final game of the match, and it will all depend on this game if Mongolia is able to win with a clean sweep the 4 games and keep pushing forward. Mongolia is the current 2024 winners of the women's event and has been winning for the last 3 years. So very clearly, Mongolia is a powerhouse in women's prison chess, but also Mongolia has also always been very strong in general in women's chess, so that must transfer obviously also to the sector in the prisons. This is a very nice photograph of the players. As you can all see, the 4 players are still sitting down. The other 3 have finished, but they are still encouraging the first board who is playing. I think this is a fixed photo and not a video stream because they don't seem to move. But I'm not. No. This is actually a video. So there, I can see the pieces moving on the chessboard. Fantastic, fantastic stuff. And the game has progressed to the end, where, as you can see, both on the screen but also below, you can see the first board of Mongolia. She has the exact position on her monitor on a computer, and she's just trying to give the checkmate, whereas India is holding. But yes, the checkmate was done. Let's stay here for a moment and see if the rest of the team congratulate their first board for the win. Let's stay here for a moment. That's the win. Yes. That was very nice. That was very nice. As you can see, at the end of the video, the player was very happy to have scored her win. And this is the Iran team and the Iran women's team with all 3 players in front of their computers, enjoying their moment in this event. I think they are all 3 of them prepared to start. And I'm going to try and find this game. Let's see if I'm lucky. Yeah, I do think that one of the games between India and Iran is still being played. Yep, here we are. This is India against Iran, and we have the Iran players, the women's team on the screen. And although they don't seem to be playing, there is one game still being in contention. So maybe this video corresponds to an earlier moment of the match. So the match is going 1-1. India won on board 2. Iran prevailed on board 3. These are three players for each team in the women's category. And this is board 1. And we can already see that White has developed the London system very correctly. 2 active bishops, the queen on b3, pressuring the queen side. And White is prepared to castle on the king side or on the queen side. Black is also playing okay, but has lost the pawn. At some point, she dropped her e pawn, and also this h5 move, a bit weird. The bishop, undeveloped, also slightly weird. So it seems to me that here, India has a better player than Iran on board 1. And we are going for the break after the first 2 hours of broadcast, and we'll be coming back very soon with more interviews, more games, more action here in the fifth Intercontinental Championship for prisoners. See you soon.
Everyone deserves a second chance. That's what we believe at Indian Oil. Instead of being held hostage to past mistakes, we believe that prison inmates can become productive members of society. Our esteemed chairman, Mr. Srikant Madhav Vaidya, had visited Chanchalguda prison at Hyderabad and saw sports as a means to elevate the lives of the inmates. With this belief, Indian Oil's Parivartan Prison to Pride was launched on August 15, 2021 under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebration. The initiative reflects Indian Oil's core value, care, to help prison inmates and juveniles build a better life through sports coaching by Indian Oil's sportspersons, including international badminton players Abhin Shyam Gupta, S. Arun Vishnu, Yasil Ismail, Grandmaster and Indian women chess team coach Abhijit Kunte, women Grandmaster Padmini Raut, international tennis player Rashmi Chakravarti, renowned carom player Ramesh Babu and Srinivas, and international hockey player Kamlesh Parihar. Across 4 phases, more than 2,900 inmates were provided with sports coaching from 52 prisons across 28 state and 8 union territories under the initiative. Basketball, badminton, chess, volleyball, tennis, table tennis, kho-kho, and carom were identified as sports that need mental as well as physical agility, giving an opportunity to excel to hundreds of prisoners so far. Indian Oil has commissioned retail outlets in prison premises, catering to public. 30 of these retail outlets employ ex- and serving prison inmates as customer attendants, providing excellent service and living a life of dignity. Parivartan celebrated a moment of triumph when the initiative was recognized by World Chess Federation (FIDE) during prestigious Chess Olympiad 2022 at Chennai. Parivartan's Katak team played an exhibition match with Chicago under Chess for Freedom initiative. In fact, inmates from Yerwada prison, Pune, won bronze medal in Intercontinental Chess for Freedom, an online chess championship for prisoners from 46 countries, and the latest in the series, launched this 26th January, is perhaps the best of them all. Indian Oil presents Nai Disha, Smile for Juvenile program for the mental and physical developments of kids across India's 3 largest juvenile facilities. Apart from coaching, equipment and kits are also provided to participants, with care at the core of all our endeavors. The journey to a better tomorrow goes on. Parivartan, Prison to Pride helps us re-energize lives as we live our motto of being the energy of India.
We're using the game of chess as a tool for reformation and rehabilitation, working with the Malawi Prison Service.
I was very impressed with the results that they found. The chess helps incarceration population to stay away from the jails when they release. And that's what we're trying to replicate. We're trying to teach them how to use chess to change their lives.
The prisoner who is engaged in chess game is usually disciplined, and it doesn't cause a lot of problems with the management. And always when they are doing, chess is not a short-term game. Once they are engaged in a game, it takes time sometimes for a game to complete about 3 hours. In those 3 hours, that person concentrates on the game.
Always tell them that they are in prison, they made a mistake, but they can still find a better thing inside prison that can help them when they are released from prison. So chess can help in decision making.
For the inmates in Malawi, chess program has a huge impact on their daily life in prison, but also after they're leaving the prison. So for example, they have the opportunity to start being a trainer and to get an income and to develop themselves after being in prison.
Basically, as a game, it means we are even going to reduce issues of violence inside the prisons, because they are most of the times busy. And that even participating in these games will be a motivation to them, that they'll be able to travel from one prison to another to participate in these games.
Tikamasewera chesi sitimakaso magroups ngati mmene anthu amangokhala mwina makambiranaso za upandu kapena zosokoneza zimene zinabweresa vuto kuti azapezeke malo ano, koma timakhala tikukambiranaso za nzeru zimene tikhoza kukapanga kunja.
Ndinachikazikitsa kuti ndilisewera chesi, koma chesi ndambosewera ndili ndende, komanso ndikatuluka ndikapitiriza. Komanso chesi imatipangitsa kuti tiziganiza mozama, timaganiza wambiri, mwinanso kuposa anthu amene ali kunja.
It's a game born over 1,500 years ago. A blend of risk and reward, strategy and skill. But now it's helping more and more players whose lives are far from black and white.
It's good for your mental health. It can be quite a dark place, isn't it? Just behind the door 23.5 hours a day. But I suppose if you've got something to concentrate on and, something like this to come to and focus on, it's a good thing.
HMP Huel is home to more than 1,000 male inmates. The man in charge was keen to add his prison to a growing list of those playing chess.
When the men come into custody, to some extent, they've lost everything. So how do you start to rebuild that? And there's no doubt in my mind that chess can be a part of that. And we've seen so many examples of where the men have just flourished and thrived.
Ralph, how long has this project been running?
So about 2 years now. We've really seen much more chess happening in the prison. During COVID, it was one of the activities that we felt the men could do, despite all the restrictions.
Find it therapeutic, just clears your mind for a bit. Obviously, you have to concentrate on it. Jail, innit? You know what I'm saying? So, obviously, I haven't been sentenced or anything yet. So, you do think about like what's going to happen and that. You know what I mean? It's nice to just get away from that.
Today's teacher is Carl Portman, who is playing 9 men simultaneously. Carl volunteers his time playing in a number of prisons.
Oh, there's a long way to go. I play my best chess when up against it, that's for sure.
One UK charity also runs clubs and say they've seen a big rise in demand. Chess in schools and communities first began organising regular games for just 2 prisons in 2018. The following year this doubled to 4 and then became 10 in 2020. And while their numbers froze during COVID restrictions, this year it has risen again to 16.
I started this about 10 years ago and I just went to the occasional prison here and there. Some people played, some didn't. It's not only blossomed here, but right across the world. There's now a World Online Prison Championship, of which HMP Huel were represented as England.
This annual tournament saw prisoners here playing online, taking on inmates in the Philippines, Mongolia, Ecuador, and 42 other countries around the world. In total, 85 teams entered, more than double the number of the year before. HMP Huel's permission to play was granted by the Ministry of Justice, who say playing chess trains players to think before they act, while providing transferable skills that can help them find a job so they don't commit further crimes when released.
I felt like I was out there living a normal life, like, so apart from these clothes, obviously. But if you lose your way out there, in here doing this, it can make you feel like you're normal, you know, and you're not a criminal.
Matt Graveling, BBC News.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Focus, discipline, empowerment. From October 14 to 16, the 5th FIDE Intercontinental Championship for Prisoners unites teams from more than 50 countries in an online competition. With record participation, inspiring stories, and a global stage, this year's event once again proves that the 64 squares can transform lives, no matter the circumstances. Join the broadcast live on the FIDE YouTube channel.
And we're back after this brief break. Thank you, Andre, for your help with the broadcast, and again taking advantage to shout out a warm greeting and thankful appreciation to everyone who is helping us and helping FIDE to make this event one year after another. And as a reminder, I'd like to thank the Cook County Sheriff Office, Tom Darts. From the beginning, they've been a powerhouse in making this event happen. Also, a thanks and appreciation to all the arbiters, Fair Play team and pairings officers, the Chess for Freedom Project key team with Arkady Dvorkovich, Chef Tom Darts, Dana Reizniece, Michael Koreman, Nebolca Baralik, Lazma Kokorechika, Anna Volkova, and Kema Gorieva. All these people are working relentlessly and tirelessly behind the scenes to coordinate 135 teams. I mean, this is a big deal. This morning, we're only focusing on the Asian part of the tournament, but you have the European part, the African part, the South American part, the North American part. There's a huge amount of countries and teams. They all need to be coordinated. They all need to be controlled. Many arbiters, many fair play regulators and controllers. It's a big thing. It's not a small thing. It's something that's going on during the whole year to make sure these 3 days of competition are working properly. Of course, without chess.com and their software, with our colleague Sotidis Lokatetis, this wouldn't have been possible either. We do need a potent, a strong chess platform to gather all the players at the same time and make sure the tournament happens without any delays and any major bugs or mistakes. A shout out to Charlize and Angelica, my two colleagues, wonderful colleagues. I've worked with both of them for many tournaments, both live and online, and I always have a great time, and they're very professional and do magnificent commentating. So they will be here in a while. Angelica will be taking over the European segment, which starts in about 3 hours, with her interviews, with her analysis of the games. She's a very strong player. She plays in the Bundesliga, so she's very good as well. And of course, Charlize, our wonderful star presentator and interviewer, and she'll be taking care of the evening teams, which will be basically the African and South American encounters. Of course, if we didn't have the federations of each country controlling the programs of the prisons, this wouldn't be possible either. So appreciation to the national federations. They are developing the programs in their countries, supporting the trainers and coaches. And many of these coaches actually work on a volunteer basis. Some of them do have some payments, but most of them actually go to the prisons on a volunteer basis. And this is not easy at all. You have to travel to the prison, go through all the controls, and teach people who are in the prison for different reasons, for mistakes they've made in their lives, and they're using chess as a way to learn new skills and deal with the day-to-day prison life. So this is very, very good stuff. And I actually, in fact, have two good friends who work in prisons here in Barcelona, in the Barcelona area. And they tell me, one of them at least tells me, that there's more or less enjoyment depending on the day, as with everything in life. But he does get a sense of fulfillment when he sees that the prisoners are actually enjoying the chess lessons before going back to the routine of the day-to-day. So it seems to me, and from what I talk to the people who are behind this, it's very good for all of them. Okay, so let's jump back into the games. We're already on round 4 of the men's event. Round 4 of, I think, there are 9 full rounds. So we're nearing the halfway of the tournament. And we have a very important Mongolia versus Emirates match, which is just started. So I think we should really jump into that match and bring up the first board. So you'll see on the screen very soon the board 1 of Mongolia A against Emirates. And a reminder that Mongolia are winning every tournament in the women's section, but still performing very well in the men's. And Emirates is the current men's winner. So we actually have 2 of the main teams in this tournament. By the standings in the group, Arab Emirates are leading with 10.5 points, and Mongolia is actually tied for second with India on 10 points. So this is actually a match which could easily decide the final result in this group. If Emirates win, then they'll be in a very good position to take the lead and finish off the first group with a win. So for sure, we're going to stay with this match. And as you can see below, we have a photo of one of the players from Mongolia. And let's take stock of what's happening on the board. Here, Mongolia is actually doing very well. Mongolia with the white pieces 1 apiece. We have an extra bishop, which is 3 extra points. So things are actually looking very good for Mongolia. Here, this pawn push attacks the knight, so I'm expecting that the knight will move. But maybe black will exchange pawns first, liquidating the pawn structure, and then move the knight. Exactly, the pawns have been changed. Possibly there might be a rook exchange as well, and even a queen exchange. We'll see. This should favor, of course, white, because white does have an extra piece. So every exchange generally favors the player with extra material advantage. The other 3 games of the match are in full play. No results yet. So we'll stay with this match. I think this is an important match to cover. It does feature the leader and the second place qualifier of the group. Of course, the knight is under attack, but now the queens are also facing each other. Okay, now the knight has to move. It could go to e7, which is the move selected. And now white has different moves. Rook to a7 is good, hitting the pawn and getting the 7th rank. Also, b6 is very good. This would be a potent move, and he did it. So clearly, the first boards of Mongolia and Emirates, they are serious club players. I mean, these are not beginners. These are good players, very good players. I wonder if knight to e5 would be the move now. And if pawn takes pawn, we can play knight to d7, hitting the rook and getting our pawn back. Yes, knight to e5 is very good. Also, there's a trick here. If pawn takes pawn, bishop to b4, hitting the knight, and then we can capture the knight and we can do a double check, winning here the rook, or even go to the 8th rank with the rook, looking for checkmates. So white has this position clearly under control. Let's see what black decides to do. Captures the pawn. And I do think that if white finds bishop to b4, he'll be doing very well. It's not the only move. Knight to d7 is also decent. Rook to b1 is okay. But bishop to b4 was a killer move. That was game over. Rook to d8. getting out of the way of a double attack here on g6. And I'm expecting rook takes pawn. And now, maybe the only chance for black is at some point to get one of these files and deliver a checkmate on the last rank. But it's going to be difficult to do this. I think white will be controlling and be prepared for this. Let's see how the game evolves. Knight to f6. Rook takes pawn seems okay. Oh, a tactic. Sacrifice the bishop for the pawn, and if the pawn captures the bishop, then we pick up the knight on f6. That's a nice tactic. However, a more experienced player, having an extra piece, might have decided to make an escape route for the king. This doesn't seem to be a big deal now, but if in the middle of a tactic, a rook lands on the back rank, it's checkmate. So I think it would have been cautious and prudent to make an escape route. Mongolia thought it was okay to do the tactic, which is also reasonable, of course. d4, okay. To bring the knight here, very good. Now the bishop would drop back. Maybe g5, maybe d2. Most likely g5, I think, just to prevent the bishop from being captured and attack another of black's pieces. Rook to e6, this is a tricky move, a very tricky move. The threat is to capture the knight and then check the king and pick up the rook. Very tricky move, very tricky move. Strong move. Okay. King to a7. Okay. Maybe bishop to d2 would be the correct move now. Let's see what white decides to do. On the other boards, Emirates has already scored on board number 2. So the match for the moment is favorable to Emirates by 1-0. But with three games to go still. That's a really nice playing venue for the Mongolia team. He's by himself there with his computer screen, the flag. Very nice. I'm sure for many of these players, this is a very important experience. They get a chance to play their favorite game in a competition and represent their prison all around the world in an international event. I mean, this is very, very, very important for them. Yep, he's picked up the pawns, and now this pin is quite annoying. And I think white could play knight to f5, but let's see. A good move is rook to d8, and now this is a trick, because if the knight moves, then there's this back rank mate I was mentioning before. So rook takes knight should be played, rook takes knight, and now we really need to do an escape. And I'm pretty sure that this will be noticed by the white player, and he will make sure that nothing happens here. And he did the moves. So the moves have been done. So clearly Mongolia is an experienced player who understands that he can't allow a back rank checkmate. And now this pawn is under heavy pressure. B4 must be played, and then try and get the rook to protect the pawn. Try and hold as best as possible. King to G2 would be my move here, sidestepping the check, but he played knight to C6. But now we can do this check, and I'm not sure, but it looks like this pawn is going to be captured very soon, and with that, the game is basically over. But let's see the technique of Mongolia to bring home this point. Check, King G2. Rook to B1. I'd actually capture with the rook. Let's see what Mongolia does. Very well played. Looking for simplification. I'm quite impressed by the level of the first board of these teams. You can see that they are not beginners. I mean, they probably were playing chess outside the prison, then made some bad decisions in their life, and they end up in prison, and they're representing their team, but with quite decent play. They're definitely not beginners. They would be maybe 1800 players. Of course, here they have new accounts. That's why their rating is so low, because they start with 600 or 400 or 700. But these players, I would say that they could be maybe 1500 or 1600 chess.com rated, maybe even 1700, some of them. So decent, very decent players. H4 maybe F4, not F4, H4 is good. So this is a move of a very strong player. It's not a move of a beginner. Now we should maneuver the knight to G5, bring the rook out, and try and create a mating pattern with the knight on G5 and the rook from behind. If he does that, that's clearly a master level play. This is the other option, to put the knight here, sacrifice the rook, and just play with 3 pawns against the king. But I'm not sure that he's going to do this. Inmates generally don't like giving back material, but we'll see. Knight to F4. You can just sacrifice the rook and the knight and play with 3 pawns against the king. India did it. Very good, very good. It's you still win with the 3 pawns, but you make sure that if you make a mistake, there's no weird checkmate, no weird stalemate. Very good. Now let's see if he decides to put 3 queens or just 1 queen. What do you guys think in the chat? Will he do the 1 queen and checkmate, or go for the 3 queens and have a good time, enjoy the moment? What's going to happen? Hard to say. And here you can see the inmates with their t-shirts, all playing with a sense of community, the team, helping each other. I like that they're playing with the 4 computers, and also the computers are on top of a sort of a box, which looks like a black and white checkered chess box. And that's quite nice. And all of the participants at the end of the tournament, they receive a diploma, which can be printed out and given for their cells, and the prison receives a plaque, commemorative plaque with recognizing that they participated in the event. And I think that also some of the prizes include local grandmasters and masters going to the prisons to do some coaching or some entertainment displays, simultaneous things. And this is also part of the program. So in the end, it's quite a good experience for all of them. They get to play, they get to participate in the competition, they get their diploma. These diplomas are not a small thing. They can be helpful to get the chance outside prison to improve their options of an early release or good behavior. So these are good things. I have the feeling that Black doesn't want to resign, but he's abandoned the idea of fighting in this game because look, he's a king down for 3 pawns, no chance of drawing or winning, and already he stopped playing for the last 2 minutes. So not totally cool. He should probably resign, and he finally decided to resign. So in this match, it's 1-1. Let's go to the third board, where it's an interesting fight between Mongolia's white queen and India's 2 rooks. Now, the 2 rooks normally are more than enough actually, to fight against the queen. The problem here is that white also has 3 passed pawns. So basically what Black should try to do is get the rooks behind the king and go for a perpetual check and try and do a draw with the rooks. If Black doesn't do that, these pawns will eventually become queens and white will win the game. So it's going to be interesting to see how Black can defend this position. I think he has to go out, try and go for the rook maneuvers. For me, that's very, very clear. Try and get the rook behind. But I'm not sure if he'll realize that that's the way to go. Another option is to play the rook here, doubling the rooks on the file, making the powerful entry with the rooks. That could be another interesting way of trying to force some sort of draw. But doesn't seem to me that Emirates understands this. Now the queen is under attack. Queen to g6 check. Again, round 4 of the 9 rounds. Rook to f5, queen to d6 check, king to f7, protecting the rook. That's correct play. And now finally the rook invades, but it does seem to me a bit too late. And now b6 followed by a7 or b7 could be a winner. Even white could sacrifice the queen here, and I think that 2 pawns generally can't be stopped by the sole rook. So if white wanted, he could even do a queen sacrifice and still win the game. It's a very strong position with the queen and 3 pawns. Now, on the last board, Mongolia has won. This would actually be a huge surprise because Mongolia, with this win, will take first place and defeat the current champions of the tournament. So this would be huge for Mongolia if they were able to win in men. And also, they're winning every year in women. Clearly, look, Mongolia won by resignation. So this match has been won by Mongolia, 3-1. And this is a big upset in the standings. Emirates taken down by the Mongolia team. Okay, so let's jump to the women's section. And let's check Kazakhstan against Iran. Let's see one of the boards if there's an interesting position. Okay, here, for example, this is board 3. And as you can all see, some of these inmates try and go for the quick checkmate, the scholar's mate, which generally is done by putting the queen and the bishop to try and deliver quick checkmate on f7. However, if black has learned how to defend against the scholar's mate, this doesn't work. The knight blocks the queen, and in fact, the queen can be harassed and attacked later by black's pieces. So this is a beginner's strategy and shouldn't be done generally at a higher level. Anyway, after b5, knight to a5, now it's black's turn, and I'm expecting black to castle and to try and trap the queen with bishop to g4. So let's stay here for a moment. Queen to g3. I'm expecting castling now. Should be the best move. Again, it's quite simple to see the level of play here. Black is developing correctly, has a very sound pawn structure, and is preparing to castle. White, on the other hand, hasn't developed pieces. That's already a bad sign. The queen is going for a walk too early, another bad sign, and also a damaged pawn structure. So there's 3 or 4 things in the way players are developing, which already give me a clear hint on who is going to win this game and why. Black will win this game because it seems to me that black is a much better player. Now, kings have been castled on opposite sides, and now black has to be very careful because black can launch an attack to the king, also hitting the queen on g3. So I think black is a better player here, more experienced player. So during the broadcast, for me, it's important to feature most of the teams. So I'm going to try and, we talked a bit about the different women's teams, Kazakhstan, Iran, and Mongolia and India. We've seen a bit of their play. So after this game, I'll jump to the youth and then focus on the men's teams, where there are 10 teams and there are 2 groups. So we'll try and find some games from the other group and talk about the other teams as well. And meanwhile, while the game is being developed, I'd also like to mention some of the initiatives that are being developed in different countries. I think it's very important to talk about some of the different national initiatives, no? Especially when we talk about some of the teams. For example, here we have the match between Kazakhstan and Iran. We've also been considering games by India and Mongolia. And in fact, Mongolia, it's interesting to note that the court decision-making agency of Mongolia has been doing chess in several chess prisons in the country, not only in one, but in several. First of all, it's been organizing chess events in correctional units, and also the prison staff also play chess. And that's fun because that's another connection between the staff and the inmates. They enjoy together the sport. Tournaments are organized in all correctional units since 1956. And in fact, the Mongolian amateur chess level is pretty high. And that is one of the reasons why the inmates are doing so well. Of course, in 2021, Mongolia became the winner of the first Intercontinental Championship for prisoners, defeating Zimbabwe. And since 2022, the Mongolia women's team are winning every year. So clearly, Mongolia are doing very good things in the chess scene. We'll talk about India in a moment. Let's get back to the game. Again, Iran neglecting a lot the development of the queen side, whereas Kazakhstan here clearly is pushing very hard. Kazakhstan, since 3 or 4 years ago with Mr. I think his name is Timur Tulov as president of the Chess Federation, they are big players in the chess community, Kazakhstan. They've organized many very strong tournaments. Most recently, they've done the World Youth Under 12 Championship, under 8, 10, and 12. A World Championship a couple of years ago with Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. And they're doing the Olympiad for disabled players in a few days, also in Astana. I had the chance to visit Kazakhstan 2 years back in Astana for one of the Women's Grand Prix, and I was blown away by the hospitality and the nice people that Kazakh people really are. I made many acquaintances there, and I still conserve friendship with some of the people I met over there. Very nice people. I had a wonderful time. I felt very at home. And it's surprising because before going to these countries, I never know what I'll find. And it's difficult for Western people who live in Europe to get a feeling of what's happening in these countries. It's very good to travel there, meet with the people, see the infrastructures, try the food, and you get a much better idea than what we just see on the news and on the television. Kazakhstan was very nice, and they're very strong in chess now, very, very strong, especially in women's chess and youth chess. They're going to be they say, I've heard already, that Kazakhstan will be the new India in women's and youth chess. So be prepared to have a lot of very strong Kazakh players in the near future. Of course, Mongolia as well, but I think Kazakhstan is even higher. I think the two countries are neighbors, so this must have something to do with it. Again, look at White's pieces here. They just don't develop. And Black is launching a powerful attack on the king side. In fact, I would have played g4 straight away, but it seems that Black wants to double rooks first. Let's see what happens. Okay, the bishop is trapped, but now it can be sacrificed, and Black gets 3 pawns for the bishop. Let's see if this happens. Of course, rook to g6 was unfortunate because the rook took away the only retreat square for the bishop. But still, Black still has a very, very good position here and should win this game. As soon as this game is finished, we'll go and see one of the Indian teams in the main event and talk about a bit about the initiatives. And also, I'll talk about the initiatives in Philippines and some of the other Asian countries. And of course, my colleagues Angelica and Charlize will be commentating the European, African, and Latin American groups. And they will also talk about the different initiatives in these countries. But you'll see this in the afternoon. And for those of you who follow this broadcast in the next days, a warm welcome to the broadcast, to the initiative of the prisoners, and just hope you enjoy some of
that need mental as well as physical agility, giving an opportunity to excel to hundreds of prisoners so far. Indian Oil has commissioned retail outlets in prison premises, catering to public. 30 of these retail outlets employ ex- and serving prison inmates as customer attendants, providing excellent service and living a life of dignity. Parivartan celebrated a moment of triumph when the initiative was recognized by World Chess Federation (FIDE) during prestigious Chess Olympiad 2022 at Chennai. Parivartan's Cuttack team played an exhibition match with Chicago under Chess for Freedom initiative. In fact, inmates from Yerwada prison, Pune, won bronze medal in Intercontinental Chess for Freedom, an online chess championship for prisoners from 46 countries. And the latest in the series, launched this 26th January, is perhaps the best of them all. Indian Oil presents Naidisha, Smile for Juvenile program for the mental and physical developments of kids across India's 3 largest juvenile facilities. Apart from coaching, Equipment and kits are also provided to participants, with care at the core of all our endeavors. The journey to a better tomorrow goes on. Parivartan, Prison to Pride, helps us re-energize lives as we live our motto of being the energy of India.
Zoom calls from all over the world in many, many different correctional centers at the same time, and this does sometimes overload the systems. So we're back again in any case. And the match we were covering, the match between Kazakhstan and Iran in the women's group, is about to finish. Kazakhstan are leading by 2 points to 1. 2 points to 1. And on the board, we have the final game where, of course, if Kazakhstan with black is able to achieve a draw, then they will take down the match. But at the moment, Iran player with white is doing very well with extra material and the black king in the middle of the board. Before this position, black was doing very well, as we saw before. But now I think white can try and win. However, the rook is under attack, the knight is under attack. I think with good play, the win is still here, but with only three to 4 minutes, I think anything can still happen. So let's stay here. The rook has moved to h7. Black has picked up a rook here. Now a pawn can be picked up with check. All the knights can be communicated with knight to g3. So let's see what's going to happen here. White does have an extra piece, but there is limited material. And black does have 4 pawns here, so there are good chances for a draw. And as you can also see below, this victorious City Jail, PDL, has the 4 players participating. They've prepared a very nice banner with the date. I do think this is the Philippines flag. I'm not 100% certain, but I think it is. Let me check. White, blue, and red. Philippines flag. Yes, I was right there. This is the Philippines. So this is the Philippines team, a men's team, and we'll go and see immediately this match. So let's keep it here. This game will most probably end in a win for white. However, black is picking up all the pawns, leaving white is leaving pieces disconnected. I have the feeling that there might be a comeback here, and Kazakhstan, in any case, will take down this match for sure. So let's go and see the Philippines team, which is playing. They are playing in the group here against Mongolia. As we do have here the games. So Philippines won the first game on the match by defeating Mongolia on board 1, but on board 2, Philippines also won. However, unfortunately, on board 3 and 4, Mongolia defeated Philippines. So the match ended with a 2-2 score. For example, on this game, Philippines won. Let's just quickly check it out. White played the Italian opening, very sensible gioco piano game. And started moving the pawns, attacking the pieces, winning a pawn in the center. And already we can see that black here on board 3, Mongolia's board 3, not so experienced, dropping pawns in the opening. And white controlling the center with the extra material. Very well played, pushing the pawns up to the top. Defending all the pieces. Here, probably an incorrect sacrifice, and black takes the initiative. It's quite surprising the change in the level of play. This is a very good move because if pawn takes pawn, queen takes pawn, check with mate. But black spotted that idea and here blundered. Queen takes pawn and checkmate. So as you can see, it's surprising, but the players combine quite decent positional play for many moves and then make unexpected huge blunders. And I think this is a part of the way prisoners play in the facility, because they're not practicing all day. They can't practice much. So they might get a good basis, fundamentals, but at any given moment they can make a big blunder. So that's part of the game. But in some sense, it's part of the way this type of players will be playing. A decent game and then big blunders when you most likely expect them. So here the Philippines players got up. He's a bit angry, making these mistakes in the game. In any case, they draw 2-2 this game. And let's jump to the youth team. No, let's stay in the men's team. Let's stay with the men's team and maybe check out some other. For example, we were expecting at some point, we still expect maybe an interview with Singapore CEO from the Federation. If not now, maybe in another moment. So let's bring up the match between Iran and Singapore. This match finished in a tie. And now we're in the middle of round number 5. So let's go straight to Singapore in round number 5. They are playing against Mongolia B. Let's pick up the first board. We are looking at the match between Mongolia B and Singapore. This is round 5. And as you can all see on the match, the position is roughly equal. 2 rooks and a knight for each player, and 6 pawns apiece. So roughly equal. I would personally prefer the white pieces here, if I had to choose, mostly because of this pass pawn on h6, supported by the rook. In some positions, this pawn could prove to be very strong. If we're able to get the king out of the way, this pawn could promote to a queen. So I would prefer the white pieces, and my plan would be to try somehow to get the king out of this square here. Now, meanwhile, black is trying to open some lines to check and win the rook on h1. This is very good, very smart. Now, let's hope for Mongolia that he doesn't do pawn takes pawn. Well played, Mongolia. a3, closing down the queen side and preventing this check on a1. So again, what I was saying before, most of the game, the better players in the teams are playing well with good strategic moves, and then unexpectedly, boom, a huge blunder, dropping a piece. It is surprising and doesn't normally happen in master level, but I'm a coach myself and I have students of different levels, and I specifically have one adult improver student. He plays very decently. He can even give me a fair fight for the money, but every game, at least once or twice, I have to pardon one of his moves because he just drops a piece or drops his queen. Oh, mistake. And I remind him, now this is a friendly game, no big deal. But if you compete, this mistake will cost you the game. So maybe in some sense, what's happening is that these guys, when they play their practice games in the prison, they play against each other. I suspect that sometimes when one of the two players makes a big mistake, the other one says, okay, let's carry on. I mean, it's not a big deal. But this is not such a good idea, because when they practice, then It's not easy for them to disconnect to the fact that if they make a mistake, then they'll lose the game. Okay, so another pawn has been dropped, but as a reminder, it's always this position here. This is the key. This is going to be the key to how this game finishes. Will Black move his king from in front of the pawn? This is going to be critical. For example, now White can pin the knight to the rook. And that would be a good move, I think. Let's see if White does that. Also possible is the exchange of knights, but I would actually go for the pin. Let's see what White does. 6 minutes still on the clock. Oh, that's a very nice graphic below with the Iran teams. And as you can see, a fantastic banner with the Intercontinental Online Chess Championship. That's fantastic. So even the prisons have made big flags and banners from where they're going to play. They're really into the team spirit here. It's very nice. So what did White do here? Rook to d1. According to the computer, a mistake, but I don't immediately see why this is a bad move, because if the knight moves, we capture the rook, so I think it's okay. Okay, rook to d7, and now I do think we have to play rook to d5 to continue putting pressure on the pin. Chess is a wonderful sport. I mean, it's fantastic. Okay, so as we have this Singapore Mongolia team, I'm going to check if we have any information on the Singapore National Initiative. Let's see if we have some national initiative stuff from Singapore. We were hoping to have the interview with CEO Kevin Go Wei Ming. And just in case he doesn't come, let me just remind everyone that Kevin is a grandmaster from Singapore, a very accomplished chess player and coach, CEO of the Singapore Chess Federation, a 7-time Singaporean champion, has played for Singapore in the Olympiads since 2004, and most recently was the manager and main person in charge of bringing the World Championship between Gukesh and Ding Liren to Singapore. That was last November. Fantastic event, very well run. And I personally was there, met Kevin, spent time with him. Seemed to me to be a great guy and did things very well there. And I noticed that Singapore is becoming very strong in club level and kid level chess with several recent grandmasters. So it's clear that good work by the federation with resources can bring a lot of good things to the country chess-wise. And that will also transfer to the prisons, of course, because those chess players who make mistakes and end up in prison can represent the country in prison. Be careful here, because now Black is making a comeback. The rook is attacked, and there's a checkmate on d1. This can be a disaster for Mongolia and very good for Singapore. Let's see if he's able to save this checkmate. As I said, well played, and then boom, a big mistake. And all the work you've done up to then can be just thrown away in a moment. Let's stay here and see if Mongolia can save this point. In the other games, Mongolia is winning 2-0. So it looks like they should win the match, but Singapore is putting up a big fight here. So he was able to save the mate, but he drops the rook. And I think as soon as the knight comes back, he'll be able to prepare the checkmate again. But this is good. Rook to b6 tries to eliminate this pawn. So now a very good check. The king will go to the corner. And I think knight to f2, or maybe even rook to d3, hitting the knight and defending the pawn. Yes, rook to d3 would be the best move here for sure. Let's see if Singapore finds rook to d3. There you go. Well played by Singapore. Very well played. Check my computer. My monitor says power off in a few minutes. That would be not good. So I'm hoping that I won't get disconnected. This one I'm going to click here. And where are the buttons on my new screen? This is a problem. Okay, well, if the power goes off, we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. It won't be a big deal. So yes, rook d3. Now this was obviously a mistake, and the rook will be captured immediately. Yep. And it's game over. There'll be a few checks, but as soon as the knight comes in, this pawn can advance. This is totally a lost game. So on board number 1, Mongolia, we'll stay here, but there's no way that Mongolia is getting back into this game. And on board number 2, here Mongolia is winning. Mongolia is winning, so it seems to me that Mongolia will win this match 3-1, but most likely losing on board 1. But they're going to win the rest of the game, so Mongolia will win and continue in the first places of the team. There you go. Let's see if he can do that. The game is over, and Mongolia won the game. Let's go and find another team. Another team match, for example. Let's see if we can talk about another initiative. Let's try and find another interesting matchup. So India, Kazakhstan. India's winning 2-1 with 1 game left. So let's pick up this game on board 3, where India needs just a draw to win the match. They're winning 2-1, and with a draw here, they win the match. India does have 2 extra pawns, but there's limited material, so let's see what happens here. Again, just a draw will be enough to win, so I think that maybe pushing the pawn to e6 and creating 2 pass pawns is the way to go. Let's stay here to see what India does. And after this game, I think I'll do a summary of the standings in all of the groups, because already 5 rounds have been played, which is quite a lot. So I think it's time for a summary. E6 check, that's very good. And now the optimal solution would be to get the knight to the fi square. So here the knight is coming. I wonder if it can get to the square. Oh, instead of going for the f5 square, knight to c5 protects e6, and this allows us to move the pawn on d6. This is very good as well. It's probably even better. So again, it's very strange because they are playing very decent chess and then they just blow up in just one move. But if there's no blow up, then the level of chess is actually quite high. Surprisingly high. Okay, I've lost connection with my monitor. So I'm going to try and see if I can fix it. Sorry about that. I lost the energy supply of my monitor, but it's back now, so all is good. And now, yeah, as you can see, having promoted a queen, we're going for the second queen, and then there'll be a checkmate very fast. And this game will be won by the Indian team with the final 3-1 result in the Kazakhstan match. Let's finish off here. King takes pawn, bishop has to move, and checkmate on the next move. And India won. So this seems to be a good time, as most of the games are finished, if not all of them. This is a good time to check the standings on the groups. And the standings are now as follows. So in the group of men's groups, there are two groups, 0-1 and 0-2. In the men's 0-1 group, after 4 rounds, there is a tie in the lead between India and Mongolia, and UAE, the current winners, are struggling because of the match they lost against Mongolia previously, and they're in 3rd place. I would say that as only 2 teams qualify from this group, it's going to be between India 1, Mongolia 1, and United Arab Emirates. There's still 4 rounds to go, so anything can happen. But definitely Mongolia are in the best position because they haven't played against the stragglers in the group. So they've played against the main teams, the strongest teams. They now have to play against the weaker teams. So clearly, and we're back again. Apologies for the small glitch in the broadcast. I was talking about the standings in each of the groups, and I decided to jump to the women's category, where we are already towards the end of the group, and after 5 rounds, the women's category is about to end, and unless something dramatic happens, Mongolia are going to qualify for the next stage, for the championship stage, and most likely Kazakhstan or Iran will accompany Mongolia. And taking into account that the match being played now is very important, Mongolia is facing Iran. Unless Iran defeat Mongolia, most likely Kazakhstan will accompany Mongolia to the finals. Now, we have on the board the first board between Mongolia with the white pieces, Iran with black. Iran is doing very well here. Iran is going to attack the knight and the pawn and will most likely win this game after a nice tactical attack. Now, the pawn on b4 is attacked, f2 is attacked. Unless something dramatic happens, Mongolia will win this game. Mongolia also won on the third board, so Iran is probably going to lose this match, and therefore Mongolia will take all 5 matches won. They'll be the first team to qualify for the next stage in the women's category, and most likely Kazakhstan will be the team that comes along for the ride. I'm going to stay here for the moment. Let's see technique of Iran in this game. Of course, if Iran is able to win another game, then they do have a chance of a 2-2. They still won't catch Mongolia, but they might be able to go over. Careful here, there's a check threatens. Let's see if Iran notices this threat. Should give a check with the queen on h1 and pick up the knight. This would be game over if she finds this move. But she's low on time, only 2 minutes. Oh, just dropped the queen. Oh, this is unbelievable. Fantastic game by Iran. And now she's going to be super annoyed after making this mistake. And yes, you can see the Indian players, they're still seeing if they can qualify somehow or other. But this was a huge blunder by the team. And now, actually, Mongolia is going to win this game as well, which means they're going to sweep over the Iran team. Huge blunder, huge blunder. Now, calmly bring the king into play, capture the pawn, and promote a queen. King to e3, king to e4 is the next move. If king to e5, then we check, or we just drop back with the knight. Or even king to d4. Wow, what a blunder by Iran, dropping the queen to a double check. What a blunder. There's a stalemate here. King to g6, king to e5, king to h5, king to f5 would be stalemate, but white moves the knight, sidesteps the stalemate. Now king to f5 is good. g4 is also good. King to h4, and now king to f5. Yeah, king to f5, then king takes g5, and push the pawns, and it's game over. So this game will be won by Mongolia. On the board 2, Mongolia is also completely crushing. So this is another game that will be won. Board 3, Mongolia won already. And on board 4, also Mongolia is doing very well. King to g3 is only move. Queen to g2 will be played now. King to h4 and g5 check, followed by queen to h3 is also mate in 4. So this will be a very nice way to finish the match with this checkmate. Let's stay here now. Queen to g2, king to h4. g5 will be the move now, most likely. And after king to h5, she might capture the rook, but actually queen takes h3 is mate in one, which I expect that Mongolia will find this checkmate. And they will win 4-0. So we have a new player as a winner. Mongolia 4-0 wins the match, qualifies as first. And in the other match of the women's category, Kazakhstan needs at least a draw with India to go through. And for the moment, they've won the first two games. It's 2-1 for Kazakhstan. Let's pick up the last game of India against Kazakhstan. This probably will be a win for India, but with this result, Mongolia takes the win in the group of women, and Kazakhstan will draw with India the last round and take the second spot, most likely. Let's stay here for the last game. Of course, if India is making a comeback here, then... Sorry. Excuse me, Kazakhstan will lose, but if Kazakhstan draws, then it will be fantastic. But here, this move is very precise. King to h6, and now maybe queen check, followed by some bishop to f3, and this is checkmate on the next move. King, and now bishop to f3 is checkmate. This will be a very nice checkmate here. Let's see if India can find this checkmate. Of course, not the only way to win, but yes, she found it, and checkmate. Well done, India here, achieving a draw. But the final result after standings are updated will be Mongolia. 5 wins out of 5 and 8 match points. Sorry, 10 match points. And Kazakhstan, with this draw, they will progress to 7 match points, whereas Iran will stay on 4. So we have Mongolia and Kazakhstan progressing to the next stage, the championship stage of the match. Let's jump over to the youth teams. In the youth team, this is, they're also approaching the end of the tournament. This was the round 5. Although there's only 5 teams, so of course there's more rounds because one team is resting, but I think this will be the last round. Let me just check here. Yes, India against Kazakhstan. And with this result, India won 3-1 against Kazakhstan, and India will take the first spot in the qualification. And the other spot is being played now between Mongolia and India. And they're actually playing for the second spot. So let's stay here. All 4 games are being played. Game 1 is equal. Sorry, excuse me. India has an extra piece on game 1. Game 2 looks like black is doing well. So India also doing well on game 2. Game 3 is more equal. Anything can happen here. And game 4, this is the game that's most advanced. So we'll stay here for the moment. And India is doing extremely well. So it does seem that both of the Indian teams are going to qualify in Youth 01, which will be a huge success for India, qualifying both of their youth teams to the final. Of course, from two different prisons, correctional facilities for youth, and they'll qualify both of them for the finals. Let's stay for a moment here and see how this game progresses. But yeah, by the looks of it, India is going through with both teams. It's a complete win here with the extra piece. This one looks to be a bit more tricky because now there are some sacrifices on f2, followed by rook to f8. I wonder if this works for black. Oh, also very nice, hitting the queen. Checkmate behind. Maybe white will have to give up something here. Rook to b1. Okay. According to the computer, this is bad. But I'm not totally sure why this is losing. Okay, rook to a8. Now threaten rook takes rook and bringing the other rook down. Chess.com says these are bad moves, but I think they're quite reasonable. The fact is that chess.com sometimes gives a red cross to a bad move, but not because the move is bad. It's because there was a better move than the one played. And the algorithm of chess.com automatically assigns a red cross to the move. But many times the move is okay. Simply it's not the best move. So it's a bit confusing for spectators. I would prefer a red cross only when the move is bad. Not if the move is good, but there was a better move. Because this makes it more confusing. Now I think maybe exchange of rooks and bring the rook down, or maybe rook to a3 is good. I'd also like to see some sacrifices on f2 and then queen to h2, but I don't think they'll happen in this game. Let's stay here for the moment. So as I was saying, women's 0-1 is a wrap. The tournament is finished. Mongolia qualified for the second stage. Kazakhstan accompanies Mongolia. Youth, with this last match to finish, very likely both Indian teams qualify to the next stage. And we'll keep an eye now on, because these groups are finishing now. Okay, Mongolia won with this checkmate. So Mongolia takes the lead. Let's go to board 4, where India is crushing. So the group of women and the group of youth are finished, basically. Women is about to finish. India is on their last match. And then we'll transfer our attention to the men's groups. And we'll still be here for another 20 minutes. So we have a bit more time to check one or two of the games. And most likely the tournament will end afterwards. And we go on to break to prepare the Europeans who start in an hour's time. And you'll be entertained in the broadcast by Angelika Valkova, one of our recent incorporations to the team. She's doing a lot of social media and also commentating with the rest of the team. As I said before, I think she's a woman FIDE master, or at least a very strong 2000 rated player, playing for Bundesliga teams as well, and actually quite active. So you'll be receiving very good commentary from Angelika. And in the afternoon, if you stay around, Charlize will be here with her fresh commentary. Also a woman international master, very strong player, Charlize, but somewhat inactive now because of her duties with FIDE as presentator. But I'm sure she'll be back. We all enjoy playing, and sometimes we stop playing for a while, but then we get back as soon as the bug comes to us. So yes, this game between India and Mongolia, an extra piece, very safe king, and preparing to double rooks on the 7th rank. Let's just stay here for the moment. Queen to f5. Now I think rook to b7 is good, king to g2 is good. Also moving the queen maybe to d6 and making way for the pawn. This is very solid. We escape the back rank checks, protect the bishop. Very well played here. Rook to e6. I think they want to try and double rooks, or maybe bring the rook to f6 to attack. A good move here would be rook to c7, doubling rooks with the idea to play rook to c8 and try and go for the checkmate. This would be a very good idea. I wonder if India will spot this idea. Rook to c7, rook to c8. Rook to c4 would be a good move. This is very decent as well. Trying to exchange queens, but I think Mongolia will move away and avoid the exchange of queens, mostly because it would be a disaster. With an extra bishop and pawns, exchanging queens would be just basically resigning the game. Groups 1 and 2 of men, they're still on the 5th round. It seems that results haven't been updated yet. There must be some games still to play. Of course, there's 20 teams in the men's. So yeah, queen to d3. This was good. She moved the queen away, hitting the rook, but this is a good defense. And now black is gradually constructing a fortress, but everything is defended. So maybe just the best idea is to advance the pawn as far as possible and try and get to the end. h4 pushes the queen back. Okay, this is decent. This is good. The queen will most likely drop back to g6. You can see the Mongolia team below with their nice shirts and flag. Let's see, a4 maybe, rook to a4, queen to d3, queen to c4. This is very tricky because now with the queen in here on c4, the threat is bishop to g4. And that's not such an easy threat to see. So maybe Mongolia will mess up now and allow bishop to g4. Let's see. It's what we call a hidden threat because the queen doesn't attack anything. Yes, he fell for the hidden threat. So now bishop to g4 will win a piece. Let's see if it's spotted. Yeah, there you go. Hidden threats are difficult to see because when you move the queen, the other player thinks you're trying to attack something. But in reality, you're just protecting a square further away, which will be used to attack. And these moves are not so easy to see. They're easy from the attacker's point of view, but not so easy from the defender's point of view. Of course, now the queen has to move, and maybe queen to e4 check at least would force. But here's a tactic with bishop to f5, and we pick up the rook because of the unfortunate skewer. So that is also quite unfortunate. So let's see what he does. Mongolia winning in the first board. They're going to lose on this board. So that will make it 2-2. But they're winning on board 4 and possibly losing on board. This could be a 2-2 final result. We're going to stay here. Queen to f6. Okay. Capture the rook. Most likely. Bishop takes rook. There it is. queen to d3, h6, g6, and now I would really like the move rook to c7, piling up the pressure on the 7th rank, and that would be a killer move. If he plays rook to c7, it's going to be game over very soon. So we might be having another interview. Let's see if we can get a team leader from United Arab Emirates. Who I recall were the last year's winners. Aha, great. Lasma, we have been given some background information, so hopefully we'll have a short interview with the Dubai Chess and Culture Club Secretary General, Seed Sakari. So hopefully we'll get Seed in soon, and that would be fantastic. Meanwhile, we're just following the last moments of the game between India and Mongolia, the youth team, where clearly India is taking this match down, and they'll be tying 2-2 at the end. Game is finished, and let's just jump back to the open group, the men's group. I want to see if round 6 has just started. Yes, and we'll keep on the board. We'll put the match between Philippines and Emirates, which is now being contested heavily with a clear win by Emirates by 3-1, 3-0 with one game left to go. But this could be a 4-0. We'll see how this one ends while we're waiting for Saeed Sakari, international arbiter and organizer, and involved in chess in prison activity with Dubai police since 2021. Meanwhile, as you can all see, Emirates does have an extra rook against the knight, but as you can see, the knight is very strong on the e5 square. The black also has an extra pawn, so the position is slightly better for white, but with a tendency towards equality, because knight and pawn are 4 points and a rook is worth 5, so only a very small disadvantage for black here. The main problem for black is this rook stranded on the side of the board, and if we exchange it for the rook on d4, this does allow white to put the pawn on d4, which is not so good. So it's a tricky position for black to navigate. I wouldn't have changed the rooks because now the pawn comes to d4. So we're expecting it at any moment now, the interview. And after the interview, we'll be wrapping up the morning broadcast, the first part, with the results. Although I can already confirm the results of the women and youth. As I said before, India will have their two youth groups, the two teams in the finals. And it's been confirmed. India won 9 points, India 3, 7 points. So India qualifies with their two groups. The woman has been dominated by Mongolia, and they'll be accompanied by Kazakhstan in the finals, in the qualification stage tomorrow. Tomorrow's qualification stage won't be broadcasted, but we will be back with the finals on the 17th. And the hours of the finals will be determined basically depending on the countries that are qualified. So it could be in the morning, could be in the afternoon. We'll be notified on FIDE social media channels. And what we're waiting for is the final results of Group 1 and Group 2, which they are playing round 6, but we're still waiting for updates on the web. Mongolia is very well placed with India to qualify for the next round. Meanwhile, both in both groups, actually, in fact, both Group 1 and Group 2, Mongolia, India are qualified. But of course, in Group 1, we do have United Arab Emirates, and they're playing a very, very strong. They're the current winners, and we'll see if they're able to catch up with India or Mongolia to qualify. We're still waiting for Saeed to appear on the broadcast, so I think we can check out a bit the games. Here, actually, we have the final game of the Emirates-Philippines game here being played, last round. And Emirates has recovered control, has a passed H-pawn, which, unless a big blunder happens, this pawn should be able to be a pawn moving up to the queen. The knight will probably stop the pawn, but then the rook should be able to capture a few pawns. For example, here, I would probably move my king to e3 or to d2. Let's see what e3 has been the chosen position. That's good. a5. And maybe now just rook to h8, leaving space for the pawn to advance. That seems to be quite a decent opportunity. Rook to h8 is my guess for the next move. Maybe rook to h7, but I mean, why not play rook to h8 straight away? Rook to d6. This is an okay move, with the idea being that let's just go back, if king takes rook, queen takes, and then we use this pawn to win the game. There was no need to do this, but it's not bad. Black played the check, and now, to be consequent, we sacrifice the rook for the knight and go into the queen ending. So well played by Emirates, and they'll notch up a 4-0 in this match. So this was before 4-0. Emirates won. Mongolia also defeated Australia. The second team won 3-1 against India. And basically that leaves the round 6 finished. And we're looking here for the update of the standings. And with standings updated, we are now in a situation to say that Mongolia 1 in Group A is leading. Very good chances to qualify for the next round. And they will be accompanied most likely by United Arab Emirates or by India 1. This group still has 3 rounds to go. So we won't be able to give you the final standings as yet because of the 3 rounds to go in this broadcast. But most likely in the next section of the broadcast in 1 hour's time, you can get the results from Angelica. And in Group 2, we're still waiting for results to be updated. So let's see if I can find some matches, but there doesn't seem to be any matches left here, which is quite strange. Yeah, there seems to be some sort of problem with Group 2 because they only seem to have played 4 rounds and there's 6 rounds going on. So there's probably some connection problems with the results of Group 2. In any case, leading this group are Mongolia 2, India 2, and just behind them, Iran 2. But most likely, Mongolia and India will be qualifying to the next stage here. So we are going to wrap up the morning session. We've been here 4 hours with a wonderful interview with Tom. Again, for those of you who are just arriving, the women's group of the 5th Intercontinental Chess Qualifier has been won by Mongolia, with Kazakhstan taking 2nd place. These 2 teams qualify for the next stage tomorrow. The youth group has been dominated by India, very closely followed by the 2nd team of India. So these 2 youth groups go to the following stage. And in the men's groups, both are still to finish, 3 rounds to go. But Mongolia, United Arab Emirates, and India most likely will be the teams progressing to the next round. We'll be taking a break for about an hour, but you can stay with us. And for those of you who will catch up in a while, we have Angelica coming on for the next 4-hour segment with the European group. So if you're from one of the European countries following the broadcast, stay tuned for Angelica and Charlie's in the afternoon. And for me, it's been a pleasure to be here one more year commentating the qualifiers. Hope to be around for the finals on Thursday. And tomorrow, Wednesday, there won't be a broadcast, but we will see each other on Thursday for the finals. Until then, I'll leave you with the final video and a good event for the rest of the teams.
Focus, discipline, empowerment. From October 14 to 16, the 5th FIDE Intercontinental Championship for Prisoners unites teams from more than 50 countries in an online competition. With record participation, inspiring stories, and a global stage, this year's event once again proves that the 64 squares can transform lives, no matter the circumstances. Join the broadcast live on the FIDE YouTube channel. focus, discipline, empowerment. From October 14 to 16, the 5th FIDE Intercontinental Championship for Prisoners unites teams from more than 50 countries in an online competition. With record participation, inspiring stories, and a global stage, this year's event once again proves that the 64 squares can transform lives, no matter the circumstances. Join the broadcast live on the FIDE YouTube channel.
Welcome everyone to the 5th Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for Prisoners. And currently we're at the group stage of Europe and Africa. We just had recently the Asian Championship happened. This championship is a part of the FIDE Chess for Freedom initiative, which was done together with Cook County Sheriff in Chicago. This is going to be a group stage with, we're going to have today 9 groups in the Europe and African teams, and the best 2 teams are going to advance to the semifinals, which will take place tomorrow. In every team, there are 4 players which are going to battle it out against each other. Also, we're having 3 groups. We have open section, we have the youth, and we have the women's section, so it makes pleasant for players to play against each other. The whole championship is taking place on the chess.com, and the time control is going to be 10 minutes for the whole game, but there will be 5 seconds increment for each move added. Altogether, it's going to be round robin, so it means every team is going to play against each other. And what are the players fighting for? They're going to get the participation certificates, and of course, also top 3 winners are going to get the winners, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place certificates, which not only going to make this memorable for them, but also encourage them to improve and become a better person. But before we kick in with the group stage and before we talk to the UAE winners, I would like to welcome the president of FIDE, the Arkady Dvorkovich, with a welcoming speech for this Intercontinental Prisoners Championship.
Hello everyone. It's my pleasure to greet all of you on behalf of the International Chess Federation, FIDE. For the past 5 years, FIDE and the Cook County Sheriff's Office have worked closely through the Chess for Freedom program to bring chess to people in prison all across the world. We strongly believe in our mission, and now, after 4 successful events, we can confirm that chess is a tool for hope, transformation, and reintegration. Every year since 2021, we have had more connectional facilities across the world joining the event. This year's championship had reached a new milestone. We will see more than 130 teams from over 50 countries to take part, including men's, women's, and youth teams. The growing number of countries and players taking part in this event shows how the spirit of chess can spread and bring us together, no matter the barriers between us. I would like to welcome players and organizers from Eswatini, Guyana, St. Kitts and Nevis, Lesotho, Poland, and Aruba, who are joining us for the first time. The dates for this competition are chosen deliberately to honor the International Day of Education in Prison, highlighting the importance of education in correctional facilities and encouraging activities that support it. To the players, I have the following message. We are all human, we all make mistakes in life, but as long as we are alive, we have a chance to learn from them and correct them. It takes a lot of courage to change, and that is why I want to warmly welcome all of you on behalf of the entire chess community and thank you for taking part in this event. As we have seen over the years from those who have taken part in the Chess for Freedom program, playing chess offers a direct path to self-motivation, logical thinking, stress reduction, and foresight of consequences, which are important pillars for good life. I hope you will experience the same, and we hope to help you along the path. I would like to thank the Cook County Sheriff's Office and all our partners, including chess.com, for their dedication and support for making this tournament happen. Learn, fight, improve, but above all, play with honor and enjoy this beautiful game. Good luck to all. Gensonusunuz.
Thank you very much, Arkady, for welcoming. And here we have with us Saeed Shakari, who is the Secretary General of Dubai Chess and Culture Club. He's going to us live all the way from United Arab Emirates, who, by the way, won the last year's open section. Said, it's a pleasure to have you here. And first, I would like to ask you, you've been deeply involved with the Chess for Freedom project all the way since 2021. Could you please share us more about how this initiative began in Dubai and what first inspired you to bring chess into correctional facilities? Said, we don't hear you, sorry. Okay, now we will hear Said.
Yeah, hello everyone. Thank you for hosting me to this live broadcast of the fifth FIDE Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for Prisoners. I've been glad, to be part of the UAE's participation in this championship since the beginning back in 2021. It's something, I am proud of that it happened. The directors, first at Dubai Chess Club and Dubai Police, represented by the punitive department and the correctional establishment, that they believed in this activity and allowed us to start this bringing chess into the prison, teaching the players. We were also fortunate that we had a couple of players who were, they knew how to play, and that helped us a lot to form the team and to spread the, the knowledge and teach others in the prison. Other inmates, they play together, and that helped us a lot as well.
Yeah, indeed. And there was also the Dubai Police Chess Challenge Championship. And overall, there was a big collaboration with the Dubai Police. Could you share with us how this collaboration developed over time, because it started so long ago?
Yes, Dubai Chess and Culture Club collaboration with Dubai Police is very old. It started back in the 80s. We were organizing a chess tournament for the employees of Dubai Police annually during the holy month of Ramadan. Also, 5 years ago, we started the prisoners program. We do have also a collaboration with the Council of People of Determination, where we are hosting tournaments for deaf people. Some of them, they are employees by Dubai Police. So our collaboration with the entity is not only in one aspect. We have so many branches that we are working with them, and they are really helpful. We are, very glad to have that kind of collaboration with the most successful department in the UAE.
And how important would you say that the institutional backing this program to have the success of it, to include chess for the inmates?
Yeah, I remember my very first day when I visited them. So I was proposing, I prepared a presentation, and I spoke to a captain. So I was meeting all the ranks in my visit. I met a captain, a major, then I met a brigadier, then a lieutenant general. He was the general director of the department back then. So all of them, they were very happy, they were supportive, and they said, okay, let's start immediately with that. I remember my very first visit was in July, and the tournament was scheduled in October. So they were welcoming, they were very happy, and they were really supportive. At the beginning, we started with the online classes. Then the inmates, they insisted, bring the coach, we want to have physical classes. And, yeah, and we did that. Then since then, regularly the coach, who is an international master from working in our club, started to go there weekly to train the players.
talking about the implementing, as you're saying, the regular classes, I mean, online is of course much easier, but implementing these regular chess classes and training inmates, could you share how this process looked like and also what it meant for the inmates?
Yeah, so the training department in Dubai Police, they really do a very excellent job. It is not only, they are not only teaching them chess, they do have many classes teaching them, you know, many crafts. They do also, they have a very big farm, so they were really supportive. Chess was only part of the whole training program that they have. And Mr. Andre Vögtlin, when he visited us, you know, they took us all to the farm, and it was really superb that it is producing tons of vegetables. That, you know, they have cucumbers, tomatoes, and other stuff as well. They do wooden crafts. They do like those fabrics, cushions, things like that. That is one part of the job states are doing in Dubai Police Correctional Department. Chess, they were welcoming. They gave us, they allocated a class for us. We provided with them with chess sets. The coach would go. They opened actually internet also for us to be able to have online, let's say, videos or to watch, you know, like solve puzzles on chess, online chess platforms. So they were, you know, like really supportive, and you know, they were combating, you know, all the difficulties that we were having.
It's really impressive, and all those trainings brought up to this huge result last year. United Arab Emirates won in the open section. Could you tell us, first of all, congratulations, and could you tell us how did that victory feel for you and for the team and all the prisoners and also people who are responsible for this achievement?
Yeah, and I think the main push that we have got is on day one. We had a visit for a very, very, very special person, Commander-in-Chief of Dubai Police. So like the highest rank officer in Dubai Police, he came to the playing hall to support the team and the, you know, like the managing group. And that, you know, actually, you know, like resulted in a very, very good way. And like all the guys, they were flying, you know, like
they were all
motivated.
With
yes, they are. And even us, the people here, they were very happy. The commander himself was, you know, like every day following the results by himself. And he was like commanding to have more media coverage live from the playing hall. And, you know, like he was, you know, day by day following the results with us.
It's really amazing. And those participants, the inmates who are participating and who won the championship and who were actively participating in this training program, would you say you find some changes in them in personalities? Do you think they incline to become more of a better person, and the chess is really motivating them?
Yeah, they are, and you know, like the group has been changing, you know, across the time. Like we have several players who were really actual players, you know, they left, and you know, like that a member lost to our team, but you know, hope that they are doing good in their life after prison. One of the players playing with us here in this year, he's going to leave after 20 days, I think, by end of October. Yeah. So, and one of the players as well, who was playing a decisive role in winning last year's championship, he left already in, I think, February. So he was here for a very short time. I hope they really do well when they are there. Chess really teaches them, how to act in life. It's it's our mini life that we are playing, we are living, and we are responsible for all our decisions when we play the games.
Yeah, truly remarkable. And if you could speak to all the inmates, all prisoners in the world, what message would you give to them who are discovering also chess for the first time?
It's really how can I, it's our beloved game. You know how to express our feeling towards it. It's like myself. It took me to places that I have, let's say, maybe never dreamed to be in. It took me to the prison, one of the places, and which I am doing personally a very interesting part in being with them, teaching them the game and allowing them to participate in an international event. They will not be having that privilege. No one else. They are among few other prisoners that they have that chance to play in an international online competition.
And Said, I have a final question to you. Looking at the results of the last year that you won the Open Championship, what are your goals for this year? And also, if you could share maybe more about the initiatives which you're doing in the upcoming year.
So, now we are playing the last round. It is in the hall in front of me. I don't know what's the team's result now. So we are third. We are playing against the second, and we should win. I think 4-0 to be able to, take over them. We are third now with 2 points difference. So it's a real fight between us and India in Group 1. So I hope my team to do good and qualify to tomorrow's round.
Said, we also hope for all the best to qualify for semifinals and hopefully for the finals to fight for the podium and maybe defend the championship. We would like to really thank you for joining us and also for everything you're doing to spread the chess for the inmates and to make their life for the better. Thank you so much, Said.
Thank you.
Right, and now I think we can go to the Africa and Europe sections because the games have just begun. So today we're going to have many groups and many teams. So first I would like to go into the match Germany against Armenia, which is already played. And there, as we can see, 4 players are facing against 4 others in the Germany and Armenia. Just in a moment, we will see them also on the board. While we're talking, let me just point out which teams will be there facing in those sections. So first sections, what we have in the African and Europe team, we're going to have Zimbabwe, Eswatini, Jersey, Czech Republic, Spain, second team, Bulgaria, Ukraine, Serbia, first team, and Malawi, third team. This is the group C1. So these players are playing together in one group. Then we're also going to have the Slovenia, England, Malawi 1, Greece, Switzerland, Serbia, Spain, third team, and Italy, second team in the other group, as well as Italy, Portugal, Germany, Serbia, third team, Malawi, second team, Norway, Romania, second team, and Armenia in the other team. This is, by the way, what we can see, the Germany A against Armenia A teams were being played from this section. And as well, we're going to have another, so we will have altogether 4 male groups, open groups, Serbia, fourth, Georgia, Spain, first team, Ireland, Macedonia, Lithuania, Croatia, and Norway, second team. As we can see right now, we're at the board. It's the first board for Germany against Armenia. And as we can see, we are already in the end game where both of the sides have the pair of rooks and the knight. If we're looking at the position, we will see that There is an isolated pawn here, so it means there could be some pressure which white is building up against this pawn. So even though materially position is fully equal, there is no advantage for each side, but this is something what white could push is this pawn, could be a weakness. If we can go also to the second board, just to see maybe something more interesting is happening. So this is the second board. Ooh, some action is happening indeed on the king side. As we can see, there is still, by the way, black is up a pawn, but all the rest looks fine. The rook is very active on the second rank. The bishop is ready to be traded on the f5 square. The queen is there looking like attacking, but I see that black is defending truly fine. And at some moment, it's white, the one who has to be careful, because if black will be able at some moment to win some other pawns on the queen side and trade the queens off the board, then it's going to be just a winning endgame for black, which could bring a point to Germany. And now it's Germany who is taking time to trade the bishops or not. But I'm suggesting right now to go forward to the third board just to see, because maybe something more fun is happening on the other boards. And as we can see here, wait, oh my God, there was just a blunder happening. I just want to bring two moves back. Look at this position. The black, the white first of all played bishop f4, attacking the rook, and also like a squeezer attacking the bishop all the way to d6. Now the problem for black is if rook is being moved away, then suddenly bishop is taking the other bishop on d6. But after rook takes on e2, looks like black is winning the piece, white is taking back the one and targeting the rook on f8, and also at the same time the bishop on d5. So what should have been played in this position here? Black should have played first intermediate move, bishop c5 check, removing that piece from d6, so there is no skewer anymore, and after that only taking the knight. But of course it's so difficult, so tough to find. It's truly understandable. Oh my God, we're already in the checkmate. So after a few moves, the players played pretty quickly. And there wasn't, by the way, there was even under promotion, not putting the queen, but the rook. Congratulations to Armenia for winning on the third board. And if we go to the fourth board, and at the fourth board, we have here Armenia with white pieces attacking on the seventh rank, although there is an extra piece for black, as I see it happening here. What is going on? The big problem for black is going to be to convert this, because even though there is an extra piece, there are a lot of pawns for white. And that might be practically still a problem for black and Germany in this case to win this endgame. And as we can see in all the four boards, for a moment, looks like, okay, Armenia first of all won the first match, the first game in the match. Then there are three other boards ongoing. And as we saw, by the way, on the second board of Armenia, there already a huge difference happened. Oh my God, there was a queen. The queen was given up. Oh my God, we just left it at this moment, and the queen had to be giving up in order to try to save, but there was a beautiful double attack by white, and white just won with a checkmate. So it means that Armenia is leading 2-0, and if there is at least one draw played, then we're going to see. And by the way, Armenia won on the fourth board as well, so we have a huge result now, Armenia winning against Germany. And I think also it's a good moment for us to go to another welcoming speech, what we have prepared for you. And dear viewers, this is a speech of Dana Reizniece, who has been a huge part of this project of the Chess for Freedom and generally for social year of chess. She's a deputy chair of FIDE Management Board. She's a grandmaster herself, and she's a volunteer in the Latvian prison administration. So she's contributing a lot to this project. And I would like us to hear greeting words from Dana.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening across the world to all the participants, organizers and supporters of our 5th Intercontinental Online Chess Championship. It is my great honor to welcome you all once again in this very special year when we celebrate social chess in FIDE. When back in 2021, FIDE together with Cook County Sheriff's Office started the movement of chess in prisons. The idea was bold, to bring the chessboard into the cells for the sake of education, integration, resocialization. Over the years, this initiative has grown to a worldwide project with almost 60 countries and more than 130 teams participating this year. Why chess? Why now? Many reasons, and you know them even better than me myself, because chess teaches not only tactics and strategy, it teaches focus, resilience and consistency, because it sharpens mind, it gives the focus and allows to channel the energy in the constructive way, because chess gives hope. The hope that growth is possible, the hope that change is possible, that the hope that respect and dignity can be reclaimed. So many people behind the bars suffer from stress, from anxiety, from depressions, but over the years we've seen that chess is such a powerful tool that changes these emotions and changes lives. To all the participants, you are the heart of the event, so play with dignity, follow the fair play, make connections, support your teammates and make new friendships. You have impressed me, myself, also over this year, because I even have the experience of losing my first game in prisons in El Salvador. I'm looking to have other successful games for you and beautiful games here in this tournament. To all the supporters, officials and also our technical team, thank you for allowing to make this happen. I know how difficult it is to organize such a global event across the time zones, across geographies. You've made it, and we will have a wonderful, exciting event over a few following days. And I hope that this is another step in transforming lives all over the world for so many years ahead. So remember, every move matters, and let's make this world a better place together, using chess, using our connection, using our friendship and team spirit.
And welcome back. Thank you so much, Dana, for this greeting to everyone and to the prisoners who are right now participating. It indeed motivates them a lot. And now I would like to step back and just recall how it all began with the Chess for Freedom project. And starting with the 2021, there was all started with the initiative by FIDE together with Cook County Sheriff's Office in Chicago. It was launched firstly with a conference, and there was a demo tournament where only 4 teams participated. And during this conference, there was a visit to the jail, and as Dana shared, it was all started pretty bold, but now we can see where we got. The same year, in 2021, it was decided to create a first Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners. At that year, only 10 prisons participated, and it was Mongolia who won. Altogether, there were 32 teams, and it happened on the International Day of the Education in Prisons, which has just been yesterday. It's October 13th. The next year, the second Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners took place. It was all the way in 2022, where already 42 teams out of 31 countries took place. Philippines won in the open section. In the women, it was Mongolia who got the first place, and in youth, it was Serbia. It was a year where also youth played. The women started playing also in 2021, and it was Georgia who won the first championship. In 2023, the third championship was already taking place, and Already the team number has doubled with 85 teams out of 46 countries. In the open and in the youth section, both teams from India won, and for women it was Mongolia who took the first place. And last year, as we have just had an interview earlier with the United Arab Emirates representative of the Dubai Culture and Chess Club, Saeed, it was United Arab Emirates who won the open section, and Mongolia took the first place. In the women, in the youth, it was India. And now we are here at the 5th Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for Prisoners. This is a group stage, as we're talking about it already. Africa and Europe, this is a time for them right now with over 135 teams out of 57 countries. This is how the project is being improved, and it's being just broadened through the whole world. All the countries, all the prisons would like to take part. And the women teams, we're having 4 groups altogether with 26 teams. In the youth, it's also 4 groups, but 20 teams. And in the open section, we have 10 groups with 89 teams. And many new countries also joined this year. And also talking all together about all these initiatives which FIDE is doing. It's not only about the Chess for Freedom, but also many other initiatives to make this year, 2025, a social year of chess, to bring the goals to the prisoners, such as to bring power of chess to transform someone's life, to motivate them to change for better, to bring them to better decision-making, to become a better person after they are released from prison, to fight their depression, stress, anxiety, and just one more time, motivate to become a better person. And once again, it's a year of social chess, 2025. It is an initiative by the FIDE International Chess Federation. It is aiming using chess as a tool for social good to bring to the many communities like prisons, refugee camps, and elderly care homes. And throughout 2025, FIDE promotes projects that foster cognitive development, community building, and rehabilitation through the chess. One of the events which is contributing is a World Social Chess Initiatives Marathons, Conferences, a Storytelling Challenge, and Research Initiative. Now we're having the Prison Championship, but we also have, in a few days, there is going to be Olympiad for people with disabilities, which is going to take place in Astana from 19th till 26th of October. And I think also it's a perfect moment for us to hear our third welcoming speech, which is going to be done by FIDE Social Commission Chair and the Swiss Chess Federation, the President of the Federation of Switzerland. We're going to hear the speech of the Andre Vögtlin.
Dear chess friends, I greet you here from Batumi, Georgia, and wish you a wonderful Chess for Freedom World Championship. We have 135 teams at the start from 57 countries. This is a record, and it's my pleasure to invite you for this wonderful event. I would like to greet also and thank Michael Corman, the project leader of Chess for Freedom, for his huge work for making this possible in all these countries, in these prisons. He is, with his team, the person who over years now has made this possible. I had the possibility this year to visit Dubai in UAE, the prison in Dubai, the champion of last year, and I would also like to say hello to them. All the best in this championship. We had, as a commission, the opportunity to visit also other prisons. We are highly impressed about your work, the trainings you do every week, and let's make this project for the future be successful. Have a great time, and I will follow this championship afterwards, after my stay here in Batumi, in Yerevan with the team of Armenia, and it will be a great pleasure to see how your games are going. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you very much, Andre, for the welcoming speech. And now we're back to the action because the players have already, as we were seeing, Armenia against Germany, the match was already over. Other groups are playing. So let's immediately jump to the third group. It's an open group right now where Czech Republic is facing Ukraine. And the first board, we can see that the queen is taking all the material suddenly, and the king is the only piece standing there on e2 in the center of the board, in the middle of the board. It looks like too much material for black to, basically for white. It is collapsing position. It's going to be very tough to defend this one. There should be some huge blunder for Czech Republic to win. So let's also go to the second board, where we can see that here the tables are completely turned against each other. We see that black now is the one who is attacking, and black is also having 2 extra pieces, 2 knights. And there is also attack ongoing on the H file, although everything looks defended. Even if white is defending everything, there is still going to be this huge material. In the end game, it's going to bring a huge deal, and black is going to win. The last move was knight b6. It's tough to say what white should play here to try to save this position. Maybe white could try not to trade the queens and at some moment open the g file to attack the black's king in this position. But very tough spot right now for Ukraine in the match against Czech Republic. Here, the third board. As we can see here, black has extra 2 pieces, but the knight on h2 looks like it's almost trapped. Black is trying to attack the pawn on f3, and is there a way to defend it? Of course, king f2 looks like a move to defend it, but no, f4 is being played. Beautiful move, because now what white is doing, white is stopping the defense of the bishop to the knight on h2, and after bishop takes on g2, now black is the one who is trying to force the matters not to take. Knight can simply escape where g4, and it's going to be just 2 extra pieces for black, which looks like completely winning for Czech Republic. We have also beautiful footage that we can see. Now you can see below my footage. We also see a beautiful banner there with a chess queen. Wow, very, very nice. And let's move on to the board number 4 to see how the match is happening. Here in this one, Czech Republic is again winning with an extra piece. In the endgame, we can see that what white is doing, white is trying to create a passer on the queen side, playing something like a3, b4. This is the plan of white. And of course, an extra piece is going to seal the deal in this position. Let's take a look at the other teams which are playing right now. It's still round 1. Let's go to Zimbabwe against Bulgaria. And this is the first board of Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is playing with white pieces, and looks like, what is this bishop doing on h3? Let's just go a few moments back. So this is how it happened. Knight took the pawn on f7 with the idea of the double attack. It's a fork on the boss of the rooks. But here, black had a very nice move. Bishop takes on h3, trying to use it as a discover attack. Of course, if white is going to take the bishop, the queen is going to fall. So here, what white had to do, white took the rook, and after queen b3, still looking at the material, white is still better. White is still winning here because white won an extra exchange, and the bishop is still under attack, not being taken. Bishop f5, moving away, and white is taking another pawn. So it looks like Zimbabwe is in excellent shape in this match. Moving on to the board number 2. Here Zimbabwe with the black pieces and Bulgaria with the white. And one more time, what we see is that black has 2 extra pieces and also 2 beautiful pawns, which could become a queen at some moment. Black is supporting those pawns. Knight is so beautiful on c4 standing there. And now queen d3. This is not something what you want to do in the position like this. You don't want to trade your queens. But maybe there could be some other ideas what black has in mind. Maybe black will be scared, move away the queen, and there could be some attack because the pawn on h6 is still located far to advance, covering a very nice square. If the queen could get there in some way, there would be a checkmate, of course, but I don't think that black is going to allow that. And we see queen steps away right now. But once again, the 2 pieces, I mean, this is so much for Zimbabwe in this match. Moving on to the third board, we can see here a pretty calm position compared to the other boards, I would say, because in the first and second board, what we saw, there was a true chaos. There was a lot of action there. And now what we see here, there is an extra pawn for black. That's true. If we just count the pawns, this is going to be a passer later on the endgame. But still, this is an early stage of an endgame where a lot of things can happen. And for example, looking at the pawn on the b7, this could be something what black and white is immediately playing rook b1. This is what white could think about, creating this as a weakness. Of course, b6 would be the move which is going to clearly just defend the pawn. But there might be then a weakness on the other squares as well. So pieces of white are active. So it's a very unclear position right now. Who is going to win this and who is going to lose? So let's go to the board number 4. Now, again, another position where nothing is clear yet. So for some reason in the first 2 boards, maybe players played so fast. And there was already a win of a lot of material for Zimbabwe. It's looking great. And this position, looking at the material, it's equal. But if we look at the position, we can see the pair of bishop with something what black might lack. Black doesn't have the pair of bishop. And also this, what is happening? Oh no, wait, did he just blunder? Did he just blunder a bishop? Oh no, what is going on? So b5 has just been played, attacking the bishop on c4, but bishop d4 was played. There was just a blunder. Will black see it? I mean, black just attacked the bishop. Is there any trick? Is there any trick with this move? Maybe there was a mouse lead. Maybe he wanted to play queen d5. Look at this. If white is playing queen d5, then white is attacking the queen and also the rook. And after queen takes, bishop takes, attacking the rook. But what we see is that bishop d4 was played, and now the bishop is hanging for free. This is a huge chance right now for Bulgaria, and Bulgaria is taking. They are taking the pawn on c4. Now it's an extra piece for black. So looking at the top 2 boards, it looks like a huge chance right now for Bulgaria to come back. Because on the first 2 boards, if I would like to recall you, here Zimbabwe is fully dominating, looking like completely winning position. Bishop has just taken, and I mean there is just an extra exchange. Also, queen can take, and there could be a checkmate in a couple of moves, bringing one of the rooks probably through e4, b4, or b4 or e3, a4. Okay, rook is entering. It looks like checkmate is going to be soon. A second board, one more time, still losing for Bulgaria. So there is this chance for Bulgaria to win on the 4th board. And probably it's a good moment for us to go to one of the other matches which is played in the... I would suggest to move on to the women group. And let's take a look which games are still ongoing. This one has finished. The England won on one of the boards. And by the way, the women are already playing the round 2. So I would like to look at the women's result. There has been, by the way, there has been results. I would like to update you. So Latvia won. Latvia is currently having 4 points, the first place. Romania has 3 points on the second place. Then Georgia with 2.5 points, Ukraine with 1.5 points, Kenya with 1 point, and Slovenia with 0 points. So it means Latvia is a huge leader in this women's group. What do we have here? One more time. Round 2 has been started. So I suggest for us, so there is only one pair which has started. It's Serbia against England, which is the second group. It's the second group. Let me go to the third group if we can see what is happening between Georgia and Latvia, because these are the teams which are leading right now, which are leading in the women group. And we see, by the way, there Dana Reizniece is there. We can see her. Wow, truly amazing. She's supporting there the girls, the women who are participating in the championship. We see Latvian flag there. Everyone is wearing a nice clothes. We can see Latvia written on behind of the one girl's t-shirts. And yeah, Latvia currently is reading. Okay. One moment. So yeah, let's just follow this game for a moment and see, because Latvia has a huge chances. If Latvia won previously with 4-0, then it means that there is a huge chance for them to win the section and qualify for the semifinals, which will take place tomorrow. But I've heard we might have some guests very soon, so I suggest that we're going to go for a short break for a few moments. You're going to see one of the videos we prepared for you to look more into the project for Chess for Freedom. And then we're coming back with a special guest from the Singapore Chess Federation. So dear viewers, stay tuned for more. We will be back after the break.
It's a game born over 1,500 years ago. A blend of risk and reward, strategy and skill. But now it's helping more and more players whose lives are far from black and white.
It's good for your mental health. It can be quite a dark place, isn't it? Just behind the door 23.5 hours a day. But I suppose if you've got something to concentrate on and, you know, something like this to come to and focus on, it's a good thing.
HMP Huel is home to more than 1,000 male inmates. The man in charge was keen to add his prison to a growing list of those playing chess.
When the men come into custody, to some extent, you know, they've lost everything. So how do you start to rebuild that? And there's no doubt in my mind that chess can be a part of that. And we've seen so many examples of where the men have just flourished and thrived.
Ralph, how long has this project been running?
So about 2 years now. We've really seen much more chess happening in the prison. During COVID, it was one of the activities that we felt the men could do, despite all the restrictions.
I find it therapeutic, just clears your mind for a bit. Obviously, you have to concentrate on it. Jail, innit? You know what I'm saying? So, obviously, I haven't been sentenced to anything yet, so you do think about like what's going to happen and that. You know what I mean? It's nice to just get away from that.
Today's teacher is Carl Portman, who is playing 9 men simultaneously. Carl volunteers his time playing in a number of prisons.
Oh, there's a long way to go. I play my best chess when up against it, that's for sure.
One UK charity also runs clubs and say they've seen a big rise in demand. Chess in schools and communities first began organising regular games for just 2 prisons in 2018. The following year, this doubled to 4, and then became 10 in 2020. And while their numbers froze during COVID restrictions, this year it has risen again to 16.
I started this about 10 years ago, and I just went to the occasional prison here and there. Some people played, some didn't. It's not only blossomed here, but right across the world. There's now a World Online Prison Championship, of which HMP Huel were represented as England.
This annual tournament saw prisoners here playing online, taking on inmates in the Philippines, Mongolia, Ecuador, and 42 other countries around the world. In total, 85 teams entered, more than double the number of the year before. HMP Huel's permission to play was granted by the Ministry of Justice, who say playing chess trains players to think before they act, while providing transferable skills that can help them find a job so they don't commit further crimes when released.
I felt like I was out there living a normal life, like, so apart from these clothes, obviously. But if you lose your way out there, in here doing this, it can make you feel like you're normal, you know, and you're not a criminal.
Matt Graveling, BBC News.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Everyone deserves a second chance. That's what we believe at Indian Oil. Instead of being held hostage to past mistakes, we believe that prison inmates can become productive members of society. Our esteemed chairman, Mr. Srikanth Madhav Vaidya, had visited Chanchalguda prison at Hyderabad and saw sports as a means to elevate the lives of the inmates. With this belief, Indian Oil's Parivartan, Present to Pride, was launched on August 15, 2021 under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebration. The initiative reflects Indian Oil's core value, care, to help prison inmates and juveniles build a better life through sports coaching by Indian Oil's sportspersons, including international badminton players Abhin Sham Gupta, S. Arun Vishnu, Yasil Ismail, Grandmaster and Indian women chess team coach Abhijit Kunte, women Grandmaster Padmini Raut, international tennis player Rashmi Chakravarti, renowned carom player Ramesh Babu and Srinivas, and international hockey player Kamlesh Parihar. Across 4 phases, more than 2,900 inmates were provided with sports coaching from 52 prisons across 28 state and 8 union territories under the initiative. Basketball, badminton, chess, volleyball, tennis, table tennis, kho-kho, and carom were identified as sports that need mental as well as physical agility, giving an opportunity to excel to hundreds of prisoners so far. Indian Oil has commissioned retail outlets in prison premises, catering to public. 30 of these retail outlets employ ex- and serving prison inmates as customer attendants, providing excellent service and living a life of dignity. Parivartan celebrated a moment of triumph when the initiative was recognized by World Chess Federation FIDE during prestigious Chess Olympiad 2022 at Chennai. Parivartan's Katak team played an exhibition match with Chicago under Chess for Freedom initiative. In fact, inmates from Yerwada prison Pune won bronze medal in Intercontinental Chess for Freedom, an online chess championship for prisoners from 46 countries, and the latest in the series, launched this 26th January, is perhaps the best of them all. Indian Oil presents Nai Disha, Smile for Juvenile program for the mental and physical developments of kids across India's 3 largest juvenile facilities. Apart from coaching, equipment and kits are also provided to participants. with care at the core of all our endeavors. The journey to a better tomorrow goes on. Parivartan, Prison to Pride, helps us re-energize lives as we live our motto of being the energy of India.
Dear viewers, welcome back to the FIDE 5th Intercontinental Chess Championship for Prisoners, and I am happy to welcome our guest, Kevin Go Wei Ming, who is a chess grandmaster, and he's making one of just a few of them in Singapore to reach the title, 7-time Singapore national champion, and also under his leadership, the Singapore Chess Federation launched the Chess for Freedom program in August 2023 in partnership with the Singapore Prison Service. Kevin, it's a pleasure to have you here. Could you describe to us how the Chess for Freedom program first came about and what inspired you and who helped to make it happen?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'm actually right outside the prison service right now. I was just with my guys, and they completed the group stages. So these were the same guys that were with me when I started the whole thing about 2 years ago. I think the whole project started mainly because the Federation was thinking of new ways to showcase the benefits of chess. And having chess in prisons just seems like a logical idea, given that there have been projects like this all over the world. And FIDE, of course, has been very involved in them. So when FIDE, Dana specifically, was in town, I thought that it would be nice to see whether we can do something together and meet with the Ministry of Home Affairs. I think Dana contributed a lot because she gave a presentation as to how chess has helped a lot of prison all over the world. And yeah, I think the idea really took off from there. And right now, I think we have tripled the number of participants in the program since 2023. Many of them are trying to qualify for this team event. I think it gives prisoners a special focus. It teaches them concepts like accountability, long-term planning, discipline, and many other skill sets that I think will be helpful for them after their sentencing. So yeah, I think all in all, it has been a really wonderful journey.
So you're talking already about what you've kind of see a change, and I would like to ask you, what are the key goals for this program? What you expect to see, which outcome would you expect to see the most in the inmates after participating and having this huge amount of chess training?
I think the main goal that we all want is to reduce recidivism, because a lot of prisoners eventually go back to prison after their sentencing because of a few things, such as the inability to reintegrate into community, the inability to find a job, being discriminated, and just going back to their ways of crime because they haven't fully rehabilitated, right? So I think with chess, I hope that we can help them find a community that they can belong to. We teach them concepts like, that you don't make the same mistake twice. You're accountable for every action, every move, and basically to want to be a better person. So we also try to use these concepts as part of the chess teaching. I think this is what every society will want, surely, because some of these guys who are in prisons, they may not actually be bad guys by nature, but they were perhaps born into the wrong family. They have made wrong friends and circumstances that may have been very unfortunate. Because I think that most people are not born with a desire to commit crime. It's more of because of the circumstances around people. And I think everybody deserves a chance. And hopefully with the right kind of community and fostering of friendships and bonding, such as the ones that you can find in chess, we can help to encourage the ex-offenders to eventually get back to community in the better state of mind.
Yeah, it's truly nicely said. And during those trainings, chess trainings, which you organized in the prisons, the correctional facilities, which challenges did you face? For example, if there was to keep them motivated, or there was some language barriers or resources or attendance of those chess trainings?
I think to my surprise, I've been doing this regularly for 2 years. I'm probably the only grandmaster who visits prisons once a week. Sometimes I come by twice a week. So I've been meeting the guys very often. And what surprises me is that I am always motivated because the guys, they love the game. And I think it's the way that the material and the content is presented to them, and that it's not overly technical, that you always try to weave stories and narratives into the content, and helps to keep them more engaged during the process. And I think in this regard, there are no challenges at all, in my opinion. I think, there are just so many ways to make chess interesting, that we don't have to force matters really. I think naturally we also want to tell them about the things that were going on in the chess world all over the world, not just about chess in prisons, but just chess in general, right? And there's always something going on in the chess world that's interesting, whether is it a piece of drama or not.
It's really remarkable. Yes, you're mentioning coming once or twice a week to the prison, as you're saying, probably the only grandmaster who does it. Do you, like, of course, you communicate a lot with the prisoners, with the inmate. Do you have stories or examples of how participants of the program or of the championship, which is taking place, have changed because of this program, because of chess? Either their attitude change or behavior, mindset, or, for example, they have been released and their life changed?
I think first and foremost, it is very observable, and at least this has been verified by the prison officers, that all the inmates that were part of the program all exhibited much better behavior after a few sessions of chess. Now, one of the reasons is because that if you do like wrong stuff, you start to get into fights, right? Then they will be punished and they will not be able to join the programs, and they really want to come, right? So they are incentivized to basically behave better. I think there are some other unusual findings, one of which was the fact that there was this old uncle who had, I think he had high blood pressure. So the very first session I was there, he had a counselor with him, a psychiatrist, I think, who was constantly reminding him to, calm down, remember your blood pressure and so on. And 2 years into the program, he's now off medicine. He's not even taking blood pressure medicine anymore, right? So, and he basically says that he needs to play a game of chess every day, and it helps to calm him down, it relaxes him. I mean, we are not saying that he's going to be the next grandmaster or anything like that, but it's very nice to know that chess can be therapeutic in the truly medical sense of the word, right? For recreational players. I think they really find a lot of interest in the game. And I guess being cooped up in a cell with nothing much to do, and having chess as a way to focus their energies and efforts on really helps them a lot. So yeah, I'm just really grateful that it has been successful.
It's really remarkable how chess can be such a rehabilitation tool. And I'd like to ask you also, for you personally, did working with the inmates change your own view about chess or education or rehabilitation, or if it impacted you in any way?
I think in the first place, I myself have a long history with chess. I played chess for 30 years, and chess has helped me a lot to get through my own childhood. I had a difficult one myself due to different kind of circumstances, but chess basically saved my life, right? And so I always thought that chess would probably be helpful to other underserved communities. And for inmates, I think I can relate to them a little bit better, probably because I used to go to the similar kind of schools, and I could relate to them better. I can speak the same language as them, basically. So I think the inmates connected with me quite well because of what I shared about my background, and And that also helped in terms of the connection. Now, in terms of how I have always felt about chess, is that I've always known chess that could be helpful to many communities. So it's not just about the prisoners, but also, for example, people with disabilities, kids with autism, and I love chess. I think I want to do what I can for these communities using chess.
And Kevin, I have a final question to you. You had such a success with a program with Chess for Freedom. Based on your experience, which advice could you give to the other nations, organization who are looking to replicate a program like Chess for Freedom? What is a critical component for success in this program?
I think the buy-in with the local authorities is most important. And to that, I'm really grateful to the Singapore Prison Service, who has been nothing but the most supportive of what we are achieving. In fact, they themselves have implemented initiatives in relation to chess on their own without any of my inputs. So, for example, they included chess in their violence therapeutic environment, which is some kind of program for people who come in due to violence-related offenses. And they make all these offenders learn chess. And the facilitators who teach chess are not me or my colleagues. So the inmates themselves who are in the program, they are the ones who are the teachers. So in that regard, not only do they find a new focus for these offenders, but it also gives meaning to those guys who were in the program. So there's like so many levels to how this has fostered community within prisons. So I think buy-in with the authorities is really critical, and you probably need to start with the ministries directly and to let them know about the success stories that FIDE and many other countries have achieved within their within their country. So yeah, that would really be my key advice, and also to find somebody who is committed to the program so that it's sustainable. You don't want to go for a couple of times and then get bored of it and you start you stop showing up. If you stop showing up, the inmates think that you don't care about them anymore. Then that's really the last thing you want to do. You want to make sure that you want to make sure
you coming every week.
Yeah, so that was why I always try to make an effort. I mean, there was a little something that I was more involved with last December, which is the World Chess Championship, and that's why I have to skip a few sessions. But in general, I do turn up, and I think the inmates value that. They respect that, so they appreciate the time that I spend with them, and in return, I respect and appreciate their enthusiasm.
Thank you so much, Kevin, for your time and everything what you're doing for those inmates, that you're motivating them, that you're inspiring them, learning them how to play chess, and they're participating. Thank you so much, and wish best of luck for all the programs, all the initiatives that you, together with Singaporean Chess Federation and the Singapore Chess Prison, are doing.
Thank you so much.
And dear viewers, it's a good moment also for us to give thanks to everyone who is making a huge input for this project. First of all, FIDE and the FIDE Social Commissions and the Cook County Sheriff Office, who are making it possible to happen, the Fair Play and Pairing Officers, the Chess for Freedom Project Key Team, which includes the FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich, Sheriff Tom Darts, Dana Reizniece, Michael Korenman, Nebojša Baralic, Lasma Kokorevica, Anna Volkova, and Kema Guraeva. And also, of course, I'd like to mention the Chess.com platform for hosting this event, as also for support of Sotris, Logotetis, and our broadcast team, Andre, who's the head of the broadcast team, as well as the Michael, who you have been seeing commentating the Asian groups, as well as Charlize, who is going to join later for the American teams. And of course, finally, but not leastly, the appreciation to all the national federations who develop the program in their countries, in their prisons. They support the program, they're bringing the trainers, the coaches, and they are making the change for the better in the correctional facilities. And And for now, I would like us to go for a very short break. We're going to show you a video which we prepared for you. And after the break, we're going to have another guest with us, Hubert Skrzynski from Poland. So stay tuned for the interview with Hubert.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
There are some problems in the classroom where the contest is taking place. Okay, and they need me.
We're going to have one more short break with another video. After that, we're going to come back with Hubert because you're already live.
1 minute, sorry.
It's a game born over 1,500 years ago. A blend of risk and reward, strategy and skill. But now it's helping more and more players whose lives are far from black and white.
It's good for your mental health. It can be quite a dark place, isn't it? Just behind the door 23.5 hours a day. But I suppose if you've got something to concentrate on and, you know, something like this to come to and focus on, it's a good thing.
HMP Huel is home to more than 1,000 male inmates. The man in charge was keen to add his prison to a growing list of those playing chess.
When the men come into custody, to some extent, you know, they've lost everything. So how do you start to rebuild that? And there's no doubt in my mind that chess can be a part of that. And we've seen so many examples of where the men have just flourished and thrived.
Ralph, how long has this project been running?
So about 2 years now. We've really seen much more chess happening in the prison. During COVID, it was one of the activities that we felt the men could do, despite all the restrictions.
Find it therapeutic, just clears your mind for a bit. Obviously, you have to concentrate on it. Jail, innit? You know what I'm saying? So you obviously haven't been sentenced or anything yet, so you do think about like what's going to happen and that. You know what I mean? It's nice to just get away from that.
Today's teacher is Carl Portman, who is playing 9 men simultaneously. Carl volunteers his time playing in a number of prisons.
Oh, there's a long way to go. I play my best chess when up against it, that's for sure.
One UK charity also runs clubs and say they've seen a big rise in demand. Chess in schools and communities first began organising regular games for just 2 prisons in 2018. The following year, this doubled to 4, and then became 10 in 2020. And while their numbers froze during COVID restrictions, this year it has risen again to 16.
I started this about 10 years ago, and I just went to the occasional prison here and there. Some people played, some didn't. It's not only blossomed here, but right across the world. There's now a World Online Prison Championship, of which HMP Huel were represented as England.
This annual tournament saw prisoners here playing online, taking on inmates in the Philippines, Mongolia, Ecuador, and 42 other countries around the world. In total, 85 teams entered, more than double the number of the year before. HMP Huel's permission to play was granted by the Ministry of Justice, who say playing chess trains players to think before they act, while providing transferable skills that can help them find a job so they don't commit further crimes when released.
I felt like I was out there living a normal life, like, so apart from these clothes, obviously. But if you lose your way out there, in here doing this, it can make you feel like you're normal, you know, and you're not a criminal.
Matt Graveling, BBC News.
Welcome back, dear viewers, to the 5th FIDE Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for Prisoners, and I am happy to be joined by the representative from Poland, Hubert Zgrzyński, who is a head teacher of prison school in Płock in Poland. He has been active English teacher for over 27 years, and 2004 he started working in a prison and have been there since then. Hubert, it's nice to see you. I have first question to you. You've been teaching for over 20 years. Could you tell us what that experience has shaped and how did it shape your perspectives as an educator?
Well, most of all, I think the most basic feature that I developed in myself is patience. Because before working in a prison, I worked in a junior high school and in a technical school for youngsters, for teenagers. So this experience is completely different. First of all, I deal with adults, and second of all, I deal with people who have got their baggage of experiences, their own baggage of experiences, which is very, very different in every person. Which means, as an educator, as a teacher, I think I must very much adjust to my students. So what I said at the beginning, patience is, I think, the key feature to be able to, get to my students and at least try to teach them, because not everyone is capable, not everyone is willing. Some students came to school because of different motivations, and not always the main motivation is gaining knowledge, simply said. So that's why I think patience is one of the most important features of character which I developed.
You have started together with a team teaching mathematics to prisoners through games projects. It sounds very innovative. Would you mind to share us how you got inspired with this initiative and how is it going?
Well, the thing is that professionally, I'm the head teacher of a prison school, but as a side effect, let's put it this way, I run an NGO, which is an educational association. The association was established to have a possibility to get more funds to organize extracurricular educational activities for my students in my school. And actually, one of the projects that we are involved right now, this is an Erasmus Plus project, which is called, as you said, teaching mathematics to inmates through games. And chess is one of the parts, because apart from chess, we developed program through which we use brain puzzles, Lego bricks, card games or board games, and they all revolve around mathematics, because when we were writing a grant proposal, we found out that many, especially adult inmates, they are not fond of mathematics at all, by the rule. And the thing is that we're looking for a way how to smuggle mathematical curriculum into less formal classes, let's put it this way. And chess is one of the ideas, one of the parts. And what I found out is that actually inmates, by the rule, generally, they like chess. They like board games as a whole, but chess, I think everyone is acquainted with the rules. So it's just a matter of being better and better. So like I said a while ago, chess was one of the main parts of the projects. And naturally, the international competition was another part of it. Let's say half a year ago, I wasn't even aware of existence of this contest, of this competition. So when I found out, I said, no way, we have to do it. We had a plan to organize an international chess competition between the 3 countries that are involved in the project. But then our Slovenian partner, and I know they are taking part in this competition as well right now, they told us about this particular one, and we are there right now.
Hubert, and if we step back, you were talking about the games which help you in this mathematics, so the teaching mathematics to prisoners through games. How do chess and mathematics connect in this project? If you could share with us a specific example of some exercise that would illustrate this connection.
Okay, so that might be a bit tricky because I don't teach chess. I am not a specialist in that. We have got one of my mathematics teachers. He is dealing with it, and he is kind of the head of the whole thing. From what he told me, it's about predicting. It's about thinking. It's about patience again, because you need to stop. You need to try to be a bit more tactical. You need to try to predict the moves of your opponent, and you simply need to count. So in your head, that's what he told me, and I absolutely believe that this is happening. So I can't give you the any exact examples. I'm sorry about that. But what I can tell you is I can see how engaged my students are in it. Right now they are waiting there for their opponents, very impatient to start playing and actually use their skills with someone at the other end of the world. So I think it's a very holistic thing. It's not just learning mathematics. It's also those side effects like patience, like predicting, like being the part of something bigger. That's what I think.
It's always about patience, as you said. And as well in this project, you have already international collaborations together with Slovenia and Spain. What has this international cooperation added to the project?
Well, first of all, exchanging of good practices, because even in Poland, every prison is different. Every prison school is different. We've got very different opportunities, very different abilities. We've got different students. We've got different attitudes. So if you go beyond the borders and you see how other educators from other countries work, you always find something interesting. Last month, 2 months ago, we visited Slovenian partner, and what we could see is a completely different attitude of the administration towards prisoners comparing to what I have in my prison. So sometimes it's nice to see that things that we use in our prison work here. Sometimes it's very frustrating when you see that in other prisons, attitude towards education is, well, simply better. People care more about education elsewhere in other countries. In Poland, prison education is still a little bit neglected. So whenever you try to implement something new, it always raises questions. Why? What for? Why now? Why not something else? So answering your question, it's about exchanging ideas, because sometimes you cannot even expect what you can see, and you unexpectedly you can use something that works in another prison onto your own ground. And that's what I experienced, because I've been involved in Erasmus Plus projects for probably more than 15 years right now. So this is the good thing about Erasmus Plus, seeing that some things work very well in other prisons and seeing the attitude of other prison educators. So it's all about exchanging the ideas.
Yeah, it's incredible to have this international cooperation with other countries. Talking more about chess and reactions of the inmates, how would you say prisoners respond when they're being introduced to chess as a learning tool? And if you have observed any changes in the behavior, maybe focus, patience, as you're saying, problem-solving skill among the inmates?
Well, first of all, having an opportunity to take part in some extra classes, not just chess. Chess is just one of the examples, right? That's squeezed in perfectly into what we are doing within the project. But let's talk about general educational activities. majority of inmates see it as an opportunity for them. Obviously, I would be lying if this is true for everyone, because it's not. Like I said a couple of minutes ago, motivations are different. But by the rule, they want to do something else. They want to leave the prison cell just to spend time elsewhere. My philosophy is that the premises of my school are in a very good condition. I mean, it is maintained in a nice way. It is not a gloomy place. It is a light place, quite modern, I must say, as a prison school. I know I'm boasting a little bit now, but like I said, this is my philosophy. So when I try to get new students, I want them to see that within this gray presence of the prison, there might be a better place. Not just place as itself as a place, but the place where you can do something more, you can develop yourself, you can look for something that you may get interested in the future. Because I saw some of the students when they come as freshmen to school, some of them at the beginning are not interested in learning at all, zero interest in it. But with time, things change, because they can see other students who develop, they can see other students who are better in various subjects, and they want to make it up. Some of them do it for their families, because they've got children in their school age, and they don't want to be worse than their own kids. So they want to develop for their kids, for their children, for their wives. So it's not just about chess as one part of what we offer to our students. It's generally about education as a whole, because I honestly, personally, deeply believe in the strength that education brings, not just for prisoners. It's, I think, the same for everyone. That's what I think.
It's a very interesting concept that you're saying, that education bringing the best from us. And I want to ask if you can talk also about how, of course, there are many different, as you're saying, educational tools, and chess is one of them. But do you think, if you can talk about chess helps inmates to build not just, of course, this cognitive thinking, but also emotional skills, social skills, like improve them in that regard?
Absolutely so. I absolutely agree with that sentence. I think that chess helps develop not just the way of thinking, but those soft skills, set of soft skills that majority of inmates, at least in my case, what I noticed, they lack them. It's team building, it's ability and capability to communicate with others. It's an option it's patience again, because sometimes, administration doesn't help with patience at all. And I think it's the same, not just for Poland, but for majority of regimes, prison regimes. So yes, I absolutely agree that it creates a big set of different skills, not just hard skills, but soft skills too, which are also important in normal life, right?
And Hubert, I have also a question, because the team of Poland was trying to participate in previous years as well, but something didn't work out. Maybe you can share with us which challenge did you face, or why didn't it work out the previous year?
I didn't know that some prisons wanted to take part in the competition. It's a bit flattering that we are the first one, and my school is the first one in my country, in Poland. I'm really proud of it. Why couldn't it work out? I cannot say for sure. I can just guess. I think, first of all, the biggest problem would be internet connection, because this is the huge and one of the biggest obstacles in any prison regime. In my case, I'm the lucky guy because at school, which I run, we've got internet connection to be used during the classes. Obviously, it is blocked in many ways, but I am the lucky guy because I can, with the permission, of course, of the head of a prison, I can play around with it as much as I can. There is a certain level of trust between us, educators, and prisoners. But, you know, if you set certain rules in advance, it's easy to follow them, and I haven't had any problems so far. So answering your question why it couldn't have worked out in other prisons, I think, first of all, it's internet connection. And the second one is attitude, something that I said at the beginning. It raises questions, why, what for, etc. But that's my guess. I don't know which prisons actually want to take part in it. But hopefully now when they see we started, maybe someone will ask me a question how I did it, and I will be happy to help.
And hopefully next year we'll have more participating prisons from Poland. And I
hope.
Yeah, and final question to you, Hubert. Which message you would like to share with the other educators or prison administration around the world about the role of chess and other tools of education in rehabilitation of the inmates?
I think very straightforward. Don't hesitate, don't fear, don't be afraid. I mean, in majority of cases, all of those prisoners with whom we deal, with whom we work, whom we teach, sooner or later, they will be the part of outside society. It's just a matter of time. A year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, doesn't matter. If we don't work with them, who will they be when they are released? You know, sometimes I have a feeling that it should be on us educators more responsibility to teach them rather than vice versa, because majority of inmates have got, like I said at the beginning, certain baggage of their experiences. In many cases, it's a negative baggage. So it's on us to make their experience in the prison more positive, so that when they are released free, they are better people, simply. So my voice is, again, don't be afraid, go for it, try new things, because it will pay off at some point.
Thank you so much, Hubert, for joining and for everything that you're doing to make the better lives of the inmates and to rehabilitate them throughout the education. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and I hope I'll see you next year.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, dear viewers, we had Hubert, who was representative from Poland, from the prison, which is participating. And I suggest we go back to the boards because we have so much action happening. It's already round 3 in the group number 4. As we can see now, Serbia is playing against Spain. If we can pull up the chessboard to see what is going on there. We have results. By the way, I would like to point out the results of the teams. Currently, Serbia is leading with 4 points. England is on the second place with 3.5 points. Then there is Malawi, 1 team with 3.5 points. Italy with 3.5 points. Greece with 3 points. Slovenia with 1.5 points. And Spain with 1 point. So we can see, wow, what an interesting position that we have. The queen is all the way on c6. The king is being in the center in the cage. But as we can see in the position, the pawn structure is closed. It means even though the bishop and the queen are there, the attack on the king is not really successful because there is nothing, no way to checkmate the king. Although, if you look closer, we see that there is an extra piece in the position. There is an extra knight for white in this position. And that is going to bring a lot. Of course, white what can do? White can just exchange all the pieces and then just win in the endgame. And we, by the way, we have also beautiful footage from the players, how they are playing right now. Serbia won on the first board. We can see here by the checkmate, beautiful checkmate. So this was the second board. Second board is still playing. And then Serbia won on the third board as well. So it means 2-0. And Serbia won as well on the fourth board. So it means the result of the second board doesn't even matter, although it looks completely winning. So it means that Serbia is winning another match, maybe even with 4-0, to lead the group. I mean, this looks like a great performance so far by the Serbians. Let's move further in the group and see how Malawi is doing against Slovenia. Ooh, Slovenia having so many pieces on the board, 2 extra light pieces, as you can see it here. There is an endgame. There are also many extra pawns which can become the queens. But these 2 pieces is something what is going to make the whole difference. What Black is doing right now is to bring the rooks in the second rank and still try, to create some weaknesses to attack on the second rank. But I don't think it's going to matter much, because this pawn might even promote in the next few moves and just become a queen. This pawn is extremely strong. And we see, by the way, rook c8 played. So what White wants to do? White wants to win another knight. Knight e6 is impossible to stop in the position. And yeah, looks like winning. On the first board, Slovenia won already against Malawi. On the third board, we can see Slovenia is also winning. What does it mean for the standings? It means after losing the first match, now Slovenia can come back with a win in this match, and that would of course bring Slovenia higher in the leaderboard. And by the way, we see a beautiful footage from Malawi. It's, by the way, the first team of Malawi. Malawi is representing by a few teams in the championship. Regarding other results, Italy against Greece have played, and Italy won 4-0. It's Italy's second team. Also, this is by the way, this is the first board of Slovenia against Malawi, but it probably won't matter because first 3 boards are completely winning for Slovenia. Although here, Malawi, look at this, there has been a fork, and this endgame looks like the white can just push pawn forward. I think the most important is not to take the bishop, because or even bishop take. Can this endgame be won? I mean, this is a big question. The pawn is promoting, but so does the pawn of black. The black is preparing the g4 pawn push and trying to promote the pawn. Maybe the king is too far. Wow. This is going to be a huge marathon. Which pawn is going to promote faster? Of course, white is supporting the pawn, is starting to move forward. But yeah, black is also trying. Still could be nice to score 1 point against Slovenia, because Slovenia is winning so far. And yeah, and Malawi won on the board. So what does it mean? It means that Slovenia won 2 games, Malawi won 1 game, and this board is what is going to decide it all. But here Slovenia is completely winning. By the way, it's going to be a checkmate in the next move. Let's just probably keep on this board and see how it's going to resolve. There's 1 minute on the clock of Malawi. I don't think, I mean, if I was in this position, I would not want to make this move, because if I go back, then there is a checkmate. Of course, rook f7 is still a legal move, but then bishop is just going to take and checkmate in the next move. I think the player understands this is a game over. But whenever you're playing for the team. You try. You not only want to win for yourself, but for the team. Yeah, you see, he's postponing the checkmate for so many moves. He's giving up the rook, and after bishop takes, king steps away. There is going to be a checkmate on a fade. I think he's going to play king h8, or he might resign. No, he plays king h8, and we will see the checkmate on the board. And Slovenia with this is winning. Regarding other results, we can see that England won with 2.5 against 1.5 against Slovenia. Also, Greece won 3-1. So those were the results. I suggest we move on to the women's section and see what is happening there. This is a match England against Bulgaria. It's already round 3. I would like to also check how the women are doing and who is leading in the section. Okay, and here I have. So the Serbia is winning with 4 points. England is on the second place with 3 points. Malawi is on the third place with 3 points as well. Zimbabwe on the fourth place with 1 point, together with Romania, first team, also 1 point. And Bulgaria is on the last board with 0 points. So as we can see, the England is currently on the second place. So England is pushing against Bulgaria. For Bulgaria, it is a chance to try to stay in the game because it's really unpleasant to play with the 0 points. So I think what currently the players want to do. And by the way, we have a nice footage, what Chess for Freedom in Bulgaria, very nice flags there. And yeah, very, very beautiful footage that we have. So indeed, and looking at this position, it looks very complex. It's still out of the opening, so there is this middle game phase. We see that both sides castled, both kings are in the safety, and look at the pawn structure. The pawns are located in the V shape, and it means we are having here the stone wall. What does a stone wall mean? It means that these 2 pawns are going to target the square on e5. So this square is being taken care of. The only issue with the structure, the dark squares are super strong, obviously, but the only issue is the light squares. They're going to be weak. And usually that is used by placing the bishop on f5. Of course, now it's not possible any longer. But I think what Black can try to do, Black can try to break this pawn shape. Black can try to play c5, and we see it played immediately, now targeting this pawn. Because if the pawn will take, suddenly the pawn on f4 is undefended. This pawn on s3 is so important in defending both of the pawns. It cannot defend if it's being taken. It cannot defend both of them if the pawn is taken on d4. Wow, and we see e4 is being played. I'm not sure what to say about this position. Just a moments ago, it was completely, balanced, completely static position. Now after push, we see, oh my God, so many break in the center. All the pawns are flying. Everything is under attack. Wow, what a game. Oh, and we see blunder. The e4 was played. It's not only a break in the center, but it's also a great threat of the fork. Will we see fork happen on the board? I think English player knows. I think he knows he has this move. But so many pawns are hanging. I would say that he's still thinking about taking one of the pawns. Because whenever so many pieces are hanging in the position, you have to make sure that what happens after take happens here or take happens on the other central square. No, he finds it. He finds e5. It's a fork. It's a fork attacking both pieces, queen and the knight. And basically that looks like already a huge pass for winning for England, who is already on the second place in the group. This is a second female group of the Africa-Europe. And one more time, the top 2 groups top 2 teams from each group, they're qualifying for semifinals, which are going to take place tomorrow. And of course, after that, luckily, they can qualify to the finals, which will also take place in a couple of days on the October 16th. Queen is taken away. It means the knight is being able to take it. So let's move on to the next board to see how is it going there. And this is the second board. What we have here, we see, wait, what do we see? There are so many pieces from Black, I cannot even count how much, but it's an extra knight for sure. There is an extra knight in the position, and but White's pieces are very active. I see that even though there is a rook and h8, it's very passive. What was this a4 move? It was a pawn sacrifice. Interesting. I think what Black is lacking right now, Black is going for material, and that's something what you don't want to do. You already have a huge a huge advantage. You have a piece, you have a knight. What you have to do, you have to finish your development. No, he's taking the pawn. So it means there is a chance for white to still bail out from this. Oh no, and he just blundered. Look at this. Oh no, and he didn't see it. Oh my god, here there was a huge move. Rook d8, winning the rook, but after this it is not longer possible. So I just want to show you, after this f5 move, rook d8, taking the rook on h8 could have been possible. Unfortunately, he played bishop f6, but now look at this. He is attacking knight and the rook. So what does it mean? It means that white can win back a piece if rook steps away. So there are still some ideas, but oh, this was really crazy to allow this rook d8. But of course, there are so many things what's happening. And what move was played? 1 second. Rook g8, rook f7. Yes, and now we can see how tables are turning. Now it's white who has active pieces, and all the pieces, and looking at the position, material balance, it's fully, of course, still computer prefers a bit black in this position, but no, the position looks equal. Now there is no extra material. Now anything can happen. Now in this game, white can be back in the game completely. So let's go to the third board of Bulgaria, England. Let's see here. Bulgaria is playing with the white pieces, and somehow I see that there is no rook anymore. So that means there is an extra rook for England in this position, and knight is super strong. Is there a chance for white to go back to the game? Of course, if white is being able to create an attack. And that's very tough to do so because king is ready to castle. But I can see an idea. For example, first of all, the pawn is going to hang if we remove the knights. Maybe what white could do is first of all support the pawn, then move away the knight and just start pushing the pawn, just trying to attack. And I think the most important in such positions is not to lose the faith in yourself, not to lose the belief, and just continue going and continue playing, because still the opponent can blunder any moment. The opponent can make a mistake, and it's important to still continue. And look at this knight d5 with a threat of trading the knight for that beautiful bishop. I think this is something what Bulgarian player would like to do. Let's move on the board number 4. Oh, when there are no pieces for white any longer, all pieces so black. And I believe we're going to see a checkmate very, very soon. So many pieces on the board, the knight, the bishop, the rook, the pawns. What a great performance by the player from England. So what can we say? In the first board, as we were talking, there was a winning position for white. In the second board, it was still unclear. It was where the piece was blundered back. In the third board, England was better, and here's England completely winning. So it means we might say that England is going to win another match, which is going to be very nice. Zimbabwe against Serbia. Let's go to the team match. So we have here the Serbia with the white pieces against Zimbabwe. It is, by the way, it is a second board because first board Zimbabwe already won. Oh, and look at that. Do you know how is it called? It is the Scholars Mate. It happened very quickly. Wow. Zimbabwe player tried to teach the Scholars Mate. But it's good, you know, whenever you're getting the Scholars Mate, it means that after that you learned it, and then you will not be fooled again into this Scholars Mate. So that's a good point for the Serbian player. So it means 1-0 for Zimbabwe already. Second board, as we were discussing. Oh, we have just been here and there was a... Oh no, there was a knight taken. The knight was taken, and now it means the extra knight for white. But definitely the game is not over. There is a lot which can happen in this position. There is still a chance for white, so for black to come back. But already great for Serbia. Looks like a great chance to win, to get back that point, which was lost on the first board. And on the third board, sorry, we have Zimbabwe with the black pieces and Serbia with white. Okay, so position looks pretty complex. Just now pawn was attacked and it was defended. Looks very nice. And I think the biggest issue for white is a bishop, which is being encaged by all these pawns. So I think that's what white has to try to do, is to imprison, like try to remove the bishop from this cage full of the pawns. The only thing is you have to be always careful with the pawn on c3, because if you push d4, then suddenly pawn on c3 is going to fall. Knight f4 has been played. There are some weak squares for black, but let's not forget we have to develop the bishop. If we don't have development, we don't have so many pieces to play. While for black, it looks like a great position. Ricks are open on the semi-open, or okay, this one is a closed file, but it can get open at some moment. And all the pieces are being active. While for white, there are still problems on the king-queen side. So still unclear position. One more time. So Zimbabwe has... Oh, wait, what has just happened? Knight g4. Knight g4, very nice move, attacking the queen. So now queen has to step away, or maybe just continue attack. Maybe still continue, but queen e2 looks very logical move. Just stepping back, attacking the knight. So what we're talking? So we have Zimbabwe winning in the first board by the scholar's mate. On the second board, Serbia is winning. That's what we were discussing. Here it is unclear. And the fourth board, ooh, there is an extra queen in the endgame. In some of Dutch endgames, if the king is too far away, there is still a chance to make a draw, because it's very tough for a queen to stop one pawn if there is no help with the king, because then the queen will be able just to give checks. But look at this. Look at this. The pawn is already on the 6th rank. Will he be able to stop it? But oh, this was a very beautiful move. This was such a beautiful move by a Serbian player. Look at this. What is he threatening now? King is stepping away. Now, first of all, not only the pawn is under attack, but also a checkmate threat was there. So if here pawn would come forward, there would be a checkmate. So not allowing the pawn to promote, but just a checkmate. And yeah, this is a current position that the checkmate has been played. It means Serbia won. Serbia won 1 point back. 1-1 for now. Zimbabwe won in the first board. Serbia won on the fourth board. And in the two other boards, Serbia is winning. What does it mean? It means that Serbia might win the match. And ooh, wait a second. Serbia won the previous match with 4 points. So this means it will bring Serbia even higher from all the other teams. And then it's going to be very tough to catch up. Romania against Malawi. Let's look at this. We have Romania first team, because we have also other teams there. And here we can see the white pieces are having too many pieces. One more time, an extra piece for white. But look at the center, which black has. Black has the extra pawns in the center, but it's too high price you have to pay with the queens. The queen, by the way, the queen has just offered a trade, which looks... Oh no, you should have traded, because here it was not only a queen trade, but also it was a double attack. So in this position, queen is first of all threatening to trade the queens, and secondly, the knight was under attack. So black didn't see that. Black's idea was not to trade the queens, which is very logical. Black is just not trading the queens because black knows if black trades the queens, they will go to the endgame. In the endgame, it's going to be very tough to be down a piece. But at the end of the story, black is currently down 2 pieces.
It's a game born over 1,500 years ago. A blend of risk and reward, strategy and skill. But now it's helping more and more players whose lives are far from black and white.
It's good for your mental health. It can be quite a dark place, isn't it? Just behind the door 23.5 hours a day. But I suppose if you've got something to concentrate on and, you know, something like this to come to and focus on, it's a good thing.
HMP Huel is home to more than 1,000 male inmates. The man in charge was keen to add his prison to a growing list of those playing chess.
When the men come into custody, to some extent, you know, they've lost everything. So how do you start to rebuild that? And there's no doubt in my mind that chess can be a part of that. And we've seen so many examples of where the men have just flourished and thrived.
Ralph, how long has this project been running?
So about 2 years now. We've really seen much more chess happening in the prison. During COVID, it was one of the activities that we felt the men could do, despite all the restrictions.
Find it therapeutic, just clears your mind for a bit. Obviously, you have to concentrate on it. Jail, innit? You know what I'm saying? So, obviously, I haven't been sentenced to anything yet, so you do think about like what's going to happen and that. You know what I mean? It's nice to just get away from that.
Today's teacher is Carl Portman, who is playing 9 men simultaneously. Carl volunteers his time playing in a number of prisons.
Oh, there's a long way to go. I play my best chess when up against it, that's for sure.
One UK charity also runs clubs and say they've seen a big rise in demand. Chess in schools and communities first began organising regular games for just 2 prisons in 2018. The following year, this doubled to 4, and then became 10 in 2020. And while their numbers froze during COVID restrictions, this year it has risen again to 16.
I started this about 10 years ago, and I just went to the occasional prison here and there. Some people played, some didn't. It's not only blossomed here, but right across the world. There's now a World Online Prison Championship, of which HMP Huel were represented as England.
This annual tournament saw prisoners here playing online, taking on inmates in the Philippines, Mongolia, Ecuador, and 42 other countries around the world. In total, 85 teams entered, more than double the number of the year before. HMP Huel's permission to play was granted by the Ministry of Justice, who say playing chess trains players to think before they act, while providing transferable skills that can help them find a job so they don't commit further crimes when released.
I felt like I was out there living a normal life, so apart from these clothes, obviously. But if you lose your way out there, in here doing this, it can make you feel like you're normal, you know, and you're not a criminal.
Matt Graveling, BBC News.
Everyone deserves a second chance. That's what we believe at Indian Oil. Instead of being held hostage to past mistakes, we believe that prison inmates can become productive members of society. Our esteemed chairman, Mr. Srikanth Madhav Vaidya, had visited Chanchalguda prison at Hyderabad and saw sports as a means to elevate the lives of the inmates. With this belief, Indian Oil's Parivartan, Present to Pride, was launched on August 15, 2021 under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebration. The initiative reflects Indian Oil's core value, care, to help prison inmates and juveniles build a better life through sports coaching by Indian Oil's sportspersons, including international badminton players Abhin Shyam Gupta, S. Arun Vishnu, Yasil Ismail, Grandmaster and Indian Women Chess Team Coach Abhijit Kunte, Women Grandmaster Padmini Raut, international tennis player Rashmi Chakravarti, renowned carom player Ramesh Babu and Srinivas, and international hockey player Kamlesh Parihar. Across 4 phases, more than 2,900 inmates were provided with sports coaching from 52 prisons across 28 state and 8 union territories under the initiative. Basketball, badminton, chess, volleyball, tennis, table tennis, kho-kho, and carom were identified as sports that need mental as well as physical agility. giving an opportunity to excel to hundreds of prisoners so far. Indian Oil has commissioned retail outlets in prison premises, catering to public. 30 of these retail outlets employ ex- and serving prison inmates as customer attendants, providing excellent service and living a life of dignity. Parivartan celebrated a moment of triumph when the initiative was recognized by World Chess Federation (FIDE) during prestigious Chess Olympiad 2022 at Chennai. Parivartan's Cuttack team played an exhibition match with Chicago under Chess for Freedom initiative. In fact, inmates from Yerwada prison Pune won bronze medal in Intercontinental Chess for Freedom, an online chess championship for prisoners from 46 countries, and the latest in the series, launched this 26th January, is perhaps the best of them all. Indian Oil presents Nai Disha, Smile for Juvenile program for the mental and physical developments of kids across India's 3 largest juvenile facilities. Apart from coaching, equipment and kits are also provided to participants, with care at the core of all our endeavors. The journey to a better tomorrow goes on. Parivartan, Prison to Pride, helps us re-energize lives as we live our motto of being the energy of India.
Development as well as a character building. First question what I have, David, you've been teaching chess for over 15 years. What first inspired you to bring chess into correctional facilities?
All right, thank you. Very good question. I think we have been doing this for some time now, working with children in mainly schools, international schools in Accra and Kumasi in Ghana. And then I think over the years, we also saw that there was a program by FIDE looking at chess in prison. And we found that very, very interesting. I decided to start this here. At the same time, we also had some chess sets from the Gift of Chess. And it was a very easy entry point for us to start this. I personally already have a passion to support, to give back to society.
David?
So I saw it as a very good opportunity to take chess to the inmates at the correctional center. It's the youth, because I usually work with here also for good, as a good years ago, and the journey has been very interesting since then. Great.
David, we couldn't hear you so well. Last sentence, could you repeat the last sentence again, that you were saying that the chess develops character in the inmates and also the children, I mean, in every person?
Yes, so what I said was, since we started, the journey has been a very exciting journey. And we've seen their character being built. We've seen a lot of them beginning to focus more. And we think it's a very good opportunity for us to continue and sustain this program where we are now. Yes, thank you.
Before asking the next question, could I ask Eliphas, could you move a bit closer to David, because we see you a bit, a bit closer. Yeah, that looks better. Thank you. So now I would like to ask question to Eliphas. Okay, first of all, I was told that you traveled many hours to join this broadcast. You
Yeah,
traveled
sure.
yesterday. You
Yes.
stayed at the hotel, and then you did all this to join the broadcast. Could you tell us how you first introduced, like how did your journey started in chess in the correctional center?
Okay, thank you for the question. Well, I'll first like to introduce myself a little bit. My name is Elifasim, and I was a former inmate in Senior Correctional Center way back in 2021. I was sentenced in the Senior Correctional Center, and last year I was I get the opportunity to be introduced to chess by Mr. David, which was quite interesting. And from there, it has built me physically and mentally.
Yeah, that's very nice. And what did learning chess mean to you personally during your time in the correctional center?
Please, the question again.
What did it mean to you to learn chess, to you personally during your time there? How did it change for you the other like aspects of life?
Okay, so first, I thought chess was just a game, but for me getting much exposed to the chess and playing much, Davis was also helping me throughout. So I found out that the chess it bring out more opportunities, like building up your minds mentally. It's inculcate some knowledge in you, critical thinking, problem solving, and many more. So since then, I also find it I should also grab the opportunity to also establish some in my school. So I'm working towards it. Now I've created a club in our school, which is I name it by Sir David Club Academy at our school, because we at Kumasi we don't usually play chess there. So I pick the opportunity to just introduce chess to them.
And after you releasing from the correctional facility, how has chess influenced your life?
After you have left, how has chess helped your life? So
Did you hear the question? Sorry.
Please repeat the question. It was a bit noisy here. Sorry.
Sorry. So I'm asking, after you were released from the correctional facilities, how did chess influence your life?
It influenced my life in so many ways. Like in academically, like it have improved my mathematical skills. Like I've seen some improvement in my studies. It have improved my focus, my mental skills. It have helped me a lot. Yeah.
And what are you doing right now for a living? And if you're still playing chess like a hobby, as you were saying, you are in the club, what you're doing right now? Could you share us?
Right now, we are finding it difficult since I became the senior prefect. Because when I went there, I was finding it difficult to establish the club because I was not getting access. But so along the way, I became the senior prefect. When people noticed that I was a chess player, they was like, wow, I learned that brilliant students play chess, and they were enticed. So they tried to vote for me so that I'll come into power. So when I came to power, I also established the chess club in my school. And it has been so wonderful. Sir David was also supporting me here. And he sent me some chessboard. So we have started a chess club right now.
Yeah, truly incredible. And how did chess help you to cope and to try to overcome all the challenges that you had in the prison or difficult emotions you have in Correctional Center?
When I was in the
Yeah, like I was blaming myself for all these stuff, but when chess came inside, I was like, wow, chess, chess is bringing much joy into my life, and I should, like, the mistake brought me opportunity, so I should grab it and embrace on it.
Do you remember your first win in chess and how it felt to win the chess game?
Please, the question.
Do you remember your first win, how you won the first game of chess and how it felt for you, your feelings?
Yeah, it was so exciting. Like seeing the era of me winning was so much joy. It sparks me very a lot.
Did you also have someone who mentored you or inspired? Was it David or who made you keep improving and motivating?
Definitely, I'm going to say it's my chess coach here, Mr. David.
Yeah.
And also back Magnus, the world.
Sorry, could you repeat the last sentence, please? There was some connection issue.
As I said, definitely it's going to be my coach here, Mr. David, and also back with our world chess player, Magnus Carlsen.
Oh, very nice. What do you think was the hardest part about learning chess in the environment that you had?
Well, so whilst at the correctional center, I was not getting much access to chess. We were limited to certain essentials for us to get access to chess. But still, here in Ghana, especially in Kumasi, I don't get the access to play chess regularly. I don't have things to learn more.
Do you think chess also can help other people who were in your situation, in similar situation, to find, for example, a new purpose in life, a new direction, improve their emotional and social skills?
Please, the question.
Do you think chess can also help others in similar situations that you had to help you to find a new purpose?
Yeah.
Similar situation.
Yes.
In which way do you think it helped you and it can help others?
Because chess is not what I learned. That chess is not always about you in this life. It's like life on board. Chess go hand in hand with life, and life is not always about you. It's about the others. And when we come into chess to your opponents, which your opponents do is like also trying to fight against you, like it's an enemy to you. That's how life is also. We have financial constraints and other things fighting against you, but with patience and other things chess will inculcate in you, you can do it.
Truly remarkable. Yeah, chess and life, they're so similar in many ways.
Yeah.
And if you could give advice to someone who learning chess while facing some problems, struggles, what would it be? What would you give an advice?
I'll tell the person to relax, have patience, think, and play.
Just play chess and enjoy. So I have a question to you. So after your release, do you still stay in touch, of course, with Mr. David? Do you still in touch with any of the people you played chess with back in the times?
Unfortunately, I'm in different cities, so the only way I can reach out to them is by WhatsApp or basically on the internet.
Mm-hmm. And
I think there have been times where we've invited him to come and play in some of our tournaments in Accra. He's in the second largest city in Ghana. So once in a while, he's been here to play in some tournaments. And then online, we also get a chance to play other inmates who were here with him and have been released, and they are all playing online. Yeah, we have this group and we still keep in touch.
Yeah, David,
Yeah.
now it's a good point. Also, I would like to ask you, how was it for you personally to witness the transformation of Eliphas? How was it for you? Maybe tell us your role in this story.
Yes, I think it's been such a joy to see him improve, right? Even whilst he was here, he was among those who were always attentive, consistently coming for the lessons and not giving up easily, not so many excuses, you know. And so I wasn't surprised at all. And when I heard he was doing very well after school from here, and then to the point that I even became a school prefect, was really, really inspiring. And I felt like very overwhelmed since I got to know that. And it's not just, I think there are quite a few of them who have also done very well from here. And I know let's say about 4 of them who are achieving in various aspects in their schools. They are kind of the best players in their schools. And these schools are not, it's a big public schools in Accra. And if you want the best chess players, these are the boys who were once here, who were taught by us. Yeah, so it's been very, very inspiring. And this are things that spurs us on, motivates us to keep going every now and then. Yes.
And David, you're a pharmacist by training, but you dedicate so much time to teaching chess. What drives your passion for chess?
Yeah. Well, I think before I even go to pharmacy school, I was playing chess growing up. And I remember not having players to play with. It was back in the day in Accra. And so the love for chess, I just kept growing. Aside being a chess coach, I'm also a chess player. I have 2 very strong junior chess players as well. And so it's like part of my life has been revolving around chess, and it's been difficult to let it go. And it's not been bad at all. So I've really enjoyed the journey. Just that it's been very challenging. Sometimes the time, family, balancing this with work has not been easy. And even the boys who live here, they are always in touch, calling every now and then, check out this game, you know, and all of that. So it's not a very tight balancing act, but by God's grace, we've been able to endure, and we keep making progress each day. Yeah.
David, what are your hopes for the future of the Chess for Freedom initiative in Ghana? And if you have any challenges, how are you facing, how are you making still everything possible?
Yes, I think that there's been lots of challenges, but what keeps us going every now and then is the boys, the reception when you come around, how they receive you, the excitement, the joy. And it's like they are always looking forward to your next visit to know when the team is coming around again, and that keeps us going. And then for those who have left, you know, once they leave, you realize that almost all of them begin to use chess as their status, as their DP on WhatsApp. And so it's probably like people boys who had no idea about chess, who had never seen a chessboard before, are now so much into chess. So I'm beginning to get a lot more disciples all over the place, and they are going around teaching other people how to play the game. And so this keeps us going despite the challenge. The challenges have been quite a lot. You know, it's not a very popular game in Ghana as a sport, chess in itself. And so top on the list has been getting sponsorship, getting the media attention as expected, to keep this running. And we have always had plans to extend this to other institutions. But because of the logistical challenges and the sponsorship is being limited to just here. And so those are the key things. And my greatest hope is that we'll be able to get at least 2 additional facilities to be part of this Chess for Freedom program, to extend the benefits to them as well. We're looking at the women's prison, then other male prisons outside this particular community. And those are my greatest hope. We're looking forward to getting more people on board, partners on board. And we are very hopeful that we'll be able to get that in the coming years.
David, do you think the story, like Elifa's story, or also story of other players who have just helped them throughout, do you think it will bring more attention to the Chess for Freedom project and maybe more resources? Because you're saying those resources are pretty limited, which you have.
Yes, these are clearly powerful impact stories that will be able to convince a lot of people to come on board. I think one that challenge has been the time because of what I do, work. I'm also doing some part of schooling at the moment, and so to be able to go all out and get the necessary, connections of partners has also been a challenge. But with these stories and unfolding now, for the record that we have been able to get certain people out of here who are doing very well in life, I'm sure will definitely be part of the reasons why people will be ready to come on board. Because, this is the main reason of why we want to do this, help inmates better integrate to society, reduce the level of recidivism, and this is exactly what is happening. Once they are very busy with chess, looking for tournaments to play, improving in their academics or their works, wherever they find themselves, we get them off the streets, we're able to get them off any social vice. And that is what the society is all about. Get people into, develop better people who will be able to help develop the country and the world at large. Yes. So I'm very, very hopeful that stories like this will go a long way to change the narrative of how people see chess, how people see people who are incarcerated, that there's still hope. It's not over for them. There is always life after, and there's some talent. It's really, really universal. We have to really focus on that as well. Yes.
David and Eliphas, I have final question to both of you. First, I would like to answer Eliphas and then David. Each of you, as you were mentioning, Eliphas with his incredible story of this rehabilitation, getting fresh in the life, and also David with the full support. You represent how chess can change people's lives. And what message would you like to share with other countries or other young people who are watching this project grow globally? First, Eliphas, if you could say, like, if there any message would you like to share with young people?
Young people. And so, my message, I would like to tell them that they should keep on focusing in life, and in as much as chess is also, but they should focus and play more chess, learn, solve puzzles so that you can open your mind and improve your mental skills.
Yeah, thank you, Eliphas. And David, what message would you share with other maybe countries or people who would like to make an impact, and also young people who are watching the project and would like maybe to play chess?
Great. I'll say that this Chess for Freedom project is a great one. First of all, we have to recognize that people who find themselves in prison can be any of us, can be anybody. They are almost all sort of people, all professions, all professionals, all occupations, who are here. And it can be your brother, can be your sister, can be your family member one day. And so we have to make sure we help them have a life that whilst they are here, they can still think outside, the walls of the prison and channel their energies well. And this is a very easy way to do it. Some of the players, I'm told, they don't even have a big pitch where they can even play football. It's so confined that, you don't have the chance to do anything very, very, worthwhile whilst you are there. And it's a very easy tool that we can use to get them to be more reflective, to be patient, to think outside the box, to be able to challenge themselves with something, critical thinking and puzzles, games, and give them a sense of purpose. So we have to encourage everyone, every country, if you have the chance, let's just involve and use this simple tool, chess game, to help our inmates, our brothers and sisters who find themselves in this situation, and so that they also not get a chance to, once they are out, they can be better people and will not have any means or a reason to go back, to offend and get back into such place again. Yeah, that will be my key message. It's a very wonderful game. It is so much in life, and it's not just for those who are outside, but everybody everywhere should have the opportunity to learn the game and play and be part of this particular program. Thank you.
David and Eliphas, it was a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much for sharing this story. First of all, thanks to David and those people like you who help such people also like Eliphas to change their life for better. And as we see on the example of Eliphas, how great it all came out, and it's nice. It's nice to see how you establish your chess club and how you continue living with passion for chess. Thank you so much, Eliphas and David, for joining.
Thank you very much. I remember when I brought him back to this place to join the team and watch them for this interviews, because I'm currently at the play area, and when we're getting closer, he was beginning to feel a bit. So I said, "Sir David, I'm feeling some way coming back to this place. You could tell how much this means coming back now as more like a guest to speak to the boys before even the tournament started. It has been very, very good." Example role model to the boys who are here now. Thank you very much for this opportunity as well. We are grateful.
Thank you to you, David. Thank you, Eliphas. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye. Good.
So, dear viewers, yeah, we had such special guests with us, and it showcases how chess can be used as a rehabilitation tool, how chess brings the power for a change, for becoming the better person. And all of this is thanks to all the people who are in charge of the project Chess for Freedom. And this time I would like to use the chance to thank, first of all, FIDE, International Chess Federation, and FIDE Social Commission, as well as the Cook County Sheriff Office, the arbiters who are working non-stop to make it all happen, as well as fair play and pairings officers, because it can become very challenging for them, as well as the key team of the Chess for Freedom project, and all those are the FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich, Sheriff Tom Darts, Dana Reizniece, Michael Korinman, Niboisa Baralic, Lasma Kokorevica, Anna Volkova, and Kema Goraeva. Also, I would like to mention the support of chess.com to be used as a platform to play, and support of Sotris Logothetis. Thank you very much. As well as our broadcast team that we have here. We have Andre in charge of the broadcast team, and my colleagues Michael, who has been following with you the groups of the Asia today a bit earlier, or it was in the other time zone, it could be also later, as well as Charlize, who's going to join later for the Americas part of the group. And last but not least, I would like to share appreciation to all the national federations. They develop the program in their countries. They support. We can see that each year the groups, the countries, the prisons, the amount of them is just growing rapidly. Huge thanks to all the trainers, all the coaches who are on a volunteer basis come weekly, as we spoke with Kevin, train chess players in prisons, and they are becoming the part of this Chess for Freedom project with a huge chance and opportunity to change their life for better. Dear viewers, I think it's a time for us to go back and see what is happening in the open section of the event, because the games are ongoing. We have currently round number 5 in the open group 3. And just to update you about the current standings, we have Zimbabwe winning with 4 points twice and with 2.5 won. So it means altogether there are 16 points. Zimbabwe is currently leading in the group. On the second place there is Serbia, then Bulgaria. Bulgaria is sharing the third place with Spain's second team. And after them is Czech Republic with Ukraine, and also Jersey is on the last place and having just one. By the way, Jersey had 0 points. We see right now Slovenia match against Serbia. Serbia, the first team of Serbia. And on the first board, we see that Slovenia won already. This was the game which was won. This is the second board, where looking like Serbia is going to take a point back. We see that there is a bishop, a rook endgame. White doesn't have a bishop on the position, so it means an extra piece should be enough for win, but not so much material. In case White will be able to take that pawn, then it's going to be the rook against the rook and the bishop, and this endgame is going to go crazy. It can go forever. So this is something I think what White should try to do, try to win the pawn, although it will be pretty tough, but maybe still can happen. Let's go right now to, oh, one moment. Let's go to the board of Malawi against Greece. It's the first board. The games have just started. Ah, sorry, this is round number 6 already. Number 6 already started. They can start early because it's a round robin. Yeah, one more time, I would like you to remind you about the format. The players are playing in the different groups. So we have sections. We have open sections, we have women's section and youth section, as well as we have in every section many groups. For example, right now in Africa and Europe groups, we have 2 women's section, 2 youth section, and 5 open section, which are being played. And the top 2 teams, which are going to win, which are going to be the first ones in each section, they're going in each group, sorry, they're going to promote for the semifinals, which will take place tomorrow. And after that, hopefully they'll also will be able to get to the finals, which will take place on October 16th. And just so that you know which teams promoted from the Asian teams, because we didn't know for sure who promoted. So it was Mongolia first team who promoted from the first, India first team also who promoted from the first group. United Arab Emirates unfortunately got 3rd place. It means that they are not promoting. In the second open group, it was Mongolia who got the 1st place out of all, got promoted to the semifinals, as well as India second group is as well in the semifinals. From the women first group, it is Mongolia and Kazakhstan who are through. And yeah, and now if we go to the women's, if we could go to, one moment, to the group number, to the women's group number 3. It is here. Yeah, we have the women's group number 3, and in the standings we have Georgia, Ukraine, and Latvia who are leading right now in the leaders board. And I think we're also getting soon, very soon, we are getting a footage from Latvia. So let me go a bit down. So right now Latvia is playing against Romania. Romania currently with white pieces, by the way, winning against Latvia. It looks like a checkmate will be very, very soon delivered. The only square king go back. Still, there are pieces defending the king, and the position is very sharp because also black's queen is close to the king, but we see that the rook is being falling on the board. Now queen takes on h8 was played, king d7, and this looks like completely winning for Romania. But on the second board, it was Latvia who took a point. Oh, we can see it was a beautiful, beautiful checkmate by the pawn, which was played by the Latvian women player here. And let's move on to the third board and see what is happening there. It is Latvia who again might score another point, because it's queen and against the rook, and there are so many pawns that queen can even be traded for rook and black will just win. Looks like Latvia might score a victory here. And if we go to the fourth board, well, here looks like there is an extra exchange. So we see the rook is for the bishop, and we can see that it is much better for white, but still there is chance for black. For example, in this position, if not for g4, at some moment there could be a checkmate on the first rank. You have to be careful. Bishop d2, oh no, but there is no checkmate threat. I think now the player from Latvia can just take the bishop on d2, but no, he's not taking, he wants to deliver a checkmate. Wait, is it going to be checkmate? No, king is escaping. I think there was a checkmate. Yeah. King is all the way to e2. It looked like a checkmate, but it was not. Only one square is left. And now there might be some problems with the white's king. Look at this. Rook is coming with a check. Black is trying to be active here. This is the only way how black can continue this game. Maybe creating this pawn as a passer. And if it is going to be possible, maybe still black can come back. And yeah, looking like black is not really doing so, but there is still a way for white to convert this. And look what white is doing. White just wants to win the pawns. White is attacking the pawn on e5. So now this is a threat, also taking other pawns as well. All pawns are very weak for black. Looks like winning for Latvia here. Coming back for the first board. Oh no, we were just discussing this game and it looked like black was not winning. Black was losing in this position. But suddenly, I don't know what happened. But wait, what is this move? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, wait. This looks like a checkmate threat. How do you defend from it? I mean, this is actually a big question. How to continue? Because the bishop is under attack. And it's going to be checkmate pretty soon. Oh no! And there was a mistake. Apparently in this position, there was a move. Oh no, but it was so tough to find. It was queen g1. It was the idea to try to make the king take, so that after promoting to the queen, there is going to be a checkmate, because after a couple of moves, the rook is entering the position, and suddenly it's checkmate for white. But no, in the game, queen e1 was played, and it looks like, oh no, one more time, there is a big opportunity now for, there is a big opportunity right now for black again. Checking the king, there is a rook g8, there was this rook g8 check, and now look at this. Will he be able to find, will she be able to find, because rook g8 for Latvia might seal the deal. If any other move, like queen s3, it's still possible. It's still possible to win, but looks like a equal position. Black has to keep on checking, because otherwise white is taking with the queen, promoting the queen and winning the game. What a roller coaster on this board. What a tough time. So let us go. Oh, no, I want to stay here. I wanted to go to the fourth board, but no, this is so much more fun. Look at this. King is taking. Rook h8. King is going. This is a king's walk forward. Is there a way to win? I see check and then check here, because king will have to step, and there is going to be a win of the queen, but there will be another queen promoting, and this looks like a crazy position. I don't know who is going to win. Wait, rook f8, but it's just taken. Yeah, rook h6 maybe should have been tried. Oh my god, what a game! What a game! I mean, such a roller coaster. This is something what I enjoy when playing also game of chess myself, just to have such chaos on the board. There are two queens for black. Look at this, two queens. But I think the other queen for white is also going to be promoted right now. So just to update you, Latvia won this match 3-0 for now, but this is the fourth game, and here Romania looks like should be winning. There is also a very simple move, queen c8. So breaking the queen on the same file and taking the queen. So that is also, and there is queen a8. So the way how you can win the queens is different. You can choose just the way you want to win it. So let's go. Let's move on. We have Slovenia against Georgia. As I was mentioning, Georgia is leading right now in the field, followed by Ukraine on the second place, Latvia on the third, Romania second on the fourth place, Kenya on the fifth, and Slovenia is on the last place. What is it all about? It is all about getting into the semifinals to get the top two places. And this is what the players are fighting for. Georgia won 2.5 points already, so it doesn't even matter what will be an outcome from this game. Georgia won. It means Georgia is extending the lead, and it means wait a second, doesn't it mean that Georgia is 100% in? Because this is a 5th round and it's a final round in this group. Looks like it. Looks like the Georgia is already in for tomorrow's semifinals. Huge congratulations to Georgia. Let's try to see if the other teams are already in. So the second place was Ukraine. Ukraine won the 5th match with 4-0. Yes, 4-0. So it means Georgia and Ukraine from the women group 3 are going to join in the semifinals. Huge congratulations, but also huge thanks to other team participated. 3rd place Latvia, 4th place Romania, 2nd team, 5th place Kenya, and 6th place Slovenia. So that was it. Meanwhile, I'm just wondering what is happening in the other women's section, which we have. It is where we have England currently leading. Let me go to the game of Zimbabwe against Bulgaria. England is currently leading the field on the 1st place. Then we also have Malawi on the 2nd place, Serbia on the 3rd, Romania 1st team on the 4th place, Bulgaria on the 5th, and Zimbabwe on the last place. And look at this, England has already 8 points. What does it mean? Malawi has 5 points. It means no one can catch England anymore. England is already in semifinals. Congratulations to the women team of England for joining in the semifinals. And here we have the match of Zimbabwe and Bulgaria. Oh, wow, what a rook. I mean, rook is really beautiful here, attacking now the king. There is a spin, the pawn is hanging. There is a threat of pushing pawn forward. Huge attack. And also there is an extra rook, by the way. If you look at the position, well, black is missing the rook. Looks like winning one for white, but white has to develop the pieces because the pieces are not being developed. That's, I think, the most important what white can do right now. All right, so that was about England. Let's try to guess which second team is going to qualify. So Malawi and Serbia. And I would like to see, oh, by the way, Malawi is playing against England. Malawi is playing against England. Currently, England won in the 2nd board. And Malawi is winning the 1st board. Look, there is an extra queen and an extra bishop on the board. Wow. Malawi is winning this game, but there are already 2 losses for Malawi. So it means 2-0 right now. England is leading. But on the last board, look at this last board, another extra queen, but in this case already for a rook and the knight. So what does it mean? It means Malawi has a huge chance of qualifying. If scoring the draw with England here, Malawi would get 6 points. It means that Serbia and Romania will not be able to catch because the tie breaks points are very high for Malawi. But let's see what Serbia is doing. And it's exactly Serbia playing against Romania, by the way. It's like the best final match, the best final round in the field, in the women group 2 of the Africa and Europe. Here we have Serbia on the 1st board having extra queen. Wow, looks like Serbia is in a great shape. Also won the 2nd game by another Scholars Mate. We had a Scholars Mate already in one of the previous matches we discussed. Here also Scholars Mate was played. On the 3rd board, it's Romania who has an extra rook and the knight in the position. Also looks like winning. So what does it tell to us? Oh, and the 4th board has just finished with a win for Serbia. So 2-0 right now. What it means that Romania has to win 2 games. Romania can win this game, obviously, but this one is Serbia. This one is going to be won by Serbia, this game, because there is an extra queen. So it might look like Serbia will get 2 points. And then there is going to be a big question how Malawi will be finishing these 2 final games. Malawi in England. We will go back to see how they are doing a bit later. But for now, what I would like to do, so we already checked which teams got qualified from the women. Yeah, I was mentioning this. Mongolia and Kazakhstan qualified from the Asians. And also we have the youth. From the youth, it is India 1 and India 3 who qualified. In the youth second team, let's move to the youth second team. Let's see what is happening there. There we have currently Ukraine playing against Ghana. Oh, why did the knight go there? Wow, what an interesting night. Wow, went all the way from black to the a1. I mean, I saw that it was taking the rook, but there was no rook. But the knight is very adventurous, and an extra bishop, extra light piece for white in this position looks like winning for Ukrainian player. The second board, oh, look at this, an extra piece for black, so much better, of course, winning for Ghana. And also so many pawns, if they are starting marching, they're going to be promoted for sure. It's very, very, very difficult to resist. On the third board, we have Ghana player again winning. So what does it mean? It means there is a big chance for Ghana player to qualify, because currently Ghana is on the second place in the field. So in that group, we have England on the first place right now, Ghana third team on the second place, Romania on the third, Ghana second team on the fourth place, and Ukraine on the last place. By the way, just a reminder to you, this is the youth section right now. And yeah, talking also earlier, we were discussing the Latvia team. It was in one of the earlier groups we were talking about. Yeah, here, by the way, the Latvia. I would like to go to the. They are now playing against Serbia in this team, and I would like to check which place they are right now in. They are on the second place, by the way. They're on the second place right now. They're fighting to get into the semifinals. It's an open. Right now, Serbia fifth team is on the first place and Latvia on the second. So I think also it's a great moment for us to show also the video, which is live right now from the prisons, also with the women team. They were also winning in the previous rounds, which we were witnessing before. So this you can see how the players are participating. They're having separate chairs. We can see the laptops there. I mean, they're having the refreshments. They're even wearing the Latvian clothes. I mean, it is incredibly nice to have such support, and that so many we have seen also the younger women participating. So it's really nice to see them play and fight to have an opportunity to promote for the semifinals and then for the finals. And once again, I would like to remind our dear viewers what is at stake. First of all, definitely it is a huge opportunity for the players who are being right now in the correctional facilities to play the game of chess, to try to still have like enjoyment in the life. And chess is such a great tool for them because it helps them to rehabilitate as a person. It helps them to improve not only their brain, their cognitive abilities, but also their social skills, their emotions. As we were mentioning with many interviews today, that chess helps a lot with having the patience, with also building up the social skills to make friends, to become a better person. And as we were seeing also many examples, we had Eliphas today showing to us that example, that he made it, that made his life from the blank space. He just went out of the prison. He grounded his club. He just chess is still in his life, and these stories really they do show how much chess can do for someone to change their lives. And I think this is really remarkable. So let's see the Serbia against Latvia match right now. This is a very important match for the group 7. It's open group 7 because, as we can see, the Serbian fifth team is right now on the first place. But it's sharing the first place with Latvia together, both having 5 points right now. So this match is going to show who will be getting the first place. And as I'm looking at this position, it looks very nice for white. Although the material is equal in this position, we can see that the both sides castled opposite. So it means black castled short and white castled long. And now we see the pawn march happening on the king side. We see g5 break was happening. Now the pawn on g5, pawn on h5, they're going to decide the game. There are pushes of h6 and g6. This is a huge chance right now for the Serbian team to get a full point out of this game. g6 was played, just pushing forward, not caring about the pawn. It looks like it's defended, but the main purpose of this move is not to attack and trap the bishop, but the main purpose is to open the files on the H and G files. So it means opening files against the king and starting the attack. Look at this, pawn on E6 was also the problem, by the way, because after G6 pawn takes, the pawn which was from standing on F7 was defending the pawn on E6. So now we can see there is a check, and in case king steps away, there will be the move pawn takes on g6. So rook f7 was played. Again, this is still a move. You can still go for it and then take rook on f7 at some moment. Yeah, this looks like crushing position for Serbia. Huge, huge chance for Serbian team to get on the top of the group. The second board, let's see how they are doing. Here, Serbia looks like also a bit better, because if we look at the position, there is an extra pawn. There is an extra pawn, but again, extra pawn means a lot in the endgame. Right now, it's still not an endgame, it's still a middle game, and we see what white is doing. White is trying to stop black from expanding the pawns, pushing forward with a pawn to b4. There is still a chance for Serbia, for Latvia here to defend, and what I think of is that to create some kind of attack against the king, trying to push the pawns forward, trying to bring the knight to the king side, attack, just try to deliver the checkmate. And that's something what I think in mind also of Latvian player. So first board, one more time, Serbia looks like completely winning. Second board, still like Serbia is better, but not yet winning. The third board, going into this one. So Serbia plays with the white pieces against Latvia. Wow, what's the pawn doing on c6? This is truly interesting. Now knight is stepping away to e2. Aha, so knight wants to go to f4 or d4. I'm a bit worried for white in this case, because look at this, knight is already on g4. There are almost no pieces which are defending the king. Rook is coming back to f2, but this is still a move because there are only 2 pieces defended. This is how we count. We have defending 2 pieces only, while black is attacking with 1, 2, 3 pieces. Queen, knight, and rook. So this is going to be very tough to defend. So Latvian player is doing really well here by this attack. It looks like it's going to be resolved very soon and black will win. What means that, as we were discussing, the first board of Serbia was completely winning. Then this board looks like a very winning position now for black. So it means Latvia, it might be 1-1. And let's look at the fourth board. And the fourth board is better for Latvia because Latvia has 2 pawns, but there is an attack ongoing right now. There can be rook joining on the b file. It can be very tricky. This position is very dangerous for white as well. White has to be ready. And maybe white has to organize an attack against the king on the king side, pushing the pawn forward, h4, h5, trying to open the h file and attack. So this looks like something the plan, what I would suggest to play as a white pieces. And so think all these games, it makes me believe that there might be even 2-2, because we have seen that Latvia is winning on... Oh no, there was some move just played. Apparently a mistake. So I think that this was looks like a great move because it defends the pawn, but on the other side it also weakens so many squares. So now we might see some entering on the b file, attacking the pawn on b2, bringing the rooks. But no, there is a bishop standing on g3. It's not really happening, but for sure something like queen b3, c4. I think there might be attack happening right now. So anything can turn around. Looks like Serbia is doing great right now. And what was happening here? For some reason, I think Latvia was winning, and now it is Serbia who is better. Wait, oh no, there is a rook. There is an extra exchange right now. Rook for the knight. Oh no. Knight is coming here. So yeah, Serbia is better, although now it's not so sure anymore. There might be some tactical ideas in the position. There might be some moves. Aha, so there, oh my god, look at this. There is a pawn takes on a3. If pawn will take, oh no, will white take on a3? Will he see it? That's a big question now. If you take the pawn on a3, I just want to see the next move of white. If white will take the pawn, it's going to be a disaster. I think the only move which white has to play is king d1. Oh no. Oh no, the tables are turning right now. Now Latvia is the one who is winning this. Aha, no, knight is coming back. Now still the pawn, but the pawn can be taken and the rook can go to the b file. So I just want to show you, if pawn would take on a3, it would be a checkmate. Look at this. King doesn't have a square and queen is standing in the way. There is no way to escape. So that would be something what might have happened. Of course, it did not. So this is the very nice match again. It can anything can happen. So let's see. On the third place there is Greece right now, and Greece, I'm just trying to see. So Greece is Greece won on the first board. Greece lost on the second board, so it was so it was 1-1. Greece against Netherlands. Then we have also Greece winning one more, so it means 2-1 right now, 2-1, and the last board is this one. So if Greece managing to draw this game, Greece is winning and getting the same amount of points with Latvia, and then it's a tiebreaker, which is going to decide who will qualify for the semifinals tomorrow. Wow, this is getting tense. This is getting very tense. Okay, I would like to go to the youth section, to the youth section number 3, where by the way, we already have result there. We already have result in youth section number 3. It is Ghana first team who got the first place. Malawi got second place. It means both of the teams are qualifying. Kenya got third place and Georgia fourth. So huge congratulations to Ghana first and Malawi for qualifying for the semifinals, which are going to take place tomorrow. While for Kenya and Georgia, it was a bit tough of a round, but of course, I mean, it is happening. You're not always winning, and with the participation, you're also improving. So it means definitely a lot to take part, improve, and next year to come stronger. So this is what we have in the youth third. In the youth second, by the way, it's confirmed England is through. England is through, and look at this, we have still Ukraine playing against Ghana in the team. And what about the Ghana third? Let's see. So we have Romania playing against Ghana. It's a youth second group. We have England leading right now and already winning, and already England is through to the semifinals. Now it's a question, which team is going to go through? Is it going to be Ghana or is it going to be Romania? By the way, Ghana, the third team. It's interesting that there are two Ghana teams, second and the third, and Ghana third, interestingly, is on the second place, playing stronger. Wow. Truly remarkable. Okay, so this is the best match what we can have right now, because both of the teams are fighting for the qualification for tomorrow. This is the best matchup for the final round which you can get. For now, Romania won on the first board. On the second board, Ghana won, and on the last board, Ghana third won. If this game is going to finish in a draw, it means Ghana third will qualify for the semifinals tomorrow. But look at the position. Looks like it was very good here, but bishop trade maybe was not the best idea to play for Romania. Still, the position looks very good. The main point why bishop trade is not so good in this position is because white doesn't have so much space. The pieces are standing awkward, as you can see. And if you're helping black, if you're trading the pieces, then you just help them to improve, to trade the bad pieces which are not standing well. So for that reason, I think that trade of the bishop was not the best one. But still, again, anything can happen. But looking at the knight on h7, I would still say that it looks like white has huge winning chances on the king side. And there was some small blundering a pawn. Oh no, there was not a blunder of the pawn. Look at this. The pawn takes on f6, on e5. And after pawn takes, now suddenly the pawn was defending this square. There would be this fork. Watch out for the knight. The fork could have been there. And if we go back, what happened in the game is that the pawn was taken, and now knight g4, attacking the queen and also the pawn on f2 at the same time. But look at this. I think there was a blunder. Will Romanian player see queen e6? No, he doesn't see it. Queen e6 would be a double attack on the king and the knight, winning the piece. But he played queen d6, and looks like it's going to be very soon a checkmate. So with this point, if Ghana is winning, or at least playing a draw, it means Ghana third team is through for the semifinals. Wow, what a match. It was completely winning for white, and then suddenly they managed, white just blunders and getting here. So let's just see the final moments to make sure that Ghana third team is qualifying. Now rook f2 check. If queen takes, then white is not going to have a queen anymore. And if king steps away, it's going to be a checkmate. So of course, queen f2 looks like the best move. Still prolonging the game, still trying to have this opportunity. And he's going for it, of course. He's playing for the team. The Romanian player has to still try to fight. What we will see later. So we will see after king takes. Oh, there is one problem. There is a knight also hanging. I wanted to say there is a rook and a knight. There will be rook and a knight for the queen, but unfortunately, after king f2, there will be queen h4. Ay, that's painful. That's very tough. Is there a way to try to trap the queen? I think that's something what Romanian player is thinking this position, because queen has only one square right now on h2. And maybe if you play something like rook b4, defending the knight, maybe then you can try to trap the queen and just remove one of the squares which queen has. But again, the Romanian player is still taking time here. Meanwhile, okay, so just want to remind our dear viewers, we already have the group 3 of the youth section finished which brought Ghana first team and Malawi, bringing them to the semifinals. Currently, this is a second youth team, which is bringing England to the semifinals. Now, Ghana and Romania are fighting for the second spot in the field. And earlier, Romania was winning, but now, as we can see, and we see, by the way, Rook b4 was played defending the knight, but then there is Rook f8, and this knight is not going to be taken. Yeah, looks like completely winning for Ghana's third team. Yeah, basically, almost looks like we can congratulate Ghana, but yeah, looks still very sharp position. Very sharp. Still, maybe the queen can be trapped. This is something what I'm thinking might happen. What I suggest, probably because both players still have time and we have so many more groups, I suggest we move to the other groups to see what is happening there. I expect Ghana's third team to win, but we will come back to make sure what happened. All right, let's go back to probably the group number 3. The group number 3, and let's see if we have any game ongoing right now. It looks like not yet. So we have the 5th round finished, all games finished. So the players are getting ready for the next round. I would like to update you on the current standings. So Zimbabwe is leading with 8 points. Serbia 1 is on the second place with 6 points. Spain 2, 4 points together with Bulgaria. Czech Republic has 3 points, Ukraine 2 points, and Jersey 1 point. So let's move on to the group 4. The group 4, they are playing, by the way. So let's see what is happening. What is happening there? We have Malawi against Serbia match right now, but let me go through the current standings just to see what is going on there. We have Serbia second team with 10 points leading the field, Slovenia with 8 points, England together with Italy second team together with 7 points, Malawi 5 points, Greece 2 points, and Spain 1 point. And this is, by the way, this is the final round for the group 4. This is round number 7, sorry. This is round number 7, and because there are 7 teams here, one team is the one which is always going to have a break. So let's see which teams are playing right now. Malawi against Serbia. Serbia currently leading, as I mentioned before, so it's going to be, I can say 100% Serbia qualified for the semifinals, which will take place tomorrow. Huge congratulations to the Serbian team. It no matters how this game is going to continue, although I see that they're standing better. They are going to go through. So Serbia's second team is going through to the semifinals. On the first board, let's look at the position. So here Serbia looks like having an extra pawn, which is very good for the endgame again, which would be winning for the endgame. There still could be some technical, practical issues, but I would say that still there is again there is a chance to win back the pawn. And now there are 2 of them. Now I don't know, either these pawns are strengths or a weakness. This is a big question, but I would be really scared to play with white this position because they're very, very close. But white has many pieces. Maybe white can somehow organize play against them. I would play something like d4 in this position, break in the center, bringing the knight out, trying to attack the pawns, because if this pawn is going to remain here, this pawn is going to be a weakness. Knight h4, another interesting approach. Now knight is going to f5. Knight is going to f5 to create an attack on the king. I think the approach of the Malawi player is that even though there is an extra pawn for black, white wants to continue game by attacking the king. And look at this. White has just provoked the move g6. And it means that queen can go somewhere to e3, for example, targeting the pawn on h6. then provoking the move such as king e7, defending the pawn, and building up a pressure on the king side. The game is not yet over. There are still chances for white to come back in the game, but once again, Serbia looks like have big chances to win in this on the first board. The second board here, it's different. Now look at this. Malawi player has an extra exchange, rook for knight. Now knight is jumping forward. King is also open. Look at this. Knights are getting traded. I think this is going to be a biggest issue in the position. Probably just doubling the rooks or bringing the queen exactly and just getting closer to the king. This is something what Malawi player will do. And is a huge chance to win against Serbia. So it means we might see 1-1. Let's see the board 3. What is happening here? Okay, there is a queen. There is just a queen. I wanted to say there is a queen for a rook, but there is just a queen. It's an extra queen for a few pawns, but it doesn't matter. So Serbia is winning on the board 3. Wow, this looks so great for Serbia and for the Serbian fans as well. So Malawi is not even in content for the second place, so it's also not really matter so much for them. So Serbia is winning, is qualifying for the semifinals for sure. Let's go and check what is happening because Slovenia, England, and Italy too, they all have a chance to qualify. Because Slovenia currently has 8 points, England has 7 points together with Italy 2. So currently there is a match Italy 2 against Slovenia. If Italy wins, Italy will surpass Slovenia. But on the first board, Slovenia won. On the second board, Slovenia is winning. It looks like a checkmate in a few moments. It is going to be a checkmate in a few moments, 100%. Then there is, on the third board, Slovenia with black, also with 2 pieces, is winning. By the way, look at the footage. I like how the players are looking at each other's games, supporting them. There is also everyone is watching the game, how it's played, probably also rooting for their players or for their students if there are some also players who are coaching them. So again, the first board Slovenia won. The second board Slovenia is also still winning. And on the third board, again, Slovenia is with 2 pieces. So, and on the last board, Slovenia won. So I think it's safe to say Slovenia is winning. What means that Slovenia and Serbia too are qualifying for the semi-finals. This looks like it. Yeah, exactly. So Slovenia and Serbia, Slovenia and Serbia too, not Serbia 1, but Serbia 2 are qualifying from the group 4. This is great to see. So I would like us to go to the group 5. Let's see what is happening there. What is happening there? Armenia is playing against Romania. Armenia currently is leading together with Serbia 3, by the way. Armenia is leading with 6 points with Serbia 3. And Armenia is playing against Romania 2. And look at this. Romania is winning this position. Although the second and third board are already won by Armenia. It means 2-0 right now. And if this board finishes in a win for Romania, there is still a chance on the last board. But look at this. It's an endgame of queen and knight against queen and the bishop. I was taught all the time the queen and the knight are cooperating much better than the queen and the bishop. And there will be always a chance to create an attack. Also, these pawns are hanging, by the way. So you have to be really careful. And this endgame, even though it looks like very, very reasonable for white to win, there still could be some practical issues which white can try to do. And I think that this game is going to be the one which will decide. Because in this position, as we were already discussing, this looks like a winning position for black because of an extra piece. But now I think that some strange things are happening. So not really clear what is going to happen. But looks like Armenia is going to continue leading. Let's see what's happening with Serbia 3 and Norway 1. Because in this field, Serbia 3 and Armenia are leading with 6 points, but behind Serbia 3 and Armenia are Norway 1 with 5 points, Romania 2 also with 5 points, and Eswatini. So let's go to check. And by the way, Eswatini is playing against Norway. Eswatini is playing against Norway right now. Eswatini won on board 1. On the second board, this is the second board, what we see right now. Norway has an extra pawn. There is a fork on the queen and the bishop. Maybe, I don't know if you should take this bishop or this. You have to decide which bishop you would like to trade. It's tough to say. Okay, white decides to keep the dark squared bishop. It makes a lot of sense. Because, you know, if we're going to trade all the pieces but the bishops, we're going to see that they're going to be the same color. And if we would take with the bishop the knight, then at the end of the story, we would see that there will be opposite colored bishops. And it means that there will be not so much chance of winning the game. So that's what Norway is doing. Norway is trying to push for a win in this endgame and trying to not to allow this opposite colored bishop endgame. Makes a lot of sense, definitely, for Norway chess player. Let's see. Okay, Eswatini won the first board. This is the second, so looks like Norway has chances. And look at this. If king would be on g1, there would be this beautiful bishop h2. But king is on h1. It's a very beautiful prophylactical move which was played earlier, and this looks very, very nice. This is what's happening on the third board. Here, Norway player is already having a queen on the board, so it's extra queen. Looks like completely winning. So we expect this game also to finish in a victory for Norway player. What does it mean? It means that we might have 2-1. And on the last board, Eswatini player is winning. Already won, by the way, just now. It was a checkmate. Look at this, a beautiful checkmate. So many queens on the board. So if this in these positions on the board 2 and 3, because currently Eswatini is having 2-0 against Norway. So Norway 1 team has to win both of the games. It's going to be tough, but I think, okay, at least with this one, Norway will manage. This is already tougher. This is just an extra pawn. It's not so easy at all. And if Eswatini wins this, it will bring us with even higher, getting 7 points after the victory. Now, this is something which can bring them to the top of the leaderboard and having huge chance of winning. So yeah, this is great. And then qualifying for the semifinals. Okay, let's look now what is going on. I wanted to see Serbia 3 and Romania because this is something what we wanted to discuss. So Romania we have already checked because Romania was playing against Armenia. And what about Serbia? We don't yet have Serbia. Okay, so we will come back to this group later to check how everything changed, how the standings changed for this time. So let's go maybe and check what happened in the group 6. And oh, by the way, the round 6 has just finished. Altogether, there are 7 rounds in this group. Right now, they're not playing, but they will start playing shortly. I just would like to highlight you current standings. It's Georgia who is leading the field together with Croatia with 10 points, with 1 round to go. And Georgia is going to play against Lithuania. On the third place, there is Serbia 4 with 9 points, just 1 point behind Georgia and Croatia. Wow. So very, very close. Serbia 4 still has a chance to qualify. But the fourth, Lithuania with 6 points. Also North Macedonia with 5 points, together with Spain 1 with 5 points. Norway 2 with 1 point, and Ireland with 0. These are the teams who don't have a chance to qualify anymore, because for a win you're getting 2 points, so you cannot do it. Also, wait a second, I'm sorry for rushing into saying this, because I believe that Lithuania didn't play 2 matches yet. I thought Lithuania didn't play 1 match only. So there is still a chance, by the way, for Lithuania. Yeah, sorry for rushing to say this. And Serbia 4, by the way, Serbia 4 also didn't play the match. I think the match is still going to come very soon. We will see results later. So it means Georgia is with Croatia leading, but they are leading after 6 rounds. Serbia 4 and Lithuania, both of them, they have not yet played the 6th round. It means 2 more rounds to go for Serbia 4 and Lithuania. So anything can happen between these 4 teams, anything, and all of them can qualify. So we are going to follow it closely a bit later, because for now we don't have the pairings just yet. I suggest we move on to the open section to see the 7. To see the group 7 of the open section. Oh, and look at this. Latvia is playing against Netherlands. Just to follow up on the standing, Serbia 5 currently with 7 points, leading the leaderboard, and it looks like some teams can catch Serbia 5, but I will have to see how they're playing, because it's Greece 2 and it's Latvia, and Latvia is playing against Netherlands. So there is still a chance for players from Latvia and also players from Greece 2 to catch up with the Serbia 5 team. And let's see, so Serbia 5, 7 points, Greece 2, together with Latvia, 5 points each. For Romania 1, it's already not possible to catch up, because 4 points. With 4 points, still not. Although, wait a second, there is still a chance. By the way, I'm rushing. I rushed to say this, but there is still a chance to win. And in case both Greece 2 and Latvia are losing, then there is still a chance to qualify. Okay, so Romania 1 is still in content. For Netherlands, it's not possible any longer. Netherlands will not be able to qualify, but huge congratulations on the participation for Netherlands, 3 points, and Poland 0 points. So what we are looking right now is Serbia 5, Greece 2, Latvia, Romania 1. Those are the players which can try to qualify. Let's follow. Now we have a match of Latvia against Netherlands. And we can see that there is an extra piece, extra rook on the board with 2 pawns, by the way. It's not so trivial at all. And I believe the pawns can be starting marching just very quickly. B4, A4, just creating a passer. And again, okay, there is an extra... sorry, there is not an extra piece. There are just 2 extra pawns. Oh, sorry for saying that. There are just 2 extra pawns in the position, but they're very, very strong. And A4 has been played. I would start with a B4 so that there is no rook B3, because now rook B3, I would be a bit worried. Rook B3, bringing the other rook on the B file, attacking the pawn B2. This is something what might happen. But if rook goes back, then B4, B5, and so on, just pushing forward the pawns. Yeah, rook goes back. Now B4 is something what White can play. So Latvia is better on the board. Oh, sorry, that's a Greece. So now this is the second team, the second board of Latvia. So we see them. Oh, look at this. We see there are so many pieces on the F file trying to attack. But at the same time, it's Black's king who might need protection at some moment, because wait, what is going on? Something changed in the evaluation. I'm just trying to find the solution for it, because taking doesn't bring so much sense. It looks like it's just going to be a trade and not much else. Although, look at the position. White has an extra pawn. Maybe there is some transition to the endgame, which is winning after some trades. Still can be possible. Because the more pieces you trade, by the way, you have 2 extra pawns, one on the each flank. The more pieces you trade, the closer you get to the endgame and the more chances you have to win. Oh, knight g4, this is something what he missed. This is a fork now, attacking the queen and the pawn on h6. Now queen has to step away, and also queen has to defend the bishop at the same time, because there is this pressure still there. So queen has to go, probably queen g7, defending both of the pieces. Still not so clear how to continue, but one more time, Latvia on the first and the second board are winning. But it's Netherlands. It's Netherlands who is winning on the 2 other boards. Look at this, Netherlands with extra queen and almost checkmating the player from Latvia. What does it mean for the overall standings? It means that Latvia maybe will not be able to have a chance of playing a draw. Oh, wait a second. But the 4th board, let's see. Oh, I think this might be a save for... it might be a save, this 4th board, because this will be at least a draw, because black will be always attacking the white's king with the rook and the queen, although there are pawns running, but black has to create an attack against the white's king. And yeah, and then it could be at least a draw, but still there are winning chances for both sides. And on the 3rd board, again, Netherlands is winning here. If we go up to the 1st board and 2nd, it's Latvia who is winning. So if Latvia wins the 1st board, where there are very beautiful pawns marching forward, if Latvia wins the 2nd as well, which looks also very nice, like the knight is standing in the center, 2 extra pawns, it would mean that Latvia would have 2 0 points. And if this game finishes in a draw, it means Latvia wins. So it's hypothetically, it could mean that Latvia would get 7 points and would be fighting for a qualification spot. But what is Greece doing? I want to find the Greece. Greece is playing against Romania. Oh, this is crazy. All teams are playing against each other. As I was mentioning, Serbia 5 on the 1st place, Greece 2 on the 2nd, Latvia on the 3rd, Romania 1 on the 4th. All teams still can qualify from the top 4. And this looks crazy. Romania already won on the 2nd board. Look at this, with a beautiful checkmate, queen g8. And on the 1st board, oh, what is happening? There are too many pawns. Oh, it looks like Romania is winning. There are 3 extra pawns which will be marching. Also, rook almost trapped. Oh my god. Yeah, this looks like a tough position. Maybe even here, playing something like bishop h6 just to have another square covered, or king here. So yeah, just winning for Romania. Wow, incredible performance. That would change a lot in the standings, because Greece was currently together, Greece 2 with Latvia were currently on the 2nd place, but it's Romania 1 who can change it. So winning the 1 game, now this is the 2nd game which Romania will win. 3rd game, the Romania has extra piece. It looks like Romania is winning, and on the last board Romania is winning. Wow, Romania is crushing the 2nd team of Greece. A truly incredible performance by Romania in the last round. What would mean that Romania 1 would get 2 extra points, getting them to 6 points, getting them to the 2nd place, and it's going to be up to Latvia if Latvia will be able to win or not. This is a big question. Wow, a lot of tension right now happening. We can see also players from the different correctional facilities playing now, watching also games of the fellow inmates, trying to support each other. This is truly incredible. What chess is making to all of us humans. It brings the best out of us, and As for such players who are right now in such a struggle, who are right now somewhere maybe where they didn't belong originally, but they're trying to change their life for better. They're trying to rehabilitate with the help of chess. They're trying to bring power to themselves, to be a better person when released. One of the stories which we heard today from Eliphaz, how he came out of the prison, how he became such a huge fan of chess, creating a chess club, leading it, and yeah, just becoming a brand new person. And as he told in the interview, he said that he didn't let one mistake to destroy his life. He just did one mistake, and after that, he just did a lot of great things. And chess is one of the main tools which helped him, which of course is so great. It's so great to see such examples. Okay, so this was the Latvia. So again, Latvia against Netherlands and Greece against Romania. So Romania is winning, but so big question going to be, will Latvia be able to win? And one more time, so this board, 2 extra pawns. This board already not clear because look, this pawn is falling. Oh wow, anything can change right now. And for now it's 1-1. So Netherlands won in the game earlier. We were discussing this game that is winning for Netherlands. And Latvia won the last board. So it means 1-1 right now. If Latvia is winning one of these games, it will be at least 2-0. So it would bring Latvia with 1 extra point. And it would mean that they will have the same amount of points with Romania. Of course, for security, you always want to win. And if Latvia wins, then Latvia is through, which of course would be great for them. Okay, so I suggest we go back to the third open group, because I think the women, we have already discussed women. Just one more time to remind you, in women's section, England and Serbia from section 2, and from the group 3, Georgia and Ukraine are through. So these are the results from women. And from youth, we have also already had results. England and Ghana 3 are through from the youth 2 section, and from youth 3 is Ghana 1 and Malawi. So let's go back to the third group, and we see that they finished the round 6. They finished the round 6 still. There is still a game ongoing. It's Bulgaria against Spain. We were talking already about this group a bit earlier. We were saying Zimbabwe is leading with 9 points. 1 point behind is Serbia 1. And then it's Spain with 6 points, Czech Republic with 5 points, Bulgaria 4 points, Ukraine 2, and Jersey 1. But the players still have 2 rounds, so anything can happen. Any result can, of course, shape up the leaderboard in completely different way. What right now we see in this match is that, oh, wait, there was some mistake apparently played. Oh, wow. Oh, there are so many moves happening. Wait a second. The pawn, black is trying to promote. White is also trying to promote, but black is promoting with a check. Oh, what a tense position. Now it's a check. Now king has to step away. And if king steps away, then I believe that black will be able to win this one, because there will be a way to okay, but of course rook takes, but then queen takes, and now you can give a check here and take the pawn. If you give the check on this square, the point is, oh, he's doing it probably like this. He's probably doing it like this. Yeah, it's a very safe way, of course. Getting back one of the pawns, giving up the rook, and delivering a checkmate. Wow, what a game, what a game. Bulgaria won on the first board, on the second Spain won, and now it's Bulgaria who is losing here. Bulgaria is white. So it means Spain will have 2-1 points. And on the fourth board, I see Spain won. What does it take for our standings? It's going to mean that Spain is winning. So Spain is Spain too is going to get 2 extra points, getting higher in the leaderboard, getting bigger chances to qualify for semifinals. This is great. This is truly amazing for the Spain. Spain 2, by the way. So there is still Spain 1 in one of the other groups which being played. We're going now to the group 4. By the way, group 4 already concluded. This is what we were discussing earlier. This group we were already discussing. So one more time, just to announce who qualified. It's Serbia 2 with 12 points. Got first place qualifying for the semifinals. Slovenia with 10 points on the second place qualifying. There was England who was playing with 9 points, Italy 2 with 7, Malawi with 5, Greece with 3, and Spain 3 with 1 point. Huge thanks for everyone who participated. Congratulations on the top 2, Serbia 2 and Slovenia, for getting through to the semifinals. Armenia in the group 5. We were talking also about this group, and they just started. I suggest we follow one of the groups right now, one of the matches, because we can see already from the opening. And see, by the way, which opening was chosen. Okay, it was Scotch and Bishop D3. Usually Bishop H4 is being played because it's creating more threats, but it's also interesting. It's more solid. The only thing what I'm afraid is that the white gave up a pawn, so black is up a pawn for now. And if black is going to be able to defend the pawn and finish the development, it's going to look like black will be just up a pawn. Okay, this is Romania 2 playing against Eswatini. There are some of the players, some of the teams still have a few more rounds to play. So there was for example, Romania, who is playing right now, still has 2 more games to play, while Armenia is almost finished, only 1 round to play. So it means that for Romania, there is a chance to come up in the standings. The same also is for Eswatini, for Serbia 3, for Norway 1. So there are still players who haven't played 2 rounds, but for Malawi, it's only 1 round. Okay, so that's what it means. So still a lot can change in the standings. So that's what we're going, of course, to see. But let's focus on this match right now. Ooh, looks like a great position because white also sacrificed the pawn. That was maybe not the best sacrifice because now black has a very strong center. The pawn on e5, the pawn on d4. Now targeting the bishop on g4, bishop steps away. Oh wow. Yeah, this looks like looks like a great position for black because of this huge center. And by the way, just 2 extra pawns. Yeah. Maybe there is some idea behind it. So one of the ideas what I can see is that opening up the bishop. White sacrifices those 2 pawns to open both the bishop, and there is a bishop pair advantage in the position. There is a king which can get attacked. Queen h5, I believe, is a move which is one of the candidates right now. I would think about it. And of course, if we just go there, I don't know if the move will be played. Let's try to stay on the same page. Queen f5 was played. That's a bit different because now g6 may stop. But queen h5 would have been a bit better because even if here black is stopping with g6, what white can do, white can sacrifice the bishop, and then there is at least a threefold repetition. There is just at least a perpetual check. But if not for them, I mean, there could be, after this move, there could be rook e4 with a checkmate threat. There could be this ideas already in the air. And after f5, there is bishop g5 attacking the queen. This could be a move. Although there is something still what I probably don't see so well. Computer sees it much deeper, this position. There is still defense for black there. But look at this. This was a point. This was an idea. Even though queen h5 looks more natural, queen f5 with the idea queen e6 check. Provoking g6, giving a check. Now there might be ideas of pushing pawn forward on the h file, going all the way there, the pawn, creating a pawn as the weakness. But now trading this bishop, this is not something you want to do. The bishop is a very beautiful piece now. You don't want to trade it for the knight. Knight is not doing much. Oh, you don't want to do that for sure. So this is current situation. This is a board number 1. This is yeah, this is so difficult. And then the second board, Romania against Eswatini. Romania against Eswatini. So we're having in this position, wow, we have a bishop pair and attack ongoing, but of course easily white can take the bishop, and that's what white is doing, of course, not standing that that bishop on e4. Okay, and let's move on to the third board. Oh, what a beautiful pawn on c7. There is rook d8 threat. Okay, that looks like a very beautiful position now for white. Romania. Wow, knight e5. Look at this. There is a beautiful move. Knight e5. The point is that if black would take here, knight would take on c6, and there would be a checkmate. But if knight takes here, there is rook d8, another checkmate. So, but of course there is also rook d7, rook d6. There are many moves which Romania player can play here right now. What does it mean for us? Eswatini is better in the first board, but on the third board it's Romania, and he finds knight e4. Wow, what a beautiful move. I just want to put if I can, the brilliant move on this one. This was just a brilliant move. And after rook c7, knight e6, rook has to come back, but then there is knight. Oh, this is very beautiful. This is very beautiful. All right. So let's try to move forward. Romania is doing great. So again, winning this game. Here it's still unclear. Nothing is clear. Here again it's a bit unclear. And here Eswatini is winning. So might be a 2-2 result. It might be equal here. Germany against Norway. Norway won the first board. Second board is also winning because having so many pawns, 2 extra pawns on the queen side, as well as on the other 2 boards. It's a bit unclear yet what is going to happen. But wait a second, here opening up. Ooh, looks great for Norway. So still huge chances for Norway to qualify throughout this group. And I also would like to quickly see Serbia, just very quickly. Serbia. Oh, and Malawi is winning now here. Serbia won on the second board. Malawi is winning now. Oh my God! But Serbia 3 is on the such high place. If Serbia is losing, there is a chance Serbia is not going to qualify. So for Serbia 3, it would be really important to continue. Second board for Serbia 1. Malawi wins this one. But look at this third board. On the third board, Serbia is winning. Look at the king. It's fully open. There is a big attack. There is an extra piece. If white takes here, the rook is... Wow. I was not expecting this move. Wow, queen f7. So the idea now of white, the problem was that knight on d5 was under attack as well. So many pieces under attack. So that's why white is taking the pawn. But yeah, then it looks like Serbia having great chances to win.
discipline, empowerment. From October 14 to 16, the 5th FIDE Intercontinental Championship for Prisoners unites teams from more than 50 countries in an online competition. With record participation, inspiring stories, and a global stage, this year's event once again proves that the 64 squares can transform lives, no matter the circumstances. Join the broadcast live on the FIDE YouTube channel.
And we're having today the group stage, the qualifiers for the semifinals. Right now we had African and European countries battle it out on the field of chessboard, and we already have some results and we know which teams are getting qualified for tomorrow's semifinals. Would like to announce those teams. So from the Asian, first of all, I would like to start from the earlier groups. It's Mongolia 1 and India 1 who qualified from Group 1 open section. From Group 2, it's Mongolia 2 and India 2. Huge congratulations. Now we're going to the European and African teams. So Group 3 of the open section, it's still not so clear, but the only thing which is clear is that Zimbabwe is qualifying. They still have one more round to play, but Zimbabwe has 11 points, so at least Zimbabwe qualified. The second place is Serbia 1, the third place is Spain 2, so still not clear there. We'll follow you up on the results later. In Group 4, it's Serbia 2 and England who qualified for the semifinals tomorrow. Huge congratulations. Armenia and Serbia 3 are leading the field in the Group 5, but still one more round to play and it's not over. We will also follow up on the results a bit later. Serbia 4 is leading together with Georgia and Croatia in Group 6. One more round to go, so still anything can happen. Once again, we will see the results a bit later and update you on that. Serbia 5 and Romania 1 qualify from Group 7. Huge congratulations to these teams. And now let's go back to the women's section, because there we have for the Asian teams, it's Mongolia and Kazakhstan who qualified to the semifinals tomorrow. Congratulations. From the African and European countries, it's England and Serbia from women's second group who qualified for tomorrow. And women's 3 section, it's Georgia and Ukraine who qualified as well. From the youth sections, we have India 1 and India 3 qualifying from youth first group, and from the second group, it's England and Ghana 3. So all those are the teams who got qualified, and it's not over just yet because we're still having one more continent to cover. We'll have South and North America. We're going to have the Americas battle a bit later today. So dear viewers, I would like to thank you for watching, and huge thanks for everyone who is making such a huge input to this broadcast and to this event for Chess for Freedom. This is truly incredible to see what chess has been doing, how it has been used as a rehabilitation tool for the prisoners as part of the FIDE social year of chess. It's very important to highlight how chess is being used and how chess is changing the lives. I would like to thank you for watching, and you will see the broadcast starting from 4 p.m. Central European time. And there Charlize is going to cover Americas there, and we'll see who is going to qualify for semifinals. Thank you so much and see you later.
Focus, discipline, empowerment. From October 14 to 16, the 5th FIDE Intercontinental Championship for Prisoners unites teams from more than 50 countries in an online competition. With record participation, inspiring stories, and a global stage, this year's event once again proves that the 64 squares can transform lives, no matter the circumstances. Join the broadcast live on the FIDE YouTube channel. discipline, empowerment. From October 14 to 16th, the 5th FIDE Intercontinental Championship for Prisoners unites teams from more than 50 countries in an online competition. With record participation, inspiring stories, and a global stage, this year's event once again proves that the 64 squares can transform lives, no matter the circumstances. Join the broadcast live on the FIDE YouTube channel. Welcome everyone to the final part of today's broadcast, the Americas segment of the 5th Intercontinental Chess Championship for Prisoners. It's been an inspiring day of stories from around the world showing how chess can truly change lives. We've had 2 segments, Asia, Africa, and Europe, and now we are turning to the Americas where the Chess for Freedom initiative actually began. And to start our segment off, let's hear from FIDE President, Mr. Andre Vögtlin, whose message sets the tone for today's championship.
Hello everyone. It's my pleasure to greet all of you on behalf of the International Chess Federation, FIDE. For the past 5 years, FIDE and the Cook County Sheriff's Office have worked closely through the Chess for Freedom program to bring chess to people in prison all across the world. We strongly believe in our mission, and now, after 4 successful events, we can confirm that chess is a tool for hope, transformation, and reintegration. Every year since 2021, we have had more connectional facilities across the world joining the event. This year's championship had reached a new milestone. We will see more than 130 teams from over 50 countries to take part, including men's, women's, and youth teams. The growing number of countries and players taking part in this event shows how the spirit of chess can spread and bring us together, no matter the barriers between us. I would like to welcome players and organizers from Eswatini, Guyana, St. Kitts and Nevis, Lesotho, Poland, and Aruba, who are joining us for the first time. The dates for this competition are chosen deliberately to honor the International Day of Education in Prison, highlighting the importance of education in correctional facilities and encouraging activities that support it. To the players, I have the following message. We are all human, we all make mistakes in life, but as long as we are alive, we have a chance to learn from them and correct them. It takes a lot of courage to change, and that is why I want to warmly welcome all of you on behalf of the entire chess community and thank you for taking part in this event. As we have seen over the years from those who have taken part in the Chess for Freedom program, playing chess offers a direct path to self-motivation, logical thinking, stress reduction, and foresight of consequences, which are important pillars for good life. I hope you will experience the same, and we hope to help you along the path. I would like to thank the Cook County Sheriff's Office and all our partners, including Chess.com, for their dedication and support for making this tournament happen. Learn, fight, improve, but above all, play with honor and enjoy this beautiful game. Good luck to all. Gensunusumus.
Before getting into the chess, we have a special guest with us. Joining live is Dr. Jane Gupser, Executive Director of the Cook County Department of Corrections. And she's here on behalf of Sheriff Tom Dart from the Cook County Sheriff's Office in Chicago, where all of this began. He was a visionary who brought this project to life and changed thousands of lives through it. Under his leadership, the Cook County Jail introduced chess as part of rehabilitation, helping individuals in custody develop focus, patience, and confidence, and even starting a program called Checkmates for Kids, which we are going to hear about more now. But Dr. Jane Gupser, welcome.
So much. It's truly an honor to be here on behalf of Sheriff Tom Dart to be celebrating our 5th annual Intercontinental Online Chess Championship. The game of chess here is very important to us. I think it's really important to note that what we're doing here today in Cook County is all because of 2 men, Sheriff Dart and Dr. Mikel Foreman, who had an idea to bring chess, a game that allows for so much more than just joy and pleasure, a game that allows people to practice critical thinking skills and to really, here at Cook County Jail, establish a stronger self-identity and a positive view of themselves. both Sheriff Dart and Dr. Corman came together to figure out how to bring a game like that here to inspire change, to create hope, and to bring another tool for the way that we can reform corrections here in Chicago. Today is so important, and I think it's very special because we have friends here, some new, some old, that are coming together from all over the world. And today, more so than I think ever before, it's really important for us to celebrate unity. Unity for our differences, unity in our strengths, unity for all people coming together, all the differences that we have, celebrating the uniqueness of all of our countries together and coming together as one team to support just a greater mission of hope and reform and corrections and celebrating the game of chess. As they were speaking about before, the chess program here at Cook County Jail, it's one of many programs that we have to reform corrections here and to inspire people to have positive change in their lives. It helps people to cope with living here at Cook County Jail. And the way we use chess here, of course, we have these big tournaments, but also, like was mentioned, is our Checkmates for Kids program, which is an opportunity for the men and women here to spread the knowledge of chess to their families and to their children, and to allow them to connect here on some important game that they can take with them forever. We, under Sheriff Dart's leadership, try to utilize the Cook County Jail as a true intercept for change, a way that people who come here, whether it's the people who are incarcerated here, the people who work here, or the family members of the people who are caught up in the criminal justice system, we like to utilize as many programs as we can to support people while they're here and to help them to have a more successful re-entry into the community when they do leave. We have some of our participants who are here today, one of which has been here in our custody since 2011, which is just a symbol of how broken our criminal justice system is. We need to make thoughtful change. We need to introduce creative programs, and we need to do things different here to support not just the men and women who are here, but the families, the communities, and to do things that's going to help people re-enter into our community in a more safe and just way. So I am very privileged and honored to be here. It's been such a great joy and really an honor to work for Sheriff Dart, to oversee the Cook County Jail. I appreciate all the support and partnerships for everyone who's here today. And I really support all of our staff who have worked tirelessly to put this together, from our IT side to the programming staff, to our correctional sworn staff, and our communications staff, because without all that help, we wouldn't be able to have a successful program like this. It would be great if we won, but that's not what we're here to do today. We're here to just support the game and to work together. And so I really appreciate everyone for just being willing to be part of this program with us. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gibson. I have one question for you. You said that you're hoping you win, but it's more about the fun and getting to where you are. What is the atmosphere like there today, and how are the players feeling for the tournament?
All day here in Chicago. The participants are eager and excited. One of the things that we talk about here with some of our programs is, while not everybody may be interested and willing to participate in things like this, the men who are participating today, they're all excited. They all have hope and joy in their eyes. They feel positive, and there's very much a team atmosphere amongst the men who are participating. And for people who are here celebrating with us today, like I said, there's some people who are here that have been coming for many years. We have other new faces here today that are that are excited and supportive and really hopeful about the program today. So it's all positive here.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Gupser. Good luck for your teams, and thank you for all the work that you have been doing on that side of the world. Hope you enjoy the tournament. Now, before we continue, let's take a quick look at how this tournament works, breaking down the 5th FIDE Intercontinental Online Chess Champions for Prisoners. This year marks the biggest edition yet. We've got 135 teams from 57 countries divided into 3 groups: open, women, and youth. And today we've had the group stage. So they are playing in round robins, and the top 2 teams from each group will go to the semifinals tomorrow, and then the finals on the next day, October 16th. Time control is 10 minutes plus 5 seconds. Rapid, which is a great time control to play online, but still time is of the essence. It runs out. We'll see some time struggles coming out. Every team has 4 players, all currently in the correctional facilities. Let's talk about the groups that were there this morning. So in the early morning, we had Asia, and then later in the afternoon, we had Europe and Africa. So in the open section, those countries that have gone through are Mongolia 1 and 2, India 1 and 2, Zimbabwe, Spain, Serbia 2, England, Armenia, Serbia 3, Serbia 4, Georgia, Serbia 5, Romania 1. Funnily enough, Serbia 1 didn't make it through. They were so close, but Serbia has so many other teams going through to the open semifinals. In the women, we've got Mongolia, Kazakhstan, England, Serbia, Georgia, and Ukraine. And in the youth, India 1 and 2, England, Ghana 3, Ghana 1, and Malawi. And today, now in this segment, we are going to the Americas, as I said before. We've got 3 groups in the open section, 1 in women, 1 in youth. Let's take a look at who is playing today. So, first of all, a little background is that the American teams haven't won the Intercontinental Championship just yet, but they did have the Continentals earlier this year, where El Salvador won the Open first and second. So they are definitely the teams to be watching, and then Colombia third. So our teams being represented in the open section, they are Dominican Republic, the US with KS Ellsworth, St. Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago 1, Jamaica 1, Paraguay, Mexico 1, El Salvador 2. That is the first group. So we call them Group 8. In our next group, we've got Jamaica 2, Trinidad and Tobago 2, El Salvador 1, Colombia, Mexico 2, Argentina, Aruba, and Guyana. And now what's special about this year, and every year we've got more and more countries participating. This year in the final 2, I said Aruba and Guyana, they are debutants in this year's edition. So it'll be interesting to see how they perform. The final group in the open, we've got Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, both also debutants, Grenada and St. Kitts and Nevis. And what's interesting is that these countries also debuted at the FIDE Olympiad last year. So it really shows you how chess is growing in these countries. Joining them is Canada, US, KS Norton, Uruguay, Mexico 3, Trinidad and Tobago 3, and US Chicago, who we just heard from. So our women and our youth, they will have fewer rounds. The open will all have 7 rounds, as it's a round robin. In the women, we only have 5 teams: Mexico, El Salvador 1, USA, Trinidad and Tobago, and El Salvador 2. El Salvador won the Women's Continental, and USA came second, with Mexico third. In the youth, only 4 teams, so it's going to be quite exciting to see what happens there. They all play each other once. This will be quick, especially the youth. We know they like to play extra fast. Their games finish quicker than most. They are Ecuador 1, Trinidad and Tobago, Serbia, and Ecuador 2. So now that we've got all of our games, our countries that we're now playing, let's start taking a look at our games. So I'm going to come over here. I don't know if they've loaded just yet. Yeah. Let's take a look at our online games. It doesn't seem to be as live just yet, but they have started playing, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so we've got the youth, which we can get to. Yeah. Got some youth games. So for the youth first round, it's Ecuador playing against Ecuador. They are straight up against each other first round. And then we've got Serbia versus Trinidad and Tobago. So Serbia, we saw, had a very strong showing in the open section. In the youth, it seems like they're already up to a good start. Wow. So one thing about these games, these ratings may seem lower, but it is crazy chess and it's really exciting. Sometimes they find the greatest tactics, and it's never over till it's over. So here, white is crushing it, completely winning. A checkmate is sure to come. Serbia won first board, is going to bring this home. And in the second board, here, black, Serbia is playing as black. So we had a nice fork over here. Things are not looking so great for Trinidad and Tobago. Okay, so board one, Serbia won. Board two, Serbia's winning. Board three, we've got some vindication. Trinidad and Tobago, he's the queen up. Let's see what happened here. Where this queen got lost. Okay, so this is quite early, and it's also interesting to see the times. Okay, let's take it from the beginning. E3, D3. So it'll be interesting having interviews later and also hearing about the preparation that they get into, because of course, opening principles, we know take the center immediately. And it seems that black is the one who has done this from the get-go, but white is developing a little bit passively. So beautiful opening play by black, honestly. Bringing the queen out early, but because white hasn't done much, that's okay. Bishop G2, 97. And here, also on our broadcast, which is great, is we've got live feeds of our players. Sometimes we don't, most of the times, we don't see their faces for, of course, reasons to keep them protected. But it's great to see them celebrating sometimes after the wins and how they play. Right, so black is just so much ahead on development, putting pressure on this pinned piece. Okay, E4, a major blunder. Wow. So as we saw, the pin from the bishop, white just had to kind of protect and move on, try to attack this bishop perhaps, and find a way to get out of this. But E4 now allows black to put pressure on the pinned piece. And now white is guaranteed to lose material. Bishop G5, hoping for some attack, but black is playing beautifully. Wow, you see this rating, 233? That's nuts. No ways, that would be more than that. Okay, and then for some reason, white captures with the queen. Probably just thinking that black would capture, and then they could capture. But black plays intermediate move, first capturing the bishop, and the queen is trapped. Beautiful play by black. I think black will most definitely bring this home. And that's really good because board 1 and 2 is already good points for Serbia. And see, okay, we've already gotten to the end of the game. Beautiful. So unfortunately, even with that beautiful game going to board 4 of Serbia versus Trinidad and Tobago, Serbia looks to be taking this one as well. Queens are coming off pretty early, I would say. So if we look at this game, okay, black's got the queen, but it's a weird position. Although it doesn't matter too much. Black can really do anything and would be just completely winning over here. So let's see what happened to this queen. Okay, I think a few lessons that we will be learning here are mostly in opening theory and bringing some pieces out too early. Queen B8. Interesting move. Not entirely sure what the logic is here.
doesn't look, yeah, e6, okay? So black is playing passively. Queen goes back to d8. Maybe, can't even say it was a mouse slip, but okay. Let's see. Black just wanted to bring the bishop and move the queen. So, good. Much nicer. I think white is definitely playing better here in this game, but what has happened? Okay. Again, we're seeing, I guess, a pattern of pins. White has to just move this bishop back, protect it. I think anywhere is fine. Bishop g5. This queen is a little bit weirdly placed over here, but this is much worse because now we're putting our queen in a pin and a discovered attack. Beautiful move. Knight g8, attacking the queen, but also attacking the bishop twice. So white is definitely losing material over here. And white decided, out of everything, to give up the queen. Okay, I see. White was definitely the stronger player in terms of opening principles and starting off, but just tactically, black is the stronger one. And that's what it will come down to. Some of these players are very natural in their instincts of tactics, but lack the basics like our principles. Okay, nice move because this pawn is pinned. I like our theme of pins today. Wow, this is just... Okay, and white takes with the king. I mean, of anything you're going to do, you're going to bring in another piece to protect you, but I suppose that is not happening. And okay, black is most definitely going to win this game, and Serbia will beat Trinidad and Tobago. Elsewhere in the youth, Ecuador versus Ecuador. Okay, we've got one game that's finished already. Okay, Ecuador 1 against Ecuador 2. White 1. Very nice checkmate. Okay, another queen loss. We're seeing lots of queen losses. We won't go too far back because we want to see some of the other games. Hanging pieces, we're just leaving them. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful fork here. Black played strangely, I would say. Bringing the queen, this knight has been free to take for a while, but they decided no thank you. Let's move on. Okay, now we lose the queen. There were many different ways to go about it, although black did have this beautiful attack on the g2 square, threatening checkmate if this white queen had to ever leave. There was just no time for that, and black lost the queen. And I think white just converted beautifully. Set up a mating there, done, game over. Okay, so that is our Ecuador first team beating the second team on the fourth board. Let's take a look at what's happening on the first board. Okay, we seem to have one move on the first board. Not sure, it could be internet problems. We'll see. That's a pity because that's the first team on Ecuador 1. So I wonder what is happening on that side. This player is going to... Black will lose on time, most definitely. So let's come back to it. On the second board, at least they've got a point. So 3 more boards, they've got to make up for this loss of time or whatever it is. Maybe it's just not good connection. Let's see. Okay, here we've got first team Ecuador playing very nice game. A whole rook and some pawns up against black. I think easiest here would just be to try to trade, or I would castle in the situation. Castle, get your rooks in, and your king is completely safe. There are no attacks from black, and you can mate. You also have these pawns coming. Like, there are so many possibilities, and when you have such a great attack, it's also important to ensure that you're safe, that you're not letting your opponent get in where they shouldn't. Same applies for not wanting to draw in these positions, right? You want to not give your opponent any chances. So consolidate and attack. So let's see how white will continue this, giving a bunch of checks, waiting to see if black will respond. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, yet another pin we've got here. Now this means that the rook is frozen and basically white has time to do anything. White can start pushing the pawn, white can castle, okay, or white can play king f1. Maybe this is a misclick. We all know that happens quite frequently, but point is that the king wants to get out of the way. Okay, black is starting to push. I don't think this will be dangerous at all. Should white play king g2 or just take the pawn and not have any problems? I think taking the pawn makes sense, eliminates any counterplay, and move on. So king g2, get the pieces in, get the rooks in, and then you can just easily win the game. I hope it doesn't repeat too much. Let's go to the next game. All the pieces are gone. Okay, black for sure winning this one. Okay, instead of going for some mate, they're gonna push their pawns. So remember when I was younger, I loved doing this. You know, you're completely winning, but you're going to just rub it in more by getting a queen while you're at it. But you got to be careful for stalemate. And in these games, these positions, that's going to be important that they don't get overconfident and actually don't stalemate. Going to the third board, it looks pretty equal. Okay, maybe they started a bit later. Not entirely sure. Again, I think some of these players really are playing passively, like black, great. White, knights before bishops, first of all, when you're playing the opening. So bishops coming out, they're long range pieces, right? So I'm already attacking so many squares with my bishop when it hasn't even moved. Whereas my knights, I'm not attacking many squares at all. So we teach in chess that, you know, knights come before bishops so that you can get them out, get them in the board, get them ready to play. Bishop g7, bishop b2. Okay. Seems like a normal game. Okay. Usually we call this kind of a pawn poison pawn. I think that I can just trap the queen. Knight b5 also looks nice, but if I play knight b3, then your queen is not going anywhere. Everything's protected, and I guess I can play bishop c1 next. Queen is trapped. So we call this a poison pawn usually. If it looks free to take, it looks great, and it's actually not. It's poisonous. Okay, but it looks like the evaluation here has gone up quite a bit. Okay, knight a3 was played instead, just giving a free piece. Black is winning, the queen is out of trouble, and all is good. Okay, white is just giving up too many pieces. Too many pieces. Now, I think that this will be a smooth game for black, although they had some trouble in the beginning. That should be good. So let's go. Our first board. Okay, first board came back. They had, not entirely sure what happened with the time over there, but it looks like the Ecuador first team is just completely crushing it and will beat the second team. And in the other games, as we saw, Serbia has beaten Trinidad and Tobago 3-1. Let's head over to the women's. The women's, we only have one game, it seems. So we will just have to wait and see what happens over there, if it will come up. And going back to the men's, I don't think the games are live yet. So we've really got only the youth to look at. Okay, while we wait for the open, the men's and the women's, we can stay with our youth. And that is our final game here. Okay. Did black lose the queen? Oh, no. What has happened? Okay. I guess black still has compensation, but this seems to not be super great. 3 pieces for the queen and a bunch of pawns, okay. But that's a lot to play, especially after doing so well in the opening. Okay. Okay, I think still black is doing fine here. Also take into consideration all of these pawns. Yes, white has the queen, but it's about using it correctly. So how will black continue and convert this game? So why our computer is preferring black's position here, I suppose, is because of the bishop pair and the rooks. Black doesn't have the queen, but the queen isn't everything in chess. You don't necessarily need her to win. So if black is just able to use their pieces correctly, take control of the c file, just develop, get the pieces out straight off, this should be a simple win. And time-wise, okay, if we look at the time, remember they start with 10 minutes. White is just absolutely firing out the moves here, having more time than what they started with. So I think that while we are here and wait for the game to continue, we do have a couple more videos to show you. And a first welcoming video from none other than Dana Reizniece, Deputy Chair of the FIDE Management Board.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening across the world to all the participants, organizers and supporters of our 5th Intercontinental Online Chess Championship. It is my great honor to welcome you all once again in this very special year when we celebrate social chess in FIDE. When back in 2021, FIDE together with Cook County Sheriff's Office started the movement of chess in prisons. The idea was bold, to bring the chess board into the cells for the sake of education, integration, resocialization. Over the years, this initiative has grown to a worldwide project with almost 60 countries and more than 130 teams participating this year. Why chess? Why now? Many reasons, and you know them even better than me myself, because chess teaches not only tactics and strategy, it teaches focus, resilience and consistency, because it sharpens mind, it gives the focus and allows to channel the energy in the constructive way, because chess gives hope. The hope that growth is possible, the hope that change is possible, the hope that respect and dignity can be reclaimed. So many people behind the bars suffer from stress, from anxiety, from depressions, but over the years we've seen that chess is such a powerful tool that changes these emotions and changes lives. To all the participants, you are the heart of the event, so play with dignity, follow the fair play, make connections, support your teammates and make new friendships. You have impressed me, myself, also over this year, because I even have the experience of losing my first game in prisons in El Salvador. I'm looking to have other successful games for you and beautiful games here in this tournament. To all the supporters, officials and also our technical team, thank you for allowing to make this happen. I know how difficult it is to organize such a global event across the time zones, across geographies. You've made it, and we will have a wonderful, exciting event over a few following days. And I hope that this is another step in transforming lives all over the world for so many years ahead. So remember, every move matters, and let's make this world a better place together, using chess, using our connection, using our friendship and team spirit.
Thank you, Dana. Dana has been instrumental, not just in the Chess for Freedom program, but the FIDE Year of Social Chess, which is 2025. And we will hear more about that later. But for now, one more message from another person integral to Chess for Freedom, that is Andre Vögtlin, who is the chair of the FIDE Social Chess Commission.
Dear chess friends, I greet you here from Batumi, Georgia, and wish you a wonderful Chess for Freedom World Championship. We have 135 teams at the start from 57 countries. This is a record, and it's my pleasure to invite you for this wonderful event. I would like to greet also and thank Michael Corman, the project leader of Chess for Freedom, for his huge work for making this possible in all these countries, in these prisons. He is, with his team, the person who over years now has made this possible. I had the possibility this year to visit Dubai in UAE, the prison in Dubai, the champion of last year, and I would also like to say hello to them. All the best in this championship. We had, as a commission, the opportunity to visit also other prisons. We are highly impressed about your work, the trainings you do every week, and let's make this project for the future be successful. Have a great time, and I will follow this championship afterwards, after my stay here in Batumi, in Yerevan, with the team of Armenia, and it will be a great pleasure to see how your games are going. Thank you very much. All the best.
And now we get back to the chess. We are still waiting for the men's groups 8 and 9 to start playing, but we have got men's group 10. And I want to show you this game between Uruguay and USA, where Uruguay just played a beautiful checkmate. Funny opening, Scandinavian. Usually the black queen retreats to either d8, even a5, d6 is even an option. Let me highlight these. But queen e6 is a little bit counterintuitive, as it's blocking the development of the bishop, even though there's a check. Checks aren't always great in chess. Sometimes you have to put development first, as white is doing now. But black gets a very nice attack all of a sudden. You'll see now, castling, bishop b3, knight comes to g4. Now black is starting to eye the white side. And white is continuing after knight e5. There's a lot that white can do here, just trading off, and white is better. But white committed the grave mistake of playing h3, trying to attack this knight. But the problem is that both of these knights are super, super strong now. And after knight takes f3, it's just game over, because it's check and there's no way to stop the mate, which is exactly what happened. So very nice game. First board of US versus Uruguay. On the second board, it seems like the US player won. US is much higher ranked than Uruguay, so that's quite a strange result on the first board. But if we can see here, oh, this looks like a nice game. Let's take a look. Okay, this is sort of a Jabava London, queen e2. Okay, they love playing their queens, castling queenside. When a game has opposite sides castling, you know that it's going to be interesting. So let's see what black decides to do. Okay, bishop b4, a3 doesn't exactly make sense, because black was attacking this knight, and now white has to recapture with the pawn, and we just have an ugly pawn structure. Isolated pawn, double pawn, open king. Most of the white pieces are situated on the king side, so this doesn't look favorable, and it's pretty easy for black to get an attack in, which is exactly what they're doing. Queen e7, ready to come and attack. Not entirely sure what queen e2 is doing, maybe protecting the pawn. I think that, bringing the king in makes sense to defend the pawn, although I really don't like white's position either way. So let's take a look. Queen d2 takes, and now we're just going to have the black pieces coming in easy. Wow, beautiful. There is no way to stop this. White has to give up the queen. And even though white's given up the queen, there's still no way to defend this because all of the pieces are coming in, and this is just terrible. I guess white is still trying. White's still trying. But unfortunately, the pieces are just not enough. Again, another pin, queen b3. These tactics of these players seem to be quite sharp. The c2 pawn is pinned, so white can't capture because of the rook. And now, next move, checkmate. Very nice game. We go to board 3, USA versus Uruguay. Seems like the US player is doing better on both third and fourth board. White just has a lot of pieces over here. 2 pieces up, bunch of pawns up. This should be a simple win if we just don't blunder. But this is going to be interesting because is white going to try and go for some checkmate with the 2 knights and the bishop? Let's see exactly what they do. Okay, bishop d3 is odd. I can just take. Because white has so many pieces, white is again going to have to be careful for any stalemate possibilities. Like bring this rook out. Just making life easier. Yeah, we'd bring it out, not like that. You know, we don't want to put a rook behind a pawn. My coach always used to tell me that a rook only belongs behind a pawn if you're going to push that pawn. So defensively, not so much. This rook just has to come out. A nice little maneuver would be bringing the rook up and then checkmate over here. Okay, so black sees that, defends. Maybe I can just do it somewhere else. Okay, or not. I think white is playing a little passively, but white should win this game. Let's go to the 4th board. Whoa, okay. I would not want to be white in this game. This seems just terrible. I don't think mate can be stopped. No matter what white does, the rook is coming down, queen takes, and it's just a back rank checkmate. Also a very nice mate. I'm sure a lot of puzzles can be taken from these games. Very cool. Okay, so black will for sure win this game. White will for sure win this game, and USA should beat Uruguay, even though their first board lost. Let's look at Mexico versus Canada. This is the Mexico 3rd team versus the Canada 1st team. Okay, they just F3. F3. Yeah, F3. E6. Okay. I guess we're transposing in something. If you get a E4 in, it makes sense. Okay, but now, see, this is why your F pawn is your golden pawn, and you don't push your golden pawn if it's unnecessary, because I've got all sorts of tricks coming here. It's going to be check, and let's say it was black to move with queen h4, then you can't block with g3 because my knight's just going to take it since the h2 pawn is pinned. So white plays g3 somewhat prophylactically, but this pawn structure is just not great. White's all over the place. And now f4 and opening up this wonderful bishop, and it's just a free rook. And now I like that black did this, just trading off so that the chances are increased. When you're ahead in material, you try to trade off pieces to simplify the position. This is just really a simple game for black. Well played, though. Well played. Black has to develop pieces. Let's see. Okay, going for the checks. That's fine. Oh, this queen is just all over the place. Oh, rook e5. Coming down on this king and queen. The rook is protected by the knight and the queen. This is just oof, brutal, brutal, brutal. I don't like this at all for white. So the Mexican team, so it seems like they are much better. They are winning on every board. The other 2 boards have won. There should be 4 boards, so I'm not entirely sure. It could be connection issues. We'll see. Let's see, Trinidad. Okay. I was waiting for when this was going to come because we saw this in a few of the earlier games. So these scholars made tricks, which good lesson to learn, I think, for these players to see what it is play against it. This is a very nice move. Wow. Okay, first of all, weird setup from black. I mean, you play d5 instead if you were going to go for some sort of typical structure, but b5 is already weird. Bishop b7 looks normal, looks like we're putting some kind of attack on the queen, but bishop takes b5, beautiful move. This bishop is hanging, so if black captures our bishop, we can just capture the black bishop and say thank you very much. So instead, black just chases its way, eyeing down the f7 pawn. So this wasn't entirely Scholar's Mate, but it was Scholar's Mate-esque, you know. Okay, I don't know why black is making these moves, but they are. Nice win, Trinidad and Tobago over St. Kitts and Nevis making their debut. We've got another board over here. Okay, so here black is playing much better than in the previous game for St. Kitts and Nevis. Another game where queens are out way too early, like way too early. But nevertheless, at least there is some development here. Let's see how this unfolds. And we've got another game here. Okay, Trinidad and Tobago, very nice. This looks like the most normal kind of setup we've had. Let's check. Okay, b3. Some players like Aruba would enjoy that. Let's check. Okay, double fianchetto. Some people do enjoy playing that. It's also kind of a way to skip theory, skip all these long lines, get your bishops out and play. Okay, again, queen's out a little early, a little passive. I like the way black is playing, controlling the center, pieces are out. I think black is doing really well here. So let's see how they continue. And now after you've developed your pieces and you learn the opening principles, what next? Well, then you start pushing forward. And that's exactly what black is doing here. Whoever is coaching Trinidad and Tobago, I think is doing a stellar job in the case of teaching them principles. So that seems good. And we've got, okay, first board, second board, third board, fourth board, St. Kitts and Nevis and Trinidad and Tobago. We've got black doing super well. Oh, beautiful outpost knight over here. Gorgeous game. I think that we are going to just take a quick break from the games because we have lots of special videos to show you, lots of special people to talk to. And now we are going to look at a video about this year, which is the FIDE Year of Social Chess.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
So what a special year it is, and I think that's what makes this fifth Intercontinental Chess Championship for Prisoners so much more special as well, because it's within this big year, and we have so many projects going on and reaching out to people around the world, the grassroots of chess. We're all used to watching top players, Magnus, play in all of these events, but the heart of chess, I believe, is in the communities, and this is what social chess is saying. And to that extent, let me take a moment to thank everyone who made this event possible. A heartfelt shout out to the organizers, FIDE, the FIDE Social Commission, and the Cook County Sheriff's Office for their continued dedication to the Chess for Freedom project. Special thanks also to our arbiters, who we don't see, but they are working tirelessly behind the scenes with all the technical difficulties as well, making it work for us and for the players. Pairings officers as well, of course, the Chess for Freedom core team, as well as our president, Mr. Arkady Dvorkovich, Sheriff Tom Dodd, Dana Reizniece, Mikhail Korenman, Nabosha, Lazma, Anna Volkova, and Kema Gorieva. Without their commitment and passion, none of this would be possible. A big thank you as well to Chess.com and Sotiris for helping us out on the technical side and allowing this championship to run smoothly. Of course, our broadcast team, led by Andre, with our commentators who you saw earlier today, Michael and Angelica, who did a phenomenal job bringing this chess to life for you. And finally, appreciation to the federations and the prisons that support these programs, the trainers, the coaches, and most of all, the volunteers who dedicated time to teaching and inspiring inmates. Thank you all for this incredible journey. Now we can get back to our chess. We have a few more games that are going on. Men's Group 9 Live is going on, and quite an interesting game that I've got here. Let's go back a few moves. It's Argentina playing as black against El Salvador A. So remember, I said that El Salvador is a team to look out for because of how amazing they did in the Continental Championships, coming first and second. So, okay, aggressive play. I like this. Starting with a King's Gambit, and D5 is my favorite way to counter this. Well, it's sort of King's Gambit minus the E5, so not exactly, but the F4 is how we play aggressively in this case. Okay, I think that maybe in these groups we can already see the rating is much higher, so the level of chess is going to be much better. White is a 2100 rated player. Argentina is 1400, but Argentina is also playing very well. Although, look at the time, 10 minutes. White is just bulleting this game, essentially. Interesting move. Black is trying to do what you'll see White's accomplishing later, that this knight seems strong here, but actually it can just be captured at any moment, and this pawn is not going to be strong enough. So now trading off makes sense for White's just picking up a pawn, and at this level of chess, a pawn is enough, right? A 2100 can easily win a game just by being a pawn up. So I think that's what's going on here. Another poison pawn, because this game, now this queen is kind of stuck and my knight can come in, and I'm just taking control of all of these squares with all these little pawns and all of that. But in any case, White kind of did that, but went with the E4 route. And now I think that this game became quite nice, as you'll see. Okay, Black is trading off, trying to get this pawn back, but then this beautiful move of knight d6. I think that's just absolutely wonderful because it's check and this rook is hanging. So Black has to capture with the rook, otherwise they are just going to be an exchange down. And now White is playing an exchange up, but it's not entirely easy. One could think that the rook will just be stronger, but bishops are very strong in the endgame. So let's see how this unfolds. Okay, I think, king activity is important in the endgame, but right now this king is a little too active, and it's leaving behind its important 7th rank, which now that white has infiltrated, this is quite nice. This is very nice for white. You just mention all the pawns and it's fine. Okay, what's interesting here is that before capturing the pawns, which white can do at any point, is white is being patient, which it's also a common theme that's come up in all of our conversations and talks you hear at Chess for Freedom. Patience is a little key characteristic that chess teaches. But I'm making sure that my pawn is protected so that you don't suddenly get all these pawns on the queen side. And then I will capture your pawns because you can't defend all of them. So I think this endgame for white is just very simple. White's got all these pawns, even trading the rook for the bishop is possible. This is just game over. So if we quickly head to the end, okay, so it seems like black resigned because losing the piece, having the pawns, it's done. On the second board, we've got El Salvador also winning, okay, very easily against black. What would be nice is if somehow this bishop made it to checkmate, because what is this king doing on h6? I don't know. Rook f6. I wonder. Okay, I was gonna say, I wonder if they are going to play a move like bishop d4 now, just to set up a discover check. But white's playing just, I think anything here is winning. There's also a huge rating discrepancy. Board 3, again, okay, black is winning. Black is just piece up, and this should be elementary. You've got the rooks joined. So it looks like El Salvador is going to beat Argentina 4-0. That's what it looks like. All boards are losing in the men's group 9. And if we go to Trinidad and Tobago and Aruba, got a few games. Some of these games have not started yet. We're not entirely sure. But this is saying that the game is done, but I'm not entirely sure what would be the case there because it doesn't look like white was doing so badly. So let us go back to our El Salvador games. Okay. So our results are showing here Guyana against Jamaica. They've got one board playing. Trinidad, Tobago, and Aruba, they're playing. Let's see. And here, El Salvador, which we have checked, of course. Okay, so El Salvador is beating Argentina in the open section so far. Pretty easily, I would say, but looking at the ratings of everyone in the group, I think El Salvador has got it. I think getting through the group stages will be pretty simple for them. And then it is next up. Okay, nice checkmate. If you have nothing, that just keeps going. Nice checkmate in the beginning of the board. So we are going to have a special guest in a moment. Let's just quickly look at the rest of our games, what is going on here. This is the men's group 10. So we had USA losing 3-1 to Uruguay, Mexico beating Canada 3-0, Trinidad and Tobago drawing to St. Kitts and Nevis. No, okay, it's 3-1. So unfortunately, there was just the one game. That's a pity. Trinidad and Tobago are doing well, but I was kind of rooting for St. Kitts and Nevis just for their first time. I think it's nice that they started off so strong. We are going to take a moment to pause the chess, and we have a special guest with us, Mr. Jose Carrillo, who will be joining us for an interview. Hello.
How are you, Charlie? It's a pleasure.
Joining. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Fine, very good. I'm very, very happy now.
You are representing Chess for Freedom across the Americas as the president for the Americas, the continental president. And this year, most of our new countries are from the Americas: Guyana, Aruba, St. Kitts and Nevis. A clear sign of how the movement of Chess for Freedom is spreading. Tell us about that growth.
Yes, Charlie, it's a pleasure for me again. I just came from Mexico with a workshop. I knew a lot of this project, and I love it, this project. We invite to Mexico people from Aruba and also from St. Kitts, and they love it, and they begin the process. Guyana also take place in the tournament. I am very happy for that. I just coming from Aruba. Yesterday I was in Aruba, and the people is very happy in the prison. The inmates are motivated to today. Today's the day. They are very happy to this moment. And also we have to talk about Salvador with Dana. It's a lot. They love this moment, and they are waiting in this moment for a lot of time. No?
Yeah, and they're doing so well too. Like, who's coaching them over there? They're working on their chess a lot.
Yes, they're working, and we provide some training also because they have a lot of chance in this. And they're very pleased and follow with all the countries, but Salvador is a special one, you know.
Tell me about the training. How does that work? Who does it? How often? How regularly? How does that go about?
You know, they have some limits, but we can bring the support with international master, and they bring class from with Zoom, you know, remote, and also they came to the place maybe 2 times in the last 2 months.
Oh, okay. And beyond the sessions, do they get to play chess and work on chess online by themselves?
Yes, they play online a lot. They have some, you know, we beginning, and this will increase, but more prisons will know, and the chairman will provide more tools to the people in order to have some training online, and also they ask for books, and we bring. We are very happy with this project, and now it's a social year, you know, it's more important.
So you are obviously working closely with the correctional systems to bring about Chess for Freedom. What about local governments? Are they getting involved? How is it looking in, especially the Americas, about them expanding so much? Of course, there must be a lot of interest.
Yes, you know, it's step by step. Step by step. We have to make some conference. We have to make some meetings, and they go involved step by step. They love it because they have a new option, a good option, and the inmates love it. That it's opportunity. They have some inspiration in stories also, no?
Yeah, and you know, everyone loves it. It seems you're saying the officials, the coaches, the players. Is there a specific story that you love the most? A story from a region that stands out, something that captures what Chess for Freedom is about?
Yes, I was very impressed with what I saw in El Salvador, and when I saw in Jamaica also, the people who know this initiative and also the tournament ask for more boards, more people who join the program, and they are also I saw and I found very strong players in the inmates. And when I hear some stories from them, I was impressed. I congratulate Michael Corman for this initiative, social commission, also the arbiters, as you say, the people that nobody see behind this, because they don't know how you can change life with this project.
There's a lot that people don't know for what's happening behind the scenes, right? They see the successes, but they also don't see what it takes to get there. What are some challenges that you've faced with Chess for Freedom?
Oh, it's not easy. They have some correctionals who have hard ways to get in. But when they know the project, they begin to change their minds and support. But in the first approach, it's not easy for us. No? It's not easy.
No, of course. There are so many challenges and so many working parts, right? So many people involved to make this happen. And looking forward, especially for the Americas, what are you hoping to achieve?
Sorry, again, the last.
Speaking about the future, what is your hope for chess, specifically Chess for Freedom in the Americas? What do you hope to see in the coming years?
Yes, things like that, like this tournament, we can show in our meetings when I meet the federation presidents, and we hope to more countries involved, and we can make programs like that, and also not just Yale, also in the social areas, we try to bring some support, not only in this is the 2025 social year of chess. Maybe the next year will be education year, but we don't forget that. And we continue supporting this initiative in order to reach chess to more people, and also inmates or not, but it's very important that everybody knows the benefits, also as education tools for sure.
And say you want to get more countries involved in Chess for Freedom. You're doing that, right? You've gotten many countries involved this year. What goes into that process of getting a new country in, like kind of convincing them to join or encouraging them to join?
Yes, we have the support from the federation presidents. Also, we find people who love chess in the jails, in the guardians also, the directors love chess, and the people involved. It's my goal to bring more continents. Maybe the next year, in 2026, I can promise 5 more at least from my continent. But it's maybe the people will like and will join. Maybe we have another countries in our radar to add, and hope they come in and begin process also.
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective. It's inspiring to see how you are affecting the community, how you're bringing in more federations. And let's see if you have 5 more next year. We will hope. I believe if you go the way you are, that is entirely possible. Thank you.
5 or more. Congratulations, Charlize. Congratulations for this broadcast. And I will pending also follow my team. So I'm very happy for that, and thank you for inviting me in this one.
Thank you so much. We will go back to the games now. Let's take a look at the open results. We have had a few games that are finished, which is great. But let's see if our men's group 8 has joined us just yet. Aha, okay, great. We are back in action with the men's team. So here I've got our group 8, Mexico versus USA. And it seems that there are quite a few interesting games going on over here. Also, high ratings. Mexico did do really well in the Continental Championship, so they are a team to watch. 1700 is quite strong. So USA versus Mexico here on board 1. What is happening? White is doing really well. Let's go back to the beginning to see what happened here. Okay, another Scandinavian. Black doesn't take with the queen, instead bringing the knight out to capture with the knight, which is better because you don't really want to bring the queen out. So that is all part of theory. Okay, so black is playing really aggressive chess here, just giving up the pawn there and developing instead. Now, this would work in the sense that I've got the bishops that are both open and ready to play, but I think white has enough time for development that it is not entirely fast enough. Like now I just have a wonderful pawn chain. I'm going to develop and I'm entirely fine. So let's see, was black a little bit too bold here, giving up the pawn? See how it continues. Queen e7. See, this makes sense to bring your queen up because I'm putting it on the king. I'm not bringing out too much and we are getting ready. We can castle either side, keeping opponents on their toes so they won't know. Knight e2. Okay, black decides to castle queen side. White castles king side. I did say earlier that these are the best kind of games when they castle opposite sides, because then you know there's going to be a lot of attack. Okay, knight d5. Interesting. So this seems to be a bit of a problem just because well, okay, eventually I'm going to push c4 and black has got to move this knight once again or give up the knight for the bishop. So, okay, white doesn't want to lose the bishop, brings the bishop back. g6. Interesting. b4. Okay, now the crazy attacks begin on both sides. Not entirely accurate, but let's see how this unfolds. I feel like there's a lot of red happening here in this game. Let's see what happens. Okay, it's like you blunder, no, I'll blunder, no, you blunder. And it's not all entirely obvious of why these are bad moves. But white is just given a chance to keep advancing now, I think. I can play maybe something like c4, give up this pawn just to open up on the queen side. Okay, so black's attacking on the king side, white's attacking on the queen side. But the difference in their attacks is that a lot of black's pieces are in the center and the queen side. So I'm liking white a little bit more here. Let's see what happens. Okay, black finally brings over. Now it's starting to look good. Beautiful, beautiful maneuvering. Wow. Bringing this bishop to a nice square where I can't be chased away. I'm looking at your rook and making space for more of my pieces to come in. Okay. Strange move. I think this is just a free pawn. Knight h3 is a strange move. This knights on the rim are dumb, is what we say. And that's kind of what is happening here. This knight is just very oddly placed and it's awkward. Okay, black is pushing maybe a little bit too much over here. F4 makes sense. But I'm giving up material now, which is not great. But at the same time, look at what white is doing. Okay. I don't know. Both sides are pretty scary. If white can just hold it together, okay, it eliminates an important piece because this bishop was defending the pawn. And once I have the pawn, I think I'm fine. And now trading queens, basically all the venom has been taken out of black's attack. Yeah, so I think it was great for black. Black had lots of potential to attack, but now not so much. Now white is just up 2 pawns. White has the bishop. Probably this will be a win. So this is Mexico, USA, first board. And the second board, we see that, okay, there's a result here, but no game. So not entirely sure what happened there. US received the point. Third board. We stepped right into the blunder. Okay. Up and down, swinging engine evaluation. Let's just go back a few moves. Okay. So I think this is a normal position to start from. it seems white has just got everything, right? So I've got the bishop pair, my knight can come to this beautiful outpost square. This seems like just a dream for white. Rook f2, I'm not entirely sure about this move, but now it looks like there is, whoa, okay. Look at this attack here. That's insane because my queen is coming. Whoa, okay. And I think black is in a bit of trouble here. This isn't what white played, although this would have been really nice. Instead, white plays bishop e3, a little bit passive. Rook c8. And now, again, if this tactic's not working, okay, white is sticking with one idea and they're just rolling with it, but knight d6 is a beautiful, beautiful outpost square for this white knight, which is what we should have been going to. But okay, let us move on. Rook fd1, doubling up over here. Okay, bishop e4. So there's a balance of nice moves and bad moves, the blue and the red. So let's look at this. I traded, and now, okay, because why? This queen is hanging, and I have a nice pin. Can I play queen? No, queen d2. Let me play just queen d1. And what are you going to do? Your pieces are all kind of stuck in this. So I can't defend. And if I decide to play here, then, okay, well, it's going to be pretty bad after all. Let's say h takes. And now I just start piling up. And this is not a knight that is going to survive very long. Let's go back to the game. So rook a c8, instead white plays rook d1, takes. Okay, so this is where we entered the game from. But instead of, I guess, taking a little bit more time to understand, now white captured back. Okay, so black's fine now. Black's completely in control, neutralized the threats, and all is good. Now I really like black. Okay, this is a bit of a waste of a move. You just moved your rook. Black wants to double up, sure. But after king takes, maybe just grab the pawn, right? But okay, instead, black captured. Whoa. Okay. Strange. Interesting. I think I really like this idea of bringing the rook down to c1 and attacking you like that. But at the same time, it's not entirely obvious. I just don't really understand this h6 move because there's just no threat. Maybe, probably. Actually, we do understand it because this king is just making a hiding space for itself on h7. That makes sense. Okay, so black is playing passively, but still really well. Very, technical, so that's good. And I think both sides are not so bad. This is a good level of play, unlike some of the Scholars mates that we have been seeing. Okay, so this is the third board, and if we go to the fourth board, it seems that, whoa. Okay, this might be a longer game than what we're used to. A lot is still happening. Black has to develop. I mean, where's this bishop going to go? But at the same time, it's the same question for white. White has got a very nice attack on the king side. Pieces are coming out, which is great. But still a lot that can happen in this game. So we'll come back. USA is doing well. A lot will ride on this game since USA just lost on board 2. Over here. Let's go back. Okay, what is happening over here? Normal opening. I love this play by white. Beautiful. Just, wow. Yeah, I think that this is basically, can I take on h7? think it's still possible. We call this a Greek gift. So now I'm going to play queen h5, and after king h8, I'm going to play rook h4. And checkmate is coming. I think that would have been very nice, but white decided to play queen h5 first, which is very reasonable. Yeah, you reckon? I think that could have done anything else, likely f5, but it's still, I mean, this is not a great position, right? No. So very nice game by white, winning in 15 moves. 15 moves with a checkmate. Beautiful. Okay, let's move on to, wow, clean sweep, El Salvador and Dominican Republic. 4-0. 4-0. This game, white lost some time. Well, it's internet outage, I think, perhaps, because there's 6 minutes and then going to 0 minutes. This is the case. Unfortunately, we do have some technical difficulties, but did this happen in every... No, okay. White won pretty convincingly here. Third board, also convincing. Fourth board, also convincing. Wow. Clean sweep El Salvador. Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Okay. Board 1, Jamaica has won. How come? I mean, this is... Black can hold this. Wait, they're playing. They're playing. Okay, so this is a draw, but you can go on for ages. We see this in the top players at the FIDE Grand Swiss recently in Uzbekistan. We saw a few games go on with just knight and a rook. This is a theoretical draw, but black can mess up at any point. So let's see if they have, because the engine evaluation has changed. You just don't lose your knight and don't get your king in checkmate. Okay, wow, let's go back. Let's go back. Yikes. Shame. This is such, oh, no. Okay, so just move your knight literally anywhere else to defend. Wow, black held on for so long. That's quite unfortunate. That's quite unfortunate because now I'm attacking you and you have to move your king, and now I'll take. And let's see the technique of a rook checkmate. Okay, so we cut off the king. Usually I would go with, since you have opposition, to move up and checkmate, but this also works. This is just another method of bringing the king in. So it's interesting to see because, of course, they would have done lessons in checkmates, right? And whoever their coaches teaches them some whichever technique that they would have been good at. Okay, this getting there, but eventually got the checkmate. Okay, awesome. So Jamaica, 1 on board 1, 1 on board 2, board 3 over here. The game is still going on. Strange game indeed. Do we have a sacrifice? Okay, this rook is hanging. So I can just play bishop takes f7, king takes f7, and queen d5. And now I'm just picking up a piece. Let's see if that is what happened. No. Okay. We can go to the end of the... Okay, they're playing really fast. Like, as we're speaking, how many moves are being put in? So this just seems like a lost cause. White is winning in this game. Right. So we look at more of our results. Paraguay, St. Lucia. Here, Paraguay against St. Lucia. We've got 2 wins for Paraguay and 2 wins for St. Lucia. So a draw. I think that's the first draw we've seen. Other than Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, which is going to draw now. El Salvador, the clean sweep. And then Mexico against US, which might also be a draw if we get back to this game. They're playing very slowly. I think usually we see like boom, 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 pieces off and tactics crazy from the get-go. But here it seems that it's a lot slower, but let's go forward in the game. Okay, this is the current position. Super technical. Okay. Black is doing better. It seems white had some kind of attack, but just went a little bit crazy with it. But at the same time, white is the higher rated, no, white's the lower rated player, sorry. So black could hold on. Let's see, this is going to be an interesting game. USA versus Mexico. USA lost on the second board, and all three other boards are still playing. We will come back here. Let's take a look at our youth because they are playing so long. They started off first. So do we have any more results? I think we only have the first round from them. Okay, our youth got our results. Ecuador 1 beat Ecuador 2, and Serbia beat Trinidad and Tobago. So we'll wait for the next game to start. In the women, we have also, can go to the third round. We've got Mexico. So some of these games have started, but some not. So let me go back to the open, and we will wait to hear whether the women and the youth have continued to their next games. So in group 10, we are done. US has beaten Uruguay 3-1. Mexico has beaten Canada 3-0, and Trinidad and Tobago has beaten St. Kitts and Nevis 3-1. In men's group 9, we've got El Salvador, who beat Argentina 4-0. Trinidad and Tobago, okay, Aruba beat Trinidad and Tobago. Isn't that interesting? Aruba, the debutantes. And then we've got Guyana and Jamaica. But I don't think we've got... okay. Here we have a game right from the beginning. I think we can stick here for a bit as we wait to see what happens. So right from the get-go, e4, e5, good. Bishop c4, knight c6, normal. Now knight h3 is a weird move. As I said earlier, knights in the rim are dim, just because this knight is not doing much right now. Whereas if on f3, it would have been doing so much more. So knight h3 was played, knight f6. Seems like black is doing well. Knight g5. So this has, although we went the h3 route, this has changed into the fried liver. And you get crazy, crazy lines here for both sides. But basically, white is attacking this f7 pawn, and black has to do something about it. Usually d5 is played, but bishop e7 was played by black. And interestingly, like, which piece would you take with here on f7? I think that logically most of us would say the knight, because thank you very much. Your queen is absolutely trapped, basically smothered mate on the queen. But I captured with the bishop. Interesting. So still better because you're a pawn up, but could have been a queen up. So let's see. Okay, that's funny. White moves the bishop away, and now black kicks the knight away. But now, once again, the knight's got time to hop into f7. Though the queen can escape this time, it's still a very nice rook that we are picking up. Knight d4. Okay, the white is launching everything. White has only played with the two pieces this whole game. I would suggest here, okay, I think bishop e7 makes sense, especially since the knight is attacking the bishop, and this bishop is quite instrumental in getting the white knight out. So bishop f7, queen goes back to e8. And now this is giving the piece up. Like, that's not necessary right now because this knight, although it's super awkward, it's fine. So I would, kick this knight away, something like c3, castle, d4, get your pieces out, get the queen to come. I think that makes sense. So let's look, knight f7. giving the piece away, but white is still doing much better. Oh, okay. King e6. That's a choice. This king is just bringing itself out in the open, which we do in endgames, but we are very far from the endgame right now. And your king should not be your attacking piece. Your king should be relaxing at the back while all the other pieces do the work. But black has decided to go head first with king e6. Knight e3, okay. I don't know, I would have maybe liked move like f4, but maybe that opens up the king too much. You're being too aggressive. But with my opponent's king in the center here, I would just be launching my pieces at it. Okay, finally, c3. Wow, this is a move that's just been logical for a while now. Queen v3. White is playing well, I'll tell you that. But time is of the essence. We need to get castled and then bring the rook out to attack this king. Ooh, this is a nice move because this knight is pinned. And we're kind of provoking black. It's not just pinned, it's attacked twice. We're provoking black to keep defending it with the king, but now it's just kind of a king hunt, right? Unless black wants to be mated in the middle of the board, black has to give up the king and give up the knight and just go to f6 with the king. So let's see what happened. After king e5, king e5 was played. So here king f6 makes sense to just give up. King e5 instead of d4, which by the way, d4, my bishop's defending my knight anyway. So I think white just got a little scared of that and played g3, which makes sense. I think it's a human move. Now d4. Okay, a little delayed, but they got there anyway. This is such a fun game, don't you think? Let's see what this king is going all over the board. King f5, queen c2. Beautiful, beautiful play by white. And now white castles. Okay, well, white has just missed queen g6 checkmate. But castling makes sense. I think just missing the tactic, the mate wasn't there, I would for sure castle just to get the king to safety. Okay, knight takes f4, g takes f4. Now let's see. White started off so well. White is up the exchange, but at this point, we still have so much to develop, and this black king is just, we don't want it to get to safety just yet. So how white continues this is going to be very important. Okay, bishop d6. Let's see, by the way, if any of the other games were also on. So this is Guyana, Jamaica 1. This was fourth board. This is what's happening on the first board. Second and third boards are still playing. Okay, what is happening here? Again, queen's out so early. So early. Let's go back a bit. Right. Okay. So strange move, this queen e2. Don't exactly understand why. Now, we've been seeing this poison pawn, but this usually works. Like we have the knight on c3, for example, so that we have some additional threats. And in any case, now after the queen has moved, the rook is also unguarded. So b2 is just a free pawn, not poisonous anymore. And it's important to differentiate between the two. Okay, wow. Instead of just going back to safety, black plays quite aggressively, queen c1, and decides to not trade queens, which is also an interesting decision. But I get it. I get it. You think your queen is better. Interesting. Bishop d7. Why is it so bad? Okay. I think it makes sense. That's logical. That's a weird move. That's really weird. I guess you are trading. So what happens if I capture you and capture? See, this is why we castle. This is why we castle early. Otherwise, I'm in trouble. And now that the e-pawn has fallen, the d-pawn is definitely going to fall next. So again, lots of red and blue in this game. Nice. Okay, so black captures on e4 first, and then captures. I like it. Okay, black is refusing to give up to trade queens, which I get. Some people want to hold on to the queens. It's their favorite piece to play with. Sure, that makes sense. But let's keep going. Well, let's keep going for a few more minutes, and then we have another video to show you. So going to continue this game. Whoa, okay. Aggressive play. But I think I can just capture you because this queen is powerful, but she's alone, which is a bit of an issue. Okay. I would take with the knight for sure. For so many reasons. I think the queen is, yeah, I mean, this queen has got to run away to some awkward places. But nevertheless, that's not what happened. B takes. Now the queen is still safe. Okay, this is a crazy game. Now, mouse slip. But where was the queen meant to go? B7, I guess? Okay, so I think we can chalk this down just to a very unfortunate mouse slip. Let's go back to our other game, see what's going on here. So white had that crazy attack and is the exchange up, but now has to break through. So let's see, a few more moves are played, knight d2. Okay. Very nice. Beautiful. I mean, this is just poisonous pawn once again. Going back. Beautiful play by white here. Okay. I think let's go back a bit. Was this necessary? Maybe. I still have this discovered attack on the queen. Okay, now black's in so much trouble. Queen takes b7, knight is hanging, rook is hanging. Everything is just, wow. I like that. Not just taking the knight, but just making things so much worse for black. So much worse. Beautiful game, I think. Beautiful, beautiful game. Now, this will be, yeah, mate is coming pretty soon. Let's look at this. Just go back. So Jamaica lost on board 2, but is winning 1 game on board 4 and is losing the other game on board 1. And what's happening on board 3, we don't exactly know. So let's take a quick break with a video coming to you from what's happening in Kakuma.
Everyone deserves a second chance. That's what we believe at Indian Oil. Instead of being held hostage to past mistakes, we believe that prison inmates can become productive members of society. Our esteemed chairman, Mr. Srikanth Madhav Vaidya, had visited Chanchalguda prison at Hyderabad and saw sports as a means to elevate the lives of the inmates. With this belief, Indian Oil's Parivartan, Present to Pride, was launched on August 15, 2021 under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebration. The initiative reflects Indian Oil's core value, care, to help prison inmates and juveniles build a better life through sports coaching by Indian Oil's sportspersons, including international badminton players Abhin Shyam Gupta, S. Arun Vishnu, Yasil Ismail, Grandmaster and Indian Women Chess Team Coach Abhijit Kunte, Women Grandmaster Padmini Raut, International Tennis Player Rashmi Chakravarti, renowned carom player Ramesh Babu and Srinivas, and international hockey player Kamlesh Parihar. Across 4 phases, more than 2,900 inmates were provided with sports coaching from 52 prisons across 28 state and 8 union territories under the initiative. Basketball, badminton, chess, volleyball, tennis, table tennis, kho-kho, and carom were identified as sports that need mental as well as physical agility, giving an opportunity to excel to hundreds of prisoners so far. Indian Oil has commissioned retail outlets in prison premises, catering to public. 30 of these retail outlets employ ex- and serving prison inmates as customer attendants, providing excellent service and living a life of dignity. Parivartan celebrated a moment of triumph when the initiative was recognized by World Chess Federation (FIDE) during prestigious Chess Olympiad 2022 at Chennai. Parivartan's Katak team played an exhibition match with Chicago under Chess for Freedom initiative. In fact, inmates from Yerwada prison Pune won bronze medal in Intercontinental Chess for Freedom, an online chess championship for prisoners from 46 countries, and the latest in the series, launched this 26th January, is perhaps the best of them all. Indian Oil presents Nai Disha, Smile for Juvenile program for the mental and physical developments of kids across India's 3 largest juvenile facilities. Apart from coaching, equipment and kits are also provided to participants, with care at the core of all our endeavors. The journey to a better tomorrow goes on. Parivartan, Prison to Pride, helps us re-energize lives as we live our motto of being the energy of India.
It's a game born over 1,500 years ago. A blend of risk and reward, strategy and skill. But now it's helping more and more players whose lives are far from black and white.
It's good for your mental health. It can be quite a dark place, isn't it? Just behind the door 23.5 hours a day. But I suppose if you've got something to concentrate on and, you know, something like this to come to and focus on, it's a good thing.
HMP Huel is home to more than 1,000 male inmates. The man in charge was keen to add his prison to a growing list of those playing chess.
When the men come into custody, to some extent, you know, they've lost everything. So how do you start to rebuild that? And there's no doubt in my mind that chess can be a part of that. And we've seen so many examples of where the men have just flourished and thrived.
Ralph, how long has this project been running?
So about 2 years now. We've really seen much more chess happening in the prison. During COVID, it was one of the activities that we felt the men could do, despite all the restrictions.
I find it therapeutic, just clears your mind for a bit. Obviously, you have to concentrate on it. Jail, innit? You know what I'm saying? So, obviously, I haven't been sentenced or anything yet, so you do think about like what's going to happen and that. You know what I mean? It's nice to just get away from that.
Today's teacher is Carl Portman, who is playing 9 men simultaneously. Carl volunteers his time playing in a number of prisons.
Oh, there's a long way to go. I play my best chess when up against it, that's for sure.
One UK charity also runs clubs and say they've seen a big rise in demand. Chess in schools and communities first began organising regular games for just 2 prisons in 2018. The following year this doubled to 4 and then became 10 in 2020. And while their numbers froze during COVID restrictions, this year it has risen again to 16.
I started this about 10 years ago and I just went to the occasional prison here and there. Some people played, some didn't. It's not only blossomed here, but right across the world. There's now a World Online Prison Championship, of which HMP Huel were represented as England.
This annual tournament saw prisoners here playing online, taking on inmates in the Philippines, Mongolia, Ecuador, and 42 other countries around the world. In total, 85 teams entered, more than double the number of the year before. HMP Huel's permission to play was granted by the Ministry of Justice, who say playing chess trains players to think before they act, while providing transferable skills that can help them find a job so they don't commit further crimes when released.
I felt like I was out there living a normal life, like, so apart from these clothes, obviously. But if you lose your way out there, in here doing this, it can make you feel like you're normal, you know, and you're not a criminal.
Matt Graveling, BBC News.
And we are back. We have a final standings for the youth because they played super quickly. So from our youth here in the America side, we've got Serbia and Ecuador one going through to the semifinals tomorrow. So that's great. Their games were super quick. Now we are just back to women, who we are waiting for to see what is going on with their next round. They've completed 3 rounds. And in the open section, let's take a look at what is going on over there. So in our 10th stage, we've got 2 games played in group 10. So that is going to be a long one, I guess. They have 7 games to play. We've got 2 games down. Let's go to group 9. Over here, we have also, we're waiting for games to come on. I only see we've got 1 game done, and that is with what we looked at between El Salvador and Argentina, Trinidad and Tobago. If we look at the standings so far, El Salvador 1 is leading, but not by a lot since they've not played enough games. If we go to the next group, our first one, Group 8, in our event, they have also played 2 games, and we've got a few games going on over here. Okay, so here we've got some activity. They are busy with their second round. Here we've got El Salvador, second team, playing against Jamaica's first team. Now, El Salvador has been crushing it. We can see the ratings here are as well just insane. I mean, 2000. We heard from President Carrillo that they play chess a lot. They love chess. And they're playing online often, which I think is important and something that would be interesting to speak to our future guests is finding out how much actually goes on between these tournaments, what goes on in preparation, right? So let's take a look at this. Jamaica is very underrated. First and second board we can't see, but wow, what a lineup El Salvador has. All are above 2000. We've got 2 2100s and 1 2200. So this is just crazy chess. High level of chess. Here, white's a rook up. This should be a pretty simple game. Here, black. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Should we go back just a bit? Okay. Black is winning. Black's a pawn up. But I think that for a 500 rated, I think the reason was to give up this pawn, or to win this pawn. But now white has the open file. And in this case, white's able to get a lot of checks. And I think that's what happened. So queen d8, let's take a look. King h7. Okay, queen takes b6. This is equal. This is definitely white could hold this. f4. Wow. a5. Good. Okay. This is interesting because black is posing problems now for white, causing some more weaknesses on the king side, forcing the white queen to retreat. But if you're already in that mindset of wanting to keep your queen, to attack these pawns, get your pass pawn, you know, you're just playing attacking chess, then you don't want to concern yourself too much here. This white queen should for sure have come back to defend a little, but instead, white did something that just completely, I think, gave the game away. Because now g2, dear friends, is a checkmate square. And black instantly capitalized on that. Queen c1, king h2, and there's no way to stop this mate. So beautiful. That's a pity. I think that's a pity. This is so, black played so well. white played so well, getting to an equal position, but here we are. Okay, this happens. Still nice chess. Very nice chess. So let's go to this game here. This is board 3, El Salvador, Jamaica. White's also winning. I think El Salvador will take this one. St. Lucia and Mexico. St. Lucia is beating Mexico on the first 2 boards, which is also surprising considering the rating differences. Where did Black's queen go? I think I find myself saying, where did the queen go? Quite a lot in this game. So let's rewind. Rewind all the way. Okay. So everything seems normal. And now this looks like a great way to double our opponent's pawns and give them bad pawns, right? Well, double pawns aren't always bad, as we can see in this position. Perfect example of that. A double pawn works when you get an open file next to it that you can attack. And that's exactly what White has gotten here. The king just scooches over, the rook comes to g1, and suddenly there's a huge attack coming. Okay, nice maneuvering from White. I think White is much stronger than their rating suggests. King h1, king has scooched. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Because now I'm not just attacking g7, I'm attacking h6 since this pawn is pinned. Black is just way too slow in this game. And that's what happened. Wow, this is how the queen was won. Beautiful play from St. Lucia. Wow, St. Lucia, you are doing the most. Awesome. Picking up the queen. Okay, I forgot White's queen was here. I was like, okay, so much was happening. White's other pieces were so strong that the queen has just been relaxing on b1, doing absolutely nothing. But now White wants to get her in the game, which makes sense. Knight f6. Okay, this is excellent, excellent play by White. Rook, queen, facing this g7 pawn. Everything is coming down. Very nice. Okay, interesting. I understand because now this, once again, rook is pinned. So it's frozen. And what White is going to try and do is double up on the g file to attack this king and just go for it. Oh, okay. Side quest, but I like it. Bishop b4, attacking the black rook that is defending the other black rook, which is really nice because now maybe I would focus on getting doubling up somehow. But this makes sense as well. Maybe bishop e7 was a little unnecessary. Maybe I can just either double up or go for it straight away. I think that it makes sense. I can capture because this rook is just pinned and can't do much, and my other rook is going to join on g1. But even then, just doubling up makes sense. This is a bit too much. White's just giving unnecessary, although this bishop is hanging, so if black captures, I can always play queen d8. So let's see what happens there. Really, really strong play by White in this game. Really strong play. So this is Mexico and St. Lucia. First board. Let's look at the second board. We've got, what do we have? A king walk? I hope you all know at home what that is. Beautiful game between Nigel Short and Jan Timman that showcases how the king can be a supporting piece in the middle game if the circumstances allow it. And this, I guess, does. There's okay, black is doing better here. I don't know why black allowed the king walk. Let's see what happens. Let's take a look. Okay. This makes sense. Capturing black is being quite aggressive. But huge blunder. Huge, huge, huge blunder. Why? Well, all white has, the only threat is this checkmate threat at the back. So literally do anything else and you will be fine. But playing f6 just allows king g6, and now checkmate is unavoidable. Wow, that is just wow. That's a pity. White got lucky here. White did get really lucky here. If we go back a bit, maybe, yeah. It's scary. This is not an easy game. Definitely not an easy game. But f6 was just a critical moment. And black had so much time. Okay. Well, there we go. I think this is an important result, as St. Lucia is winning on the first board, and a decisive result could have gotten them a draw. But they lost on the second, third, and fourth boards. So we'll win this round 3-1. We go to Dominican Republic against US. Okay, I would say not a clean sweep because US just won 3-1. Dominican Republic won, wow, seems like by a landslide on the last board. And then we've got Paraguay versus Trinidad and Tobago, where Trinidad and Tobago won 4-0. Very nice. Okay. Let us go back to our El Salvador and Jamaica games. So this is the board 1, and we've got board 2. Okay. Well, black just has to be careful here because there's a mate, but it's very easy to stop. I mean, I think I can just play queen e5. But is black going to see that is the question, or is black going to stress about it? Okay, black saw it. I think maybe I hyped that up way too much. Black is a 2100 after all. I think that this is now white doesn't have much at all. Unfortunately, I think black will take the cake, and deservedly so. That was a good game. But this is interesting. I mean, what is going on here in this game over here? So Jamaica A, Salvador AA. So this is their board 1. What has happened over here? Okay, so Petrov capturing. Okay, I think this is just great for white. Like, this is not a good version of the opening. Or maybe it is. I don't know. I don't play Petrov, but this doesn't look right. But okay, I can understand the idea of where black wants to get more pieces up. So that is what's happening over here to get some time. Bishop g5. Okay, so I think bishop takes f2 works. Maybe even knight takes also looks really nice, because if you capture my queen, I'm just gonna. This is terrible. Checkmate in 8 moves. Yikes. So let's go back to the game. Bishop takes f2 is what he played first. King takes f2, knight g4. Okay, I think there's too much going on over here because I can just take. And now you are just down in material. So here I think black still has this 94, but now it's also nice because this bishop is hanging, it's check, and also the queen is hanging, so it can't exactly capture because bye-bye to the queen. King takes f2, knight g4, okay, saw this, but now instead white moved back with king e1, giving up this bishop. So interesting play by white also. White is, I would think, to be much stronger. Okay, now we are just doing the most. I think this is moving our queen a tad bit too much and not in a good spot. At some point, you've got to start giving your other pieces turns, right? This is just too much queen behavior this early in the game. Like the queen black's achieved very little in the last few moves. And castling is also important. Although, okay, now white can't castle anymore. We've got something. Whoa. Whoa. Maybe white just thought black just thought it would be a free pawn. But once again, friends, the idea of the pin comes in. And this time, it's going to be self-inflicted, shall we say, a self-inflicted pin by black. And unfortunately now I can't do much. Okay, black's still trying, going at it, but this is, yeah, white should win this pretty easily. So this is our board 1, our board 2, Salvador bringing home. Okay, so we're gonna see a 4-0 result for El Salvador versus Jamaica. And we have St. Lucia beat Mexico. St. Lucia lost to Mexico 1-3. Okay, Dominican Republic has lost also 1-3. Paraguay, Trinidad and Tobago 1-4-0. Okay, so they're still on the second round, which will be finished after this game between the first 2 boards of El Salvador and Jamaica. Right. So let's take a look at our other groups, if we've got any more games that have taken place. Aha. Okay, we've got round 2 starting over here. Yeah. Round 2, Aruba, El Salvador. Let's take a look. Aruba, El Salvador, a very strong team, this El Salvador. Very strong. But I say that as a blunder is made on the board. So let's rewind a little bit. Let's rewind. I also wonder about the psychology that goes behind the players in these games, particularly a team as strong as El Salvador facing this strong, I mean, not yet, they'll face stronger players later. So how do they go into preparation for a team that they should be much better at? Their theory looks good. So let's take a look. White has played pretty well, I think. A little bit pushy, not necessary, creating some weaknesses where there aren't any. I don't like this knight d7 move. This gives white a lot. It's a little bit passive. Queen f3, okay. 96, nice move. 92, passive, like come in, play against the king. You've got this open f file, just go for it. But knight ce2, knight. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Knight takes f4. Why is this so bad, right? Let's take a look. Knight takes f4, queen takes f4. I'm chasing you away and I'm picking up your pawn, I guess. Because this was a problem earlier that we saw, that this pawn is a bit way too pushy, and I'm just going to keep attacking it, I suppose. Okay, so I see. Let's go back, knight dc5 instead. I think it's more normal, honestly. Knight f5, finally. Now knight takes f4. They're playing the right moves at the wrong times. This is cool. Before capturing on f4, white eliminates black's bishop pair, captures on e7 first with the check. So this is an intermediate move for white. Capturing. Okay, I think it's just capturing with the queen. I'm still protecting the pawn. This is logical. But alas, instead, The pawn is given up. Okay, white's playing defensively. I get that. Building a nice pawn chain. Sure, we'll get that. I wonder if white will bring the bishop back into play via b1. Possibly. Queen d6. Okay, that's strange move, I think. Let's move on. Okay, now this knight is very well placed, sitting on an outpost square and attacking this weak pawn. It's just, yeah. I like black's position now. Black is playing well. Black got their rhythm, finally. G6. Okay, so chase the queen away, and then we'll see what happens. White wants to capture this knight over here, but we'll have to be careful. And now, don't I just win a piece? I think I win a piece. I think, what is wrong with this? Okay, this is also not great. I mean, I'm being attacked, but it's better than this. Because now G5 is played. Well done. Very, very cool. Well played by black, but as a 2100 player, I can definitely see why. So this is board 1. Let's take a look what's happening on board 2. Okay, this is not board 2, it's board 3. So I was just gonna say we have 2 blacks here, and how is board 1 and 2 being black? But okay, this is board 3. El Salvador is winning. El Salvador is winning on every board, I suppose. Beautiful. Again, control of the open file. This is just going to be a nice one game. And this pass pawn is a problem that will be persistent. Okay, let's move on here as well. Okay, mouse slip, I guess, because there's just checkmate. But instead white played rook e3, so I can only assume that was a mouse slip. Let's see. I think this will be one game. Is black going to capture the pawn? I think black has to capture the pawn. Okay. Defending, maybe rook e8. It's game over still. All right, because if you take, I'm taking with my bishop though, so then, and there are enough pawns on the board that white doesn't have to stress about bishop and knight checkmate, which I think we all get a little nervous about. Unless you're top players. But this is one of those things that you have to learn. So it would be interesting to see if they've got that knowledge. But there are more than enough pawns for that not to be the case. So white is fine. And black even declined the rook trade. So that's board 2. And on board 4, very nice. Just came to the checkmate. Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, so this is going to be 4-0, likely. Mexico and Guyana. Mexico seems to be having a clean sweep with Guyana as well. This is, where did the black king go? Another case. Okay, board 1. Very active king. I like our theme of active kings over here, but this is, white is just underwhelmed, underwhelmingly, yeah, just worse. That is board, it's good. Board 2 we just saw. This is probably going to be a ladder mate with the queen and the rook. Simple as that. You just go, and it's going to be game over. Let's take a moment to pause and see if that's how white is going to continue. I think so. They're playing fast now. And rook h3 mates. What do we think? Because white could also go the route of capturing all these pieces and playing longer, but rook h3 just makes more sense. Okay, nice. Checkmate. So that is board 1. Board 3. This king is just so lonely. So far out. Black does have to be careful of stalemate though. Okay, and interesting game over here. Very interesting. White is better, but just needs to be able to convert this, which might be easier said than done. So this is third board, fourth board, this is third board. Oh, very nice. Wow, just look, everything is coming down. That's just not great situation for white to be in, to be honest. That's not so great. Okay, Jamaica, second team against Trinidad and Tobago, second team. Okay, interesting. Black is much better, but white is pushing and trying something with these little pawns on the king side, but I mean, these pawns are not going to get very far, but it's nice to see the spirit of fighting chess being alive and well in this championships. Okay, here we've got, I guess, internet issues. Board 3, we've got Jamaica beating Trinidad and Tobago very nicely as well. This should end super quickly, right? Rook takes, and we can stay here for a moment to see how the checkmate is going to happen. Probably rook a7 first. What Black was hoping is that you take the rook and I take the rook, but you still have a queen, but that is not what happened. So now I can take the rook for free, and it should be mate very, very soon, like a few moves at least, I would say. Okay, queen e8. Where is this king running to? Very nice. There are so many ways to win this, I think. a3, king c5, rook c7, maybe, and just mate. Let's see if that happens. Okay, that's fine. A little bit of a different move order, but this, queen e3, checkmate. Thank you very much. So I can see it. Okay. Still going aggressively. That's one way to play, but really now stalemate is something to be wary of for sure. King d3. Okay, if you take the knight, sure, but that becomes a little scary. But I think Black does not have enough moves. Take the knight and let's see this checkmate unfold. Okay, takes the knight with the queen. Was not expecting that, but that's fine. That's fine. Is White gonna try to promote or try to checkmate here? I don't know what's happening. Yeah, I hope this doesn't turn into a stalemate. Easiest way to avoid stalemate, by the way, is just to keep checking. Like every check, obviously not check all the time because you've got the 50-move rule and whatnot, but do take precaution. And if there's a check, there's no way it can be stalemate, right? So let's be careful. With that, queen e2, is White going to give up the pawn? I think the pawns are in the way. That's the problem here. Now, White has to be very, very careful because let's say king a1, queen c2 would be stalemate. So what do you think is going to happen? Even let's say king a2, queen c2, king a1, and White decides to bring the rook over. That will also be stalemate. So, okay, this is like edge of your seat kind of stuff. Let's see what happens. King a2,